If there's one thing that I feel like we all deserve, including me, it's drafts. Frankly, everybody deserves drafts, but some people deny themselves, and that's their wrongdoing. All right, so let's take a look what we got here. Yeah, I might do that based. I also might try some of the ELD on Magic Online since it is a pretty different format. We'll see. I'll be streaming next week, but I'm open to suggestions over the weekend, and we'll see. So I heard people say Watcher or Justice. Those Justice Strike. Those are good cards, yeah. But Bounty of Might is really good too. Not talking about this rare would be very remiss. This can give one creature +9/+9, or 3 different creatures +3/3. Look, 6 mana is not cheap for a trick, but this is a finisher, not a combat trick, and it's a really powerful card. So I think the other 2 cards named are the next 2 best cards, or at least 2 of the top 3. I'm not actually sure if Bounty is better or worse than Watcher in the Mist, but Bounty, Justice Strike, and Watcher in the Mist are the 3 cards I would really consider pick one pack oneing out of this pack. I think Justice Strike is kind of in a distant third. I mean, it's clearly better than I think the 4th best card in this pack, but the fact that Boros is an aggro deck and you really want to remove 2/4s and 3/4s and stuff like that, and Justice Strike doesn't do that, makes Justice Strike not a great card. Still good, of course. It's efficient removal. But I think for me, Bounty and Watcher are pretty close, and Justice Strike is in 3rd in this pack. Thank you, Padre Doom. Appreciate that subscription for 9 months. Yeah, and we are playing best of 1, so nobody's going to play around Bounty of Might. Nobody's going to know we have it. And Watcher is probably a little bit more of a consistent card, and blue is definitely a better color than green. But when you start with a good green rare, especially a surprise one in best of 1, I think that's probably right. So I'm going to go with Bounty, but I think definitely you could take Watcher here. I think they're close enough. Justice Strike is in a solid 3rd place for me out of this pack. Did I say I was going to take Bounty? I meant I was going to take Watcher in the Mist. What did I do? Why did I take Bounty there? So now there's a Disinformation Campaign is the best card in this pack. There's no cards that really go with Bounty. I mean, the colors that go with green in this format are black and white. I don't even know. The best black card is Severed Strands. The best white card is a joke. There are good cards in this pack. Disinformation Campaign is really good. Thought Erasure, another Watcher, which is one of the best commons. True Fire Captain's incredible if you're Boros, though it's not splashable, of course. So yeah, like I said, the right pick last pack was Watcher in the Mist, and that's why we took it over Bounty. And now we get a Disinformation Campaign, which goes perfectly with our Watcher in the Mist that we drafted last pick. I'm going to have to step up my psychic powers these days. Thank you, K-Beds. Appreciate that subscription. So I think here I'm going to go with Disinformation Campaign, despite that we took the Bounty. The reason for that is primarily, I mean, there's no cards I would even consider that can go with Bounty. I mean, there are literally no green cards in this pack. The best green-black card, like for a green-black deck, is Severed Strands. The best green-white card is Laughable. So, I mean, we're not taking a card. Not only can we not take a green card, we can't take a card that's even in the allied colors, let's say, the gilded colors for this format with green. So we have to take basically something that doesn't go with Bounty, in which case Disinformation Campaign is the best card in the pack by a lot. So we're going to take Disinformation Campaign here, and then we'll see what's in the next pack. Of course, we just have 2 cards that we're highly unlikely to use both of, and we can go in either direction. Sometimes it goes like that in these powerful gold card formats. You don't have to play all your picks. I would rather have a Bounty, a Disinformation Campaign. This way, if I play blue-black, I have a great card. If I play green-white or green-black, I have a great card. Than have taken like some mediocre second pick black common that isn't even good just to go with Disinformation. All right, and this will help put us in a direction. Ritual of Suit out of this pack is a really clear choice. The only way we're going to use both of these cards is if we play Golgari and splash the Campaign. That's not super likely because Campaign is not even a great splash card unless you happen to spike a bunch of Surveil. But if we play Dimir, we're going to play Ritual of Suit, and it's going to be great. If we play Golgari, we can still play Ritual of Suit, and we'll draft around it. So black is the ideal color for us to draft cards from right now. Now, that's not to say with what we have, I'm going to prioritize black cards that heavily. If we had seen a good white card, I'd just play, take a good white card and look at Celestia or whatever. But in this pack, there's 2 cards that really stand out. There's Beacon Bolt and Ritual of Suit. Beacon Bolt is not something you're going to splash into any green deck. It's only good if you're Izzet Spells. If you are Izzet Spells, it's an incredible card. I mean, it's basically double Terminate. But we're not looking at Izzet Spells right now, so Ritual of Suit is a very clear choice out of this pack. Again, like I said, you know, you take Beacon Bolt because it's a really good card, and then you get past another Beacon Bolt, and then you have 2 Beacon Bolts for your Izzet Spells deck, and you can kill every creature. So yeah, these drafts have been a little rough yesterday and today. We're just not really seeing good cards and consistently in the same colors. There's not really anything I can do about that. Somehow this pack has no cards really for Golgari or for Dimir, despite them being 2 rather deep archetypes in a format that only has 5. We could take a Dimir Locket. It does go well with Ritual of Soot, since you don't want to put out a creature before you Ritual on turn 3. That gives you something somewhat productive to spend your mana on. We could take Beacon Bolt. You never know if we'll want to splash. If we play Dimir, we could always do a little red splash again if we pick up a couple gates. I don't really know what else we could take. I mean, Parhelion Patrol is really, really good if you go Celestia. Celestia is a deck that has a lot of 1/1 lifelinks, and mentoring them all into 2/2s is a big deal. I mean, it's not like Celestia is off the table or something. So, I mean, it is an option. This pack is pretty rough, honestly. I mean, I think Beacon Bolt is just so much better than the rest of the cards that it's probably the right choice. I don't expect to really play it, but you know, I mean, I guess we just never know what we're going to see the rest of the way. But this draft's starting out even rougher than the one yesterday did. It's like, this is my punishment for being late, I guess. Whatever, I deserve it. All right, so Dimir Informant, Surveil goes with Disinformation Campaign. And also we can, you know, surveil away a Beacon Bolt and or other spells to make sure it's on. So, I mean, this pack, Dimir Informant is not the best card in the pack, but the other cards are not particularly better. Dimir Informant to a Dimir deck is exactly what Skyline Scout is to a Boros or Celestia deck, or like Golgari Guildgate if you need a little fixing and you're a black-green with a light splash. All of these cards are pretty equivalent in card quality. And with Ritual of Suit and Disinformation Campaign, that's 2 potentially really good cards for Dimir control. So we're definitely going to try and at least look in that direction, should we be able to. So Unexplained Disappearance goes really well with Disinformation Campaign. For anybody who's never had the joy of that, if your opponent has no cards in hand, you can play the campaign, put the ability on the stack, bounce their creature with Unexplained Disappearance, then the Surveil, the Disinformation Campaign triggers and goes back to your hand. Then the Draw a Card discard trigger happens, and the opponent has to discard the creature you just bounced. So, Unexplained Disappearance, not a card I necessarily want without Disinformation Campaign or without card drawing and stuff, because you do go down a card and blue-black isn't a tempo deck. But you do get the Surveil 1 to help make up for the loss of cards, but also it's just busted with Disinformation Campaign. So I don't mind taking that here. It's not a great pickup or anything, but we are already on to our 6th pick. And I mean, if we didn't take that, the other card I would consider would be like Portcullis Vine for green-black or something. So pretty easy Unexplained Disappearance there. Also, we want to prioritize spells because we might end up playing this Beacon Bolt. So we want to prioritize spells where we can. Okay, so if you look at our blue-black deck, we're really good at grinding. We have Disinformation Campaign. We have a sweeper. Closing is something these decks always struggle with. So depending on what your deck needs, you can definitely sometimes take a Burglar Rat here. It's a really nice card in Dimir in this format. Sometimes take a Devious Cover-Up. But we're really good at grinding, and we don't have any ways to close yet. We have 2 really powerful cards in Disinformation Campaign and Ritual of Suit, but neither of them have any ability to deal a point of damage. So we're going to be prioritizing Devious Cover-Up here. Thank you, OScout25. Appreciate that subscription. All right, these blue and black cards are not cards I care about. So even though it's highly unlikely we're going to need this Golgari Guildgate, it still offers the highest upside. You just never know what the draft's going to do, and we're not going to play any of those other cards. Similarly, if we do go Golgari Splash Blue somehow or something, Portcullis Vine, and we're not going to play Creeping Chill, so this is over nothing. Severed Strands is good in either deck, potentially, so that's an easy pickup. Memphitic Vapors is a really nice pickup for a blue-black that's not going to have a lot of creatures. Like I said, this card is weird because in a lot of situations it's bad, like I said yesterday, but it's necessary against Boros aggro. A lot of their creatures have 1 toughness, but Boros aggro is just faster than the other limited decks in this format, so you have to get Vapors if you're going to play a control deck. It's not even, like, optional, in my opinion. Like, you must get 1 to 2 Vapors if you're going to play a control deck. Thank you, Stinky Dinky. Appreciate that subscription. Cool name, also. Okay, so Mausoleum Secrets can tutor. In general, I don't like this card, but if you have something like Ritual of Suit or Disinformation Campaign, it does become playable. I would never consider taking it first pick. But this pack is also the worst thing I've ever seen, just like every pack we've seen to open today. Lotlith Troll is a good finisher for a Golgari Undergrowth deck, but it's not something we're interested in a Dimir deck. Spinal Centipede is a pretty mediocre 3-drop playable for a creature like Dimir deck. And we're not even really looking for 3-drop creatures since we have Ritual of Suit. Like, I'm not saying we won't play any cards that die to it. Like, we'll play Dimir Informant, but we're not worried about having, like, 3-drops on the high side. We would prefer to have a little on the low side as far as 3-drops. So this pack is pretty much another embarrassment for us, just like a lot of the packs we've been opening. I really don't even know what we could take. Like, if we do go Golgari, then there's, like, decent cards like Lurcher and Lotlith Giant. For Dimir, there's virtually nothing. I do think Dimir Locke would be okay in this deck for the reason I said. I have Ritual of Soot, so I'd like things to do on turn 3 that don't die to it. But this is, like, kind of just awful for us. Let's see. Is there any shot we still go black-green? I mean, our blue is good. We do have a Golgari Guildgate to help us if we want to splash blue. We have a Bounty, Portcullis Vine. We don't have much. I mean, Bounty is great, but we do have a lot of blue cards here. Yeah, I mean, you never know what you're going to see. I think that there's more upside in taking a good card like maybe Lurcher and just planning to still draft Dimir than there is in taking like Dimir Locket or Dowser here. So, I mean, we're still 80+% to play Dimir, not Golgari. But I'm going to take Lurcher because it's just an actively very good card in Golgari. And there's just no cards for Dimir here, so. Okay, well, Trostani is totally broken, but it's possible to splash it in Golgari. It's not possible to splash it in Dimir. This pack does have Watcher in the Mist, which is one of the best Dimir commons. It triggers a Disinformation Campaign. It helps you dig to all your good cards. It's a good closer. It's just a perfect card for a deck. If Trostani was a green-black broken rare, like a Zoni, I might consider moving into Golgari for that. But if we do go Golgari, we would still have to splash Trostani. And in general, you want to keep your splash cards down, and that's not an exciting pick. So I'm going to go with Watcher in the Mist here. Thoughtbound Phantasm, another really good card for Dimir Surveil.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so last night, one of the many things that my friend put together was a new gaming chair here. So Rachel just brought it in for us. So I guess we're upgrading chairs on stream. Unfortunately, it still doesn't have like a back like that other chair where my cats can sit on top of it. But it is a really sweet, really nice Carnox gaming chair.
And you're a real gamer now.
Yeah, so now I have a actual gaming chair, so that makes me a real gamer, as opposed to for the past 20 years where I've been a fake gamer when my life has been basically nonstop gaming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You get it.
Oops. That said, it is more comfortable, and it is a really nice chair, so thank you again, Carnox and Mage Market, for hooking me up with this really awesome chair. It is very much appreciated. Definitely have the best sponsor in the game. Okay, so I am trying to adjust it now that Rachel just brought it in midstream. The back is kind of slanted more than I would like. That's that. There we go. Okay. All right, let's get back to the draft. So Thoughtbound is amazing if you have a lot of Surveil. If you can't turn it on, it's not a good card. But Blue-Black is a control deck, So you're never really that worried about attacking early. So a 1-mana 2/2 that can trade with Boros creatures on turn 1 or 2, and then can also turn into a win condition in the late game is a really strong card. If you can't turn it on, then it's not very good. It's just a small defender. But as soon as it turns into a 5/5 attacker, that's a powerful card. Given we already have Disinformation Campaign, we're already trying to prioritize Surveil anyway. We have Disappearance, Informant, Vapors, Watcher. And the cool thing about Surveil is Surveil cards help you find more Surveil cards because they chain, right? If I play a Surveil 2 card, I get to see the next 2 cards. If they're lands, then I just ship them away into the graveyard and dig to my next Surveil card. If they're like removal, but they don't have Surveil, I might top them, but when I draw a removal spell, I kill whatever my opponent did that turn. That helps prolong the game anyway. It might not really help win the game. It might just be break even, right? Like, let's pretend there's a card, 4 mana, destroy a creature, no abilities, right? If my opponent plays a 4-drop, and then I play that card on turn 4 and kill their creature, I didn't really make a profit. All that happened was they spent 4 mana in one card, I spent 4 mana in one card. But what that does do is prolong the game. Because nobody's taking damage, turn 4, basically nobody accomplished anything, right? So what Dimir does in this format is prolong and drag out games. Dimir has a lot of really good removal and a lot of Surveil. And now we're going to take second Phantasm. We found our lane. Even though pack 1 went awful and the first couple picks of this pack went awful, we definitely have the makings of a really good blue-black Surveil deck now with a lot of the build-arounds. Thank you, Tried But True. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream. All right, now we can grab a Burglar Rats because it's over nothing. Dowser would have been my second choice there, but I mean, I think Burglar Rats is just a better early drop. We already have a Severed Strand. I think that Burglar Rats offers something to this deck because you get you trade 1 for 1 when it comes into play, and then you get a body. And like I said, there's a lot of 1 toughness creatures in this format. Boros and Celestia always have 1 toughness stuff out. All right, second Severed Strands here. Given we already have 1 Burglar Rat, I don't mind picking up 2 of those. You don't want too many of them, but I'm happy to have 2. Pilfering Imp can be a good sideboard for the control mirrors and stuff, but I'm not going to main it. This is best of 1, so there's no reason to take it. These cards don't matter. Second Vapors is always strong. Passwell Adept is okay. I'm just taking the only card in these packs, basically, for Dimir. I know I'm making these picks kind of quick, but frankly, these cards don't matter. Burglar Rats is, in fact, a better early drop than Dowser. Dowser is not a good early drop. Unless you have a Lotus, you're not playing that thing on turn 2. All right, so there's 2 cards to consider here, and I think they're pretty close. There's House Guildmage, and there's Deadly Visit. Let's take a look at our deck and our curve. House Guildmage surveils every turn, which is incredible with Thoughtbound Phantasms. It's not really that incredible with Campaign because like that's kind of slow and more slow and you're not impacting the board. If you play turn 1 Phantasm, turn 2 Guildmage, then you surveil, you now have a 3/3 out. That might stop the opponent from attacking. If you go turn 2 Guildmage, turn 3 Disinformation Campaign, turn 4 Surveil, you've effectively not put out an attacker or a blocker or played a removal spell on turns 2, 3, and 4. You're probably just dead. So I don't really see House Guildmage and Disinformation Campaign as some kind of huge synergy. Obviously, sometimes it'll be the late game, you'll trigger it, you'll draw cards, it's cool. But I don't see that as particularly powerful synergy. But Thoughtbound Phantasm and House Guildmage have excellent synergy, in my opinion. But Deadly Visit, unconditional removal, it's got Surveil 2 as well. Kind of exactly what this deck needs to dig and play a control game and find all our best cards. So this is a really close pick, I think. This is where I really missed the draft voting, because I would love to see what the chat has to say about this. I'm not even sure, and I am pretty sure that this is a close pick. So if you take like Guildmage or Visit here, you're not making a big mistake either way. If you take any other card out of this pack, frankly, you are making a big mistake. I got to be honest, got to call it fairly. If somebody was drafting for me in this spot and they took Guildmage or Deadly Visit, I wouldn't even care which one they took. If you took any other card out of this pack, I would start going off on them. So if you were debating between Guildmage and Deadly Visit, you're in the right place. I'm debating between them too. So I'm checking out the chat to see what people like. As far as 2 drops, I've got a Burglar Rat, a Passwell Adept, 2 Thoughtbound Phantasms, so I'm medium. As far as expensive cards, same thing. We have a Watcher and a Dowser. We could happily cut Dowser, so we're medium. So really our curve is about even. We don't have excessive 5s, but we have a couple playables. We don't have excessive 2s, but we have a couple playables. I would be very interested in that, Techno Shaman. No, I'm not going to rare draft Temple Garden. Of course, if you're rare drafting it for value, that's a different ball game than what I'm talking about. I always say the same thing. I'm not thinking about card economy when I'm streaming for 500 people. Like, I rare draft sometimes, like, especially I used to on Magic Online off stream. Like, if I open something 30 ticks on there, I would take it. You know what I mean? But if I'm going to be making content and this many people are going to choose to spend their time with me, my content is more than well enough supported that I'm not going to rare draft. Hey, we got a raid from PT Champion, Remy Fortier. I bet most people here don't know, but he won a Pro Tour a long time ago. What's up, Remy? How you doing? So thank you for the raid. Appreciate the support. Well, I appreciate it. Well, Remy, since you just raided, take a look at what's going on here. I feel like we have a really close pick between House Guildmage and Deadly Visit for our Dimir Surveil deck. Why don't you make the choice? Because I think it's super close. What do you like here? Do you like House Guildmage or Deadly Visit? All right, well, it seems like the chat and Remy are on Visit. To be honest, I would have took Deadly Visit too by myself, but I do think it's extremely close. The reason I like Visit here over House Guildmage is because a lot of the time you play House Guildmage, it's just going to die to removal, whereas Deadly Visit can't really be interacted with. And that doesn't matter that much. Like, if a creature trades with removal and the creature was cheap, it did its job, except we're a Surveil deck. We'll never get to trigger House Guildmage's Surveil if it dies. Deadly Visit will always trigger the Surveil too, unless it gets like counterspelled or something, and then we'll grow our Phantasms into 5/5s. So I like Deadly Visit because triggering Surveil is really important for us, and there's no guarantee that the Guildmage can do that, and the Visit will almost always do that. If triggering Surveil was not that important, it's definitely possible you could take House Guildmage over Deadly. And of course, House Guildmage has the ability to tap to Surveil, so it's a very good card too. Yeah, now we have another hard pick. Why couldn't you remember all those packs where there was just nothing for us? You remember all those awful packs where we had to take like unplayables and Golgari cards just in case? Why couldn't they have spread out House Guildmage and Deadly Visit, Nightveil Predator and Deadly Visit? We could just have all these cards, right? Like, we spent so many picks on Golgari cards and just nothing, and just bad cards. Well, now we're at it again. Nightveil Predator and Deadly Visit, huh? So I actually think it's definitely possible that Deadly Visit can be better in decks like this than Nightveil Predator, but I am kind of worried about our ability to close. We do need one more Devious Cover-Up, and people might also counter Devious Cover-Up with their own or something like that. So Nightveil Predator is a very good closer. It has hexproof. It basically can't be killed. Your opponent has to have a big flyer also. So I think we should take Nightveil Predator here. But it's actually not on power level. It's because our deck needs closing. If I had one copy of Enhanced Surveillance and the exact same deck, I would take the Deadly Visit here. Because Deadly Visit with Surveil is kind of a better Nightveil Predator from a defense-only perspective. But you can't close a game with Deadly Visit, and when all our deck does is Surveil, there's a decent chance we're going to end up decking. Nightveil Predator is a really good closer. So literally, if I had the exact same set of cards plus an Enhanced Surveillance, I would take I would take Deadly Visit. If I had the exact same set of cards plus a second Devious Cover-Up and maybe like a Sinister Sabotage, I would take Deadly Visit. But given our deck is really good at Surveil and digging through our deck, but might struggle to close, I'm going to take the Predator. Okay, this is just a super easy Notion Rain. It's not a card you want a ton of, but it is good card drawing. Our deck shouldn't fall behind that often. We have the 2 Phantasms and Poisoner. Like, our deck can block early, so Notion Rain should be a really good card in our deck. I'm not that worried about getting run over. Now we have a close choice between Notion Rain number 2 and Whisper Agent number 1. All this Surveil is just wonderful. We have our double Phantasm and our campaign. Super excited to keep picking up Surveil cards every pick. I don't think we're going to need to use Dowser of Light. We picked up Deadly Visit, and Watcher, and Predator, so we have some expensive cards now. So what do we want here? Do we want Agent or Notion Rain? I think that since we already got a Notion Rain and we have a Disinformation campaign, we should probably go with Agent. Definitely could take either. It's a pretty close pick in general. There are a lot of blue-black control decks where I'm taking Notion Rain number 2 over Whisper Agent number 1. I think overall it's a very close pick. All right, we don't have any guild gates yet. We're on 21 playables. This is only pretty early in pack 3. So over like a medium playable for us, like a Disdainful Stroke, I'm going to go ahead and grab Dimir Guild Gate and help the mana. One Disdainful Stroke is totally serviceable in any control deck. Like, we could definitely put this card in our deck. But there's no cards here right now that we're looking to cut. Like, everything is fine. I mean, if we cut Spinal Centipede, we cut it. If we cut Cover Up, we cut it. But everything is fine. So I'm gonna go ahead and take Guild Gate because we have plenty of playables, and that could help our mana a little bit. And we're immediately rewarded. The very next pick, we can take Stroke if we want. Severed Strands is good in these decks, but we already have 2, and you don't want a ton of them, or they just sit dead in your hand. So let's take a look at our creature selection. We don't really want to sack Phantasm. Nothing wrong with sacking Passwall Adept. Burglar Rats is great to sack. Informant is pretty good to sack. Yeah, we don't have a lot of creatures to sack, so we'll probably play 2 Strands, but we're not going to play 3. Child of Night is not a card we want. We have double Vapors, so I'm going to grab our Stroke now. Nothing wrong with 1 Stroke in a control deck, especially if we end up with only 1 cover-up. That means we can play cover-up. If they cover up our cover-up, then we can use Disdainful Stroke on their cover-up and make sure ours resolves. We're not going to splash red. We don't need Beacon Bolt. We have great removal, so no reason to take Izzet Guild Gate. Given how well our deck surveils and that we have Disinformation Campaign, Notion Rain, double Phantasm, double Severed Strands, I might surprise some people here. I actually think Barrier of Bones is a reasonable card in our deck. I'm not going to call it a good card. That would be hyperbole. But I think I'm going to play it. Like, I think I'll likely play Barrier of Bones over Spinal Centipede. Why? Because I need stuff to sack to Severed Strands, and Surveil is huge for us. With Disinformation Campaign, double Phantasm, Surveil is a big game. All right, so I'm going to grab Vapors number 3. Don't know if we're going to play it or not, but there's 0% chance we're going to main Mesmerist or Never Happened in this deck. And again, Never Happen's a decent sideboard card, but this is best of 1. Radical Idea is a fine card. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. Sorry, cards. You don't matter to me at all. Maybe next time you'll matter, but not this time. All right, let's take a look during deck building. I think we have right about the amount of playables. Maybe we have like 1 cut to make or 1 swap. This looks like a 17-land deck, almost for sure. We have early Surveil to help us dig to lands and Radical Idea, and some 3-mana cards that Surveil and draw cards. But we're still a control deck. We're not going to 16. So this is a 17-land deck, almost for sure. 8-8-1, almost for sure. 9 of each of our colors. A few early Surveil cards and stuff to help us hit our land drops. So we're going to make 2 cuts. The only card in the sideboard we could even remotely consider right now is Dowser. So I'll put that in, and then we're going to make 3 cuts. So let's take a look. 3 Vapors, probably 1 too many. I think that with how good Surveil is in our deck, we could run 3 Vapors. We do have Ritual of Suit as well, though. So first thing I want to do is try and cut cheap creatures that die to Ritual and Vapors, if possible. This is a control deck, all the way. So let's see what we have. Phantasms are great. Barrier, I mean, that's going to die, but it's already given us Surveil. Hired Poisoner is a good card, but maybe we just don't need it with 3 other 1-drops and a bunch of 2s. Plus, it dies to Vapors. Let's try. I think we should cut Hired Poisoner from this deck. I like it in general, but again, we have Ritual for turn 4. We have Surveil to dig to it. We have a lot of early drops. I think the 1 toughness creatures, if we can cut them, we should. Now, obviously, Burglar Rats doesn't fall into that camp. We can just sack its body to Severed Strands. Even if Burglar Rat just chump blocks, it already made them discard a card, so we're not going down a card. Passwall Adept, we definitely don't need to give anything unblockable, but it's a decent early blocker. And we don't actually have a ton of 2s or anything, so I'm a little more hesitant to cut it, but it is cuttable. If I was going to cut any of these 2-mana cards, Passwall Adept would be my first choice. 3 drops, Dimir Informant's not cuttable. Spinal Centipede is definitely cuttable. It's one of the weakest cards in our deck. Memphitic Vapors is definitely cuttable, just because we have 3 copies and Ritual of Suit. All 3 of these copies will be good cards in our deck, but certainly one of them is cuttable. So from our 2-drop slot, Adept is the only thing we can consider cutting. From our 3-drop slot, Spinal Centipede and Vapors number 3 are the things we can consider cutting. These 4-drops are basically not cuttable. They're all pretty good in the deck. Wishcoin Crab is the worst of them, but I would definitely rather cut like all of the cards I named so far before Wishcoin Crab. I would cut Vapors number 3, Centipede, or Passwall Adept before I would cut Crab from this deck, and we only need to make 2 cuts, so we're not cutting Crab. Dowser, on the other hand, I don't know if we should cut or not. I still think maybe it's a solid 5-drop, and we didn't end up with too many expensive cards, but it does cost more mana. We are playing 17. Maybe we want to cut it. I think I like Radical Idea in this deck. The fact that you can surveil it away and then you get some value in the late game is kind of incredible. It doesn't always come up, but we have a lot of surveil. So whenever you get to surveil it away for free, then you just get a free resource, sort of. I mean, there's a small cost, but not much. I think that Dowser is a decent blocker the turn you drop it, and I really like the idea of a nice 5-drop and then Ritual. I think we're going to cut the 3-drops, Memphitic Vapors here, and like Spinal Centipede. I don't want to get run over. On turn 3, I have Notion Rain and Disinformation Campaign to do. On turn 2, I think putting out a nice 1/3 blocker could be good. Plus, I can make these Phantasms, once they're 5/5s, unblockable to close a game. So I think cutting the 3-drops here makes the most sense. This curve is good. I like the one Radical Idea in case we surveil it away. I like the Passwall Adept more as an early blocker than the Centipede. Centipede is a better blocker. It's just we have a lot of good options on 3. Even though it looks like we have a lot of 2-mana cards, most of these aren't things we're going to want to play on turn 2. Severed Strands is a good card in this deck, but don't view Severed Strands as a 2-drop. We're never, ever, ever casting that on turn 2, right? So Severed Strands is just some turn 5 play for 2 mana, and will double spell the turn we play Severed Strands. But our Unexplained Disappearance, this is not a 2-drop either. We're not looking to bounce anything on turn 2. Radical Idea just cycles. Maybe we'll spend our mana on it in turn 2, but that's not great. You literally can't stroke on turn 2. They have to play a Forecasting Dust card. So this is really what our curve looks like as far as 2-drops. So that's why I'm not cutting Passwall Adept. It's a drop on turn 2, and we have a million things on turn 3 that we actually want to play on turn 3, and we have like only a couple things on turn 2. So this looks right to me. Let's get to the games. Second Strand is somewhat cuttable, but remember, our creature count's better than it looks because we have all this surveil and card drawing. And I really like the life gain from Severed Strands. This tends to be a control-ish deck that falls behind, and your opponent's usually trying to close, and you're usually at a very low life total, assuming they're playing any of the aggro decks. So Severed Strand really comes up big in this deck. I wouldn't play 3. We just can't do that. But I think 2 is the right number. Do I want 2 in my opening hand? Of course not. But we're on the play. We have both kinds of lands. We already have a Radical Idea, so I'm not going to mold this just because there's 2 Severed Strands. Well, slightly off curve, unfortunate. Do we play Phantasm here or Radical Idea? I think the answer is Radical Idea because next turn we can play Phantasm for 1, and then we'll have 2 mana to play Radical Idea again or Stroke, even though we can't Stroke yet or whatever. So there's no rush to get that Phantasm in play right now since we're not surveilling. So it makes sense to use more mana on Radical Idea. Although now we did get punished. So we would love to play Whisper Agent this turn. It's a good attacker in a Barrier of Bones, but we don't want to miss Surveil on Phantasm, right? Every Surveil on Phantasm is super relevant. So now we have to play our Phantasm before we play our Whisper Agent and just take the turn off. It's unfortunate, but it's definitely correct because literally winning or losing can come down to whether you Surveil 3 times after you play Phantasm or the speed at which you do that. All right, so again, Severed Strands is really good for this deck against aggro, but they started with a Barrier of Bones. We're on the play. It's turn 4, and we're at 20. I'm not going to keep double Severed Strands in my opening hand. It's a card I want floating around in my deck for mid and late games. That's why I played 2 of it, but we got to ship it here. This turn is easy. I'm going to play Wishcoin Crab. Uses all 4 mana. Next turn, we can play Whisper Agent and Disdainful Stroke and use 5 mana. Not super scared. If they want to play a spell and leapfrog or something, we're still at 20. Not a big deal at all. GRN's fine. I think it gets a little bit worse of a rap than it deserves. I mean, no one thinks it, like, abysmal, but I often hear it cited as the worst of, like, the current standard draft formats and things like that. I think that's true, to be honest. I think if you ranked War of the Spark, Ravnica Allegiance, Guilds of Ravnica, M20, and Throne of Eldraine, I think that Guilds of Ravnica is the worst of those 5. But those are some pretty good draft formats, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, you know, if you rank the top 5 players in the world and somebody's ranked 5th. I mean, I'm not saying GRN is one of the best draft formats ever, but it's a pretty fun format. It just happens to be 5th of 5 right now because, well, there's 5 very good formats right now. So I actually don't think we need to kill Midnight Reaper here. We have multiple things that can block it profitably, at least for now. So I think what I'm going to do this turn is just put out the Informant. We already know we're going to ship any lands. The most expensive card in our deck is 5. Of course, we're not going to ship Nightveil Predator. If this swamp was an island, I might top it so that I could play Predator and have Stroke to stop a devious cover-up or something. But this is double blue, and this costs a blue, and we already have 3 swamps and 2 islands. So this swamp doesn't even help us do that. So this swamp is an easy graveyard, Nightveil Predator is an easy top, and then we'll just pass back to the opponent. Yeah, I'm really not scared of this Reaper. I mean, if they Severed Strands, sack the Bones, they'll get to draw a card they wouldn't have otherwise. That's cool. But, I mean, we have 1 removal in hand. This is going to be a 5/5. This can attack if the Barrier of Bones leaves. We're about to draw a Predator. Really, Midnight Reaper's a good card. It's just not scaring me right now. I may kill it later when I'm ready to start attacking so that they can't make a bunch of blocks and draw a bunch of cards. Or I may just attack right through it with a 5/5 and a Nightveil Predator. We'll see. Depends how the game plays out. Also, important to remember, Phantasm doesn't stop growing as a 5/5. This whole deck is Surveil. So there's a good chance this thing will just grow and grow and grow, and they'll never be able to profitably block it if they can't kill it. Stroke is fine in Best of 1. I wouldn't say that Stroke is great, but even Boros Aggro is probably going to have some 4-drops in their deck. So there's nothing wrong with putting 1 Disdainful Stroke into, like, any blue deck, but it's not like you're missing out if you don't have 1. Stroke is fine. It's not great, but it's totally fine. Thank you, Fishmas. Merry Fishmas to you as well. Appreciate that subscription. I'm glad they tapped out, because I was going to have an interesting choice. If they had left Island and Swamp up, the only card they could have is Disdainful Stroke, which some people play, some don't. Again, it's not some great card, but it's totally serviceable. So I don't know whether I would have laid Nightveil Predator this turn or not. Now that they tap their mana, just Windmill Slam this bad boy in play while it can't be countered. We know it can't be killed because of Hexproof, the stupidest mechanic of all time. I think Hexproof, as far as mechanics, is my #1 least favorite. Ban Hexproof. Pat Cox said it best. Ban all Hexproof from every format. So protection isn't as bad because you're usually protection from 1 color and most draft decks are 2 colors. So at least half the opponent's deck can interact with it, right? Hexproof just means none of the opponent's deck can interact with it. So I don't like Shroud. I like interaction. But Shroud never felt unbalanced because you couldn't enhance your own creatures, right? So there's a pretty big difference between Shroud and Hexproof. I'm not for Shroud. Shroud just felt like a small mistake to me. It never felt like super punishing or egregious, whereas Hexproof is my least favorite mechanic of all time. Yes, but again, most draft decks are 2 colors, and they have 2 colors worth of creatures, so you can just block with your other color creature, right? Like, if my opponent has, like, a pro-black card here, all my blue creatures can play it. If they have a pro-blue card, I can kill it with Severed Strands. If they have a Hexproof card, I can never target it, so as soon as they put some enchantment on it or something, it becomes this unbeatable machine. That's why Hexproof is the worst. Okay, so as you saw, I didn't block with Predator because Leapfrog's only going to have flying on turns where they can give it flying. Predator clearly is always going to have flying, in addition to Death Touch and Hexproof, so I'm not going to make that trade. Even though I'm dropping shields here, it's well worth it. I'm going to get both these Phantasms in play so that I can play my Agent and start surveilling. After that, I'll be able to leave Stroke up. if they play some good creature, I can always Severed Strands it. And the only card that's not a creature that would be like amazing right now, I guess, like is like Ritual of Soot, which wouldn't kill Predator. They would draw 3 cards and it would wipe like a lot of my board, but I'd still get to go into turn Agent, on tap hit you for 6, and then have Stroke up. So it's clearly worth it, I think, to get the Phantasms in play. Now that definitely qualifies as a good creature that we're going to kill, and I would have happily stroked that. But again, we have Severed Strands, so we'll just be taking care of that. Let's end a turn Agent. Easy ship. We're looking for more Surveils to trigger these Phantasms. If we turn these into 5/5s, we win this game. Again, we don't need these little creatures that much. These Phantasms can win us the game if they turn into 5/5s. So we're not going to sack Phantasm to Strands. We're definitely going to Strands Murmuring Mystic. The only question is, what are we going to sack? Dimir Informant is a substantially better blocker right now than Whisper Agent is. We gain 2 less life if we sack the Agent, but we are at 14. We don't really need life that bad. So I think Whisper Agent is our weakest card in play. So we'll sack that. They get a card and a life, but that's okay. Hit with the flyer, and back to you, opponent. I'm holding both cards here because Burglar Rat is a common in this format, and Disinformation Campaign is an uncommon in this format, and I don't want to have to discard a potential game-winning stroke here against a control deck that has a handful of spells, some of which could probably cost 4 or more mana and are pretty powerful. Like, if they Burglar Rats me and I played that Dimir Guildgate, I have to discard Disdainful Stroke. If they Burglar Rats me now, I have a land to discard. The most expensive card in my deck costs 5. I don't really need these lands that badly. Worth noting, there is a higher cost to holding a tap land than an untapped land. Pretend I had 1 6-drop in my deck, like City Watch Sphinx. If I top deck City Watch Sphinx, I could, and this was an island or a swamp, I could hold this because I could just play it, tap all 6 mana, and play the Sphinx, right? You can pretty much always hold 1 untapped land, but a tap land you have to think about is you can't get in play untapped if you draw something expensive. That said, we don't have a City Watch Sphinx. The most expensive card in our deck costs 5, so no big deal. Okay, if I didn't draw a Watcher, I'm not sure if I would attack with this Predator, because Sprite Surveilling is not something I really want to let the opponent do, and I'd be taking 1 to deal them 3. But now that we did draw Watcher, it's a no-brainer. If they have removal, they have removal. It's not a big deal. This turn, we're going to play Watcher. With the Surveil 2, we'll hopefully find another Surveil card, which means next turn the Phantasms are attacking, and the opponent's going to have to do something pretty nice to survive. We're about to make a 5/5 army, assuming we find 1 more Surveil card. And of course, there it is. Easy Bin Swamp. There is no Surveil card in the deck we would ever put it into the graveyard right now. None. If there was a card that said 3 mana, Surveil 1, and that was literally the entire text of the card, I would put it on top of my library. Turn both of these Phantasms into 5/5 attackers against a 3/1, a 1/2, a 1/3, and a 3/2. Yes, please. All right, well played, Miserloo. If the card was literally 3 mana Surveil 1, no text, I would put it on top. If it also said you lose the game, I probably would have put it in the graveyard. 5 mana Surveil 0. As long as it triggers these 2 Phantasms, I'm in. Boo! They bounced all my Phantasms. We're still looking good, though. We're just going to replay everything, and we're not really taking much damage. We blocked the 3/2. We're taking like 5 down to 8. Still a race we're winning comfortably. That was a strong turn for them, though. Ooh, well, it's getting thicker. They have a dead weight too. Okay, the game continues. So I don't think we're going to do better with the Mirror Informant as far as a chump block than chump blocking Reaper. So the only reason to not chump block here would be if we think we're going to Unexplained Disappearance our own Informant. Certainly not impossible. So let's take a look at the board. I think that's unlikely to occur, given this could easily be a tight race. So I'm going to go ahead and chump block to save 3 damage with my O2. But we're not drawing Ritual because we know what we're drawing. But, you know. Whoa, speaking of tight race. All right, now we're all the way down to 5. They have Passwall Adept. But, hey, we have Unexplained Disappearance. I mean, this is now a game. I was not expecting all that. All right, it looks like we're switching to the defense. They just spent a card to deal with some damage. But now, yeah, now we're on our back foot. I can't tap out for Watcher because they'll just use Passwall Adept and make these 2 creatures unblockable and kill me. So it looks like Thoughtbound Phantasm and pass the turn it is. We might lose now. I thought we were fine even after they bounced all 3 creatures, but then they played Deadweight, removing our 1/4 blocker, and Invert Advent to deal us a bunch of damage, which made it so we couldn't recast Watcher. Even after they did the Selective Snare, I thought it was still looking quite comfortable because we could just recast Watcher. But after they dealt us that extra damage with this card, Invert Advent, now I can't tap out for Watcher because I'm under 6 life, which means they could kill me with Passwall Adept. So, yeah, we've got a game now. I mean, we're not dead this turn, I don't think, on board. And then we get to Surveil, and then we'll see what we find. But definitely a tight game now. Having used both Severed Strands already is kind of unfortunate. Another Selective Snare? Wow, this opponent isn't messing around. All right, well, I can't do anything about that. I can't even stroke it. So we're going to block one of those 2 3-power creatures, and we're going to bounce one. The question is which are we going to block, and which are we going to bounce? I think we'd rather kill the Reaper because we have 2 Vapors in the deck, and we haven't seen either of them yet, have we? Nope, and we're about to Surveil, so we have a decent shot with a 19-card library to find a Vapors, right? So I think I'm going to trade with Reaper now. I mean, Banding's probably more broken in Limited, but that's not really the comparison. So they forced us to trade off our Predator, but again, we took no damage this turn. We do need to find that Vapors, or that Leapfrog plus Passwall Adept is pretty scary. If we find our Vapors here, though, which we have 2 of, we go Phantasm, Phantasm, Vapors. It's a pretty great turn for us. If we don't find Vapors, then we play Phantasm Watcher. It's much scarier. But we don't really have a choice. We need to Surveil. There's no way we can just play 2 Phantasms and leave Stroke up. If they play any spell, Leapfrog gets flying. We at least want to make them spend mana to make things unblockable. So, got to play these, and hopefully they're finally out of gas. Don't know if they are or not. Neither of those are going to help us. We're digging for removal for Passwall Adept. We're digging for Memphitic Vapors. We are not digging for Island or Devious Cover-Up. Thanks, Tab Eater. Thank you for supporting 9 months of great Magic content. Yeah, I know. I really hate that we drew both strands in our opening hand, so we cycled the 1 to Radical idea. It was absolutely correct to do it when I did it, but this does demonstrate why I like having Severed Strands in decks like this. Severed Strands would be an excellent card to bail us out now after the opponent kind of tempoed us out. Thank you, DB Burning. Appreciate that subscription. Welcome to the 6-month club. So it's Ritual of Suit now or bust. Swamp, that's not Ritual of Suit. Pretty unfortunate game. I mean, we did a lot of surveilling and all of that, but well played by the opponent. Ritual of Suit? I thought it was Ritual of Soot, like rhymes with foot. Is it Suit or Soot? Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I'm bad at pronouncing things, but I've been trying to say Ritual of Soot. Y'all taught me this one back when it was out. Ritual of Soot rhymes with foot. Okay, cool. This is a pretty ugly hand. I don't think we mulligan. We're on the draw. We've got our 1-drop to slow them down, a 4-drop we can cast. We need 2 swamps to cast Nightveil Predator, but we've got 9 black sources. Radical Idea is a good draw, so that's 10. Do we have any other blue card drawing? Not really. So we have like 10 good draws. It's pretty close. We are on the draw, though, with a 1-drop. I don't know. This is super close, I think. Thank you, Your White. Appreciate that subscription. I think this is actually like super, super close. Like, if somebody wants to like send this to PV for a Keeper Mole article, like this is like the definition of close in my opinion. We're on the draw. We have a 1-drop. We have 4 lands to make our drops. We have 9 black sources. So Radical Idea is a great draw. We also have a Watcher. I think this is just so close. I really don't know. All right, y'all want me to mole? I'll mole. But I also think that hand was super duper close and that y'all are a little risk averse. All right, so do we want to keep... We're going to definitely put back a land here, right? There's no question. So do we want to keep double blue or double black? I know we have... Nightveil doesn't matter. It's double of each. We have Watcher, which is double blue. We have Deadly Visit, which is double black. We have Ritual, which is double black. We have Cover Up, which is double blue. Pretty close again. Oh, yeah, Whisper Agent was a good draw. You're right. Whisper Agent was a good draw as well. That's a card we could cast that would help us dig up a swamp, plus prevent us from getting run over. That said, I'm glad we mulliganed it against turn 1 Goblin Banneret. But I actually think that hand might have been a keep. I think it was super duper close. Because I forgot about Whisper Agent. That was a good draw. So that puts us up to 11 good draws. No Adamant cards in this format, sadly. Okay, you're more than welcome to use a combat trick on my barrier bones. I think if I was 100% they had take card in hand there, I would block. Pretty happy with that exchange. Well, I'm not super happy about this Vapors, but if they had any cheap creatures, they'd probably be in play. We have another one and a Ritual of Soot in our deck, so I'm going to go ahead and cast it. I obviously should have attacked first, although there's creatures with haste anyway, so it's kind of whatever. Okay, I'm going to top both of those. We need double black for Visit. So let's see if they play Sky Knight Legionnaire, and then they attack with both. We need both back so we can double block Bodyguard. So I don't think it's worth dealing them a point of damage. Thank you, ML Jesus. Appreciate that subscription. So I think we're just in chill mode for now. The ground is even. If they do anything to break it open, we can always use our removal later. Don't think there's much reason to kill these. If we draw Ritual of Soot, then we don't want to have removed random 3-drops yet. If they play a pump spell or something and then clear the board, then we'll go ahead and use our removal. I won't be super judicious with Deadly Visit because the Surveil 2 will help us dig to more good cards. But I'm not going to kill Halberder. I would consider Bodyguard, but again, right now, it's not really attacking profitably. Maybe they'll put Maniacal Rage on it, and then I'll kill it after that. Otherwise, we'll just see what else they do. Okay, another nice blocker. Keeps the board even. Easy ship of the land, top of the Notion Rain. Now we do have to decide if we want to Severed Strands, because next turn we're going to... Well, next turn we're going to Notion Rain, which means we'll still have 2 mana for Severed Strands, so we don't need to do it yet. There are cards like Wave that make all creatures unable to block in this format, and the 5 mana 3/3 that taps 2 blockers. So we don't necessarily want to hold everything forever. I think at this point what we've done is correct, but it is important to note that we do want to spend our cards at some point. So the 1/3 can't profitably block any of these 3 creatures anyway, so I think this is a pretty clear double block. We're happy to trade the 1/3 for a 3/2, and there's no other way to do anything besides take 6. This actually was a pretty good turn for us, though. They Luminous Bonds our 5 toughness creature, which means now it's a perfect creature to sack to Severed Strands. Since we have 5 mana, we'll start with Notion Rain, and then most likely we're going to Severed Strands, but we'll see. They're down to 1 card in hand, and they're an aggro deck. I don't think we need this Disinformation campaign. That said, it does draw a card, and we're not really under any pressure, so we should probably top both of these. And now, of course, it's better to sack Crab here to Strands than it is to put out a Phantasm. The only question is, are we killing Bodyguard or Restorer? I think the answer is Bodyguard. Bodyguard can grow the rest of their creatures. Right now, Dimir Informant actually stops both attackers. If they attack with just Restorer, we'll just block. If they attack with both, we'll block Locksmith and take 3, and we're at a comfortable 14. So Dimir Informant's an excellent blocker. Okay, so this turn, if we do play Phantasm and Disinformation campaign, which is probably what I'm going to do, they're going to get to attack with Whelp and ping the Informant, which means the Informant isn't going to be able to block the Restorer. So we're going to take 6 damage. I'm okay with that to get the last card out of their hand, so it's what I'm probably going to do, but it's not free. If we Deadly Visited the Whelp, we have 6 mana. We could go Phantasm, Deadly Visit, and then we're not taking any damage. So I think it is somewhat close, but this card could be a land, but it could also be like a wave or a pump spell or Command the Storm that they've just been holding, or some powerful 6-drop rare or something. So I think it is worth pulling the campaign out of their hand. I mean, pulling the last card out of their hand because we can afford to take 6. But it is worth noting that it's not free, that we take 6 damage now, potentially, that we wouldn't have took otherwise. All right. We always have a game, right? So let's see. We can play Phantasm and Deadly Visit, but we know the Phantasms can't block because they have Defender, and this is a Locksmith, so unless we're Deadly Visiting that, they can't block. We can do the Unexplained Disappearance Disinformation campaign thing and get rid of any one of these right now, but if we get rid of, in order to be able to block with these Phantasms, then we would have to get rid of Locksmith, which means we take 3. Our other option, if we get rid of the Whelp, then we take 5, so that's potentially even worse. Now, for them to be able to attack with the Locksmith, we have to not have anything out that can block it. We could bounce Informant and replay it, but I think we're too far behind for that. So yeah, I think we actually just want to get rid of that Locksmith. And then next turn, we can Deadly Visit away the Whelp. So hopefully they don't draw anything here. It's kind of sad, but I think it's the right move. We don't need that. When Locksmith attacks, creatures with Defender can't block. Thoughtbound Phantasm has Defender. So now with that succession of draws, they have the ability to lethal us here with like a Shore Strike or something. Hopefully they don't. I mean, we have Deadly Visit. We have Severed Strands to gain us life and get us out of this later. But for now, back to the wall. All right, no choices here. We have to kill the Whelp or we die to it. Just go ahead and Deadly Visit it. Seems easy enough. We want Watcher. We don't need Island. I guess maybe we want Island, actually, because then next turn we can play land 7, play Radical Idea, and play Watcher, and just kind of give us a little bit more mana in play and cycle this Radical Idea out of our hand. We do want to play Watcher next turn, because that'll be triggering the Phantasm so they can attack. But land 7, Radical Idea, draw a card, Watcher, that looks pretty good. So I think we'll top them. So really hoping they don't kill us over this next turn or two, because we are going to close out somewhat quick, but we are at 3. So here we go. Those are interesting because they're both decent, but honestly, our best draws right now, since we're winning, are Devious Cover-Up or Severed Strands. Neither of those cards do that, so I think I'm just going to ship both of them. I mean, we could top the Whisper Agent because we have Disinformation Campaign, but we already have to spend 3 mana on Campaign and 2 mana on Radical Idea. So I think I'm just going to ship both of those because our best draws right now are Devious Cover-Up and Severed Strands. We have 1 Severed Strand left in our deck, and we have Devious Cover-Up. And we only have a 13-card library, so there's a decent chance we can draw those. I don't want to die to a removal spell, and we have 3 blockers, and they have 1 3-power attacker, and we're at 3. So this turn is pretty easy. I'm going to send 1 Phantasm. I'm not going to send both. If we send 1, if they top deck a Luminous Bonds or Command the Storm, we still have a good blocker up for their 3-4. If we send both, we lose to multiple commons. Okay, so we can draw a card now for 3 mana or for 2 mana. We have 7, potentially 8, and we're going to have to discard this land to Radical Idea probably anyway. The most expensive card in our deck costs 5, so I think we might as well just draw the card for 3 mana, and then we don't have to discard the Swamp yet. See what we get. All right, we didn't find any of the cards we wanted. Now let's Radical Idea, because if we do find that Severed Strands, and listen, I know we only have 1 Severed Strand here, but we only have 11 cards in our deck. So it's about 9% of the time we're going to draw Severed Strands here. So let's go ahead and Radical Idea right now, see if we do. Because if we draw it, we're going to cast it immediately and then gain a bunch of life, and then they're going to have almost no outs. Hey, look, 9%ers happen. And now we can Severed Strands, we can sack Dimir Informant, kill... I don't know which of these is scarier. I guess it's probably the Swiftblade Vindicator, to be honest. But now we're at 7, and they have almost no outs, right? There's almost nothing that's going to kill us from 7. In fact, I think now we can send both 5/5s because, I mean, what are they going to draw? If they draw removal for this Watcher, they can't hit us for 3 down to 4 because then we'll just hit them for 10 and kill them. So this game now is pretty rough for them. I don't even know if outs exist. And of course, that locks it up. I can't send Watcher there too, necessarily. Then they only need a +4 damage to kill me, right? Like, I didn't have any other on-tap blockers. If I send all 3 of my creatures, yes, it's a 2-turn clock, but I die to, like, Barging Sergeant, which is a common. Okay, no chance I'd ever mulligan this hand. We're on the draw. We have 1-drop, 2-drop, both kinds of mana. A 3-drop that helps us dig for lands 4 and 5. Just gotta hope we draw 1. I'm gonna just do this Ravnica tonight. Next week, I'm open to whatever, including other options like going on Magic Online or doing Throne of Eldraine Best of 3 or Throne of Eldraine Rank Best of 1 to make Mythic. I'm open to whatever. Tonight, I'm just going to do Guilds of Ravnica. I've been kind of doing some guilds. I did a bunch of, Throne for the past month or two straight, so I kind of felt like playing with Guilds of Ravnica the past day or two. So, nothing to Vapors. We could play it just to dig. That doesn't seem necessary. We already have land 4. Let's just pass the turn, I guess. Well, I guess if we're going to pass the turn and do nothing, I might as well pass Wall Adept, and deal a point of damage. I mean, this is kind of embarrassing, but what are you going to do? I could have also attacked with Pass Wall, let them block, and then Vapors. But, I mean, green decks like Celestia make a lot of 1-toughness creatures sometimes. Vapors might end up being a powerful card against them. I also have a second Vapors, and if I find that, double Vapors might wipe their board. So I don't think I really want to spew Vapors like that. So sometimes dealing them 1 on turn 3 when you're not under pressure is all you got, right? So, not much going on here. Happily Whisper Agent, Surveil, see what we dig up next. We're not under any pressure, but we're definitely not in a position to be doing any attacking. And to be frank, this is right where we want to be. I mean, we have a control deck. We have counters. We have card drawing. We have late game. We have islands that we don't need. At this point, we're shipping any land. Just trying to find our Disinformation Campaign, our Notion Rain, our Night Veil Predator. Devious Cover-Up is a really good draw. Even Disdainful Stroke is a pretty good draw, because if they do anything powerful, it's probably going to cost more than 4 mana. Let's see, can we do anything on board? If we attack with Agent, they can block Pump. We could use Vapors. We are 1 Surveil away from Phantasm. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. Is there any way if we attack with, like, Coin Crab and Whisper Agent, it's going to work out awesome for us? If they put, like, the 4/3 on the Crab and, like, Dissonant on Agent and Pump, we can Vapors and kill the Ceratok. We'll lose the Crab, too. That's about a break-even trade. It's not particularly exciting. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out, you're right, Equations of Motion, but I was trying to figure out if we had a good attack that would let us play Vapors, because Phantasm's on 3, so with Surveil 2, then it would have 4, and then Deadly Visit next turn can turn it on. But that said, I think that Equations of Motion is right. I do not believe that we have a good attack involving playing Vapors this turn, so we'll just get them for 3 with our Agent and pass. I'm well aware that we could make the Agent unblockable. I hadn't gotten to that yet because I was trying to figure out their blocks, because it would be good for us if we could cast Vapors. Okay, so I think we'll start the party end of their next turn. So for this turn, same thing, but next end of their turn, if they don't do anything, we're going to bounce something, and then we can untap, Deadly Visit, attack with everything. Game will be over. I always like just chilling based. Story of my life. Well, we don't have to counter that. That dies to Vapors. So our choice now is to bounce one of these 2 creatures and then kill the other with Visit, or to stroke that and then we can, like, Disappearance something and Severed Strand something. We have infinite life. They're also probably just dead, basically, so I don't think this actually matters. I think I would rather just bounce the 4-drop, though, because that one they have to actually pay 4 mana for. Rosemane has Convoke, so I'm going to go ahead and bounce Wild Ceratok, and then untap and Deadly Visit the Rosemane Centaur. Then we can hit them for 11. Even Bounty of Might's not killing us, so I'm not really worried about anything. I don't know if there's any way they can restabilize. They're going to have to kill Pass Wall Adept. Goodbye, lands. Sorry, Professor. I do respect teaching and learning, though. I do still play poker from time to time, way less than I used to, though. I'm hoping to transition into like more and more Magic projects and more and more streaming and get to the point where I don't have to play poker at all anymore sooner or later. So we're on the play. Island's a really good draw. We have 9 of those. There's not really any other good draws. I think we need to mull this. Whenever you have a hand like this on the play, if I only have my 8 to 9 mana sources, I usually mull. But if I had like 2 or 3 cheap black cards that had Surveil that I could cast, so I had more like 11 to 12 good draws, then I would think about keeping it. So this is a mull. This is, of course, a keep. What are we going to put back? We don't want to put back a land because we have Deadly Visit. I think the bounce spell probably makes the most sense. This is like a tempo card. It doesn't really help this hand at all. Kind of going down another card. I'm not going to play the barrier here turn 1. The reason for that is we don't know yet. I've talked about this concept from time to time. So we don't know yet whether we need lands or spells because we have 3 lands and 3 spells on turn 1 here, and one of our spells costs 5. So a land was a fine draw for us. Not great, not horrible. So you want to hold your barrier, your surveil cards, until you know what you need, if possible. Now, obviously, if they put out a creature that can attack us, and barrier can block it, there's value in playing barrier, right? But for the moment, I'd rather hold it until I know whether I can surveil lands to the graveyard or not. That's how you get more value out of it. Dominaria is my favorite of the past couple of years, followed by M20. I am not boycotting Eldraine because of Oko. It's a mythic. It doesn't show up that often in Limited. It's runing standard. It's not. It doesn't actually come up that often in Limited. I've just played Infinite Eldraine now over the past couple months. Now that the Eldraine MC is over, I kind of felt like doing some Guilds of Ravnica. And see, this is what I'm talking about. Of course, I'm going to play the Whisper Agent here, but do we top or bottom this? We have 1 5-drop. We already have 2 swamps. I think I'm going to get rid of it because we only need to draw 1 more land the rest of the game. But clearly, there's not a ton of value in Surveil there when our hand has a good 5-drop we want to cast in it. And now you see we drew another good 5-drop and not a land or a card drawing spell. So now I'm actually going to top a land if we see one. A land that I just surveilled away. Yeah, that's not land 5, so that looks like a graveyard to me. Tonight, I'm going to be doing only Ravnica. Not necessarily for as long as it's on or anything like that. Monday, I may do all Throne of Eldraine. But tonight, I will be doing Ravnica Best of 1. I'll probably do 3 drafts, play them all the way through, this being the first. So blocking here is a no-brainer. They already turned on Surveil, which means this draws a card if it hits us. If they play something like Dazzling Lights, who even cares? They played a card, we lost a card. They're not drawing extra cards since their creature was blocked. Sadly, we drew a tap land. I would greatly prefer an on-tap land. No, I have not done any MTGO Throne of Eldraine drafts. I've done some in person and a million on Arena. So now, normally you would say, like, would you chump block a 2/3 Death Toucher at 18? Of course not. But if this hits us, they draw a card. I think the best I can do with this Barrier Bones is sack it to prevent the opponent from drawing a card, so I'm going to block. So nothing for Laziv to really turn into yet. If we kill one of their creatures, they can Laziv into that. So that looks like Watcher is probably the best drop this turn. If they attack with the Sprite and Surveil to give this Darkblade Agent Death Touch, we can block the Sprite with Watcher. So maybe they don't have removal. Who knows? It's a good draw. At least they can't interact with it, potentially. There's no reason to play the land, because next turn we're going to either play Deadly Visit or Predator. We can't play two things. I went 5-1 in the drafts at the MC. My first blue-black was pretty good. I had like 3 Witching Wells, 2 Sir Conrads, just like a blue-black controller stack. My second one, I had 2 Into the Stories, but I couldn't find any Secret Keepers or anything to turn them on. So I ended up playing a bunch of 1-drops, and it was a cool deck. I went 2-1. I lost a close match to a mono blue control deck that was really good. It was like a super tight match. So this game is, of course, not looking good. But if they don't have stroke for this, it's hard to interact with a Night Veil Predator. If they counter that, I'll right-click concede. But if this resolves, I don't know, it gets interesting. I mean, they can Surveil and turn on their agent, and I have to take 2 more. But if they want to alpha, then I can eat, like, House Guild Mage. So we'll see what happens if that resolves. Is eating Laziv better than eating House Guild Mage? I don't know. Probably not. I mean, we take 1 extra point of damage, and they have to spend mana, which is valuable when they only have 5 lands and have 4 cards in hand to turn this into House Guild Mage. I think I would rather eat the House Guild Mage, have an extra point of life. I can always kill the Laziv later. Okay, so they didn't have any weird ways to interact with Predator. There's not a lot, but there's some. I obviously can't block Darkblade Agent because they'll just House Guild Mage. So we have to let them get a card here, as much as it pains me. I mean, usually you play it for 0 in Constructed, Lucifer. In Limited, I would delay sometimes if I didn't need anything. Like if my hand was 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, and 4 lands, and then Once Upon a Time, let's say that was my 8 cards on turn 1, I would not play Once Upon a Time for 0 on turn 2. I would just play my 2-drop, my 3-drop, my 4-drop, and then in the late game I would play Once Upon a Time. All right, so they play Pass Wall Adept. They can give things unblockable, but we're not taking that much damage this turn. We have 2 choices here, Watcher and Deadly Visit. Both have Surveil 2, which will allow us to see 3 cards for next turn to find Ritual of Soot, which is by far our best card and our most likely way to win this game. If we put out the Watcher, we have 2 great blockers. They could still attack with Pass Wall Adept, but they have to spend their mana. If we put out Deadly Visit, we can kill like the Agent, and then they actually don't really have much in the way of an attack. If they play a land, they could attack with Laziv and pay 3 and turn it into Agent. So this is a pretty interesting spot. What happens if they kill Watcher and attack with everything? We're not dead yet. So I think I'm just going to drop Watcher. It's a better play if we find the card we're looking for, which is Ritual of Soot. Those 2 cards basically don't help us. New chair. Sweet Carnux gaming chair. My first official actual gaming chair. We made it, y'all. I'm a real esports gamer now. Magic is finally there. Thank you again, Mage Market and Carnox, for sending me this amazing gaming chair. It is very comfortable. Supports your back, really nice and all that. Night Veil Predator is just doing a ton of work. Oh, yeah. Get a gaming chair and your game ticks up like multiple notches. No, it's obviously the same, but it is a nice chair and it is really comfortable and I do really appreciate it. Thank you again, Carnox and Mage Market. Okay, so we're at 7. If they pay their 6 mana, deals 4. I'm okay with that. So again, I still think we'd rather play Watcher here. We might play Land Burglar we might not. Let's play. We probably should for the extra blocker, just in case they like bounce Watcher or something. But we can play the Watcher first. Let's see what we get. So I think we want both of those. Notion Rain, next turn we'll have 7 mana. We can dig a lot of cards to try and find Ritual of Soot. Severed Strands looks pretty good. We have a Burglar Rat now that we can sack to the Strands to kill one of their good creatures. So I think I'm just going to top those both. Notion Rain first, I think. Guess we're not going to see that many cards to find Ritual if we're topping these, but I don't think we're in that bad a shape on board after we draw Notion Rain and Severed Strands. We're definitely losing, like, we need to cast Ritual of Soot sooner or later, but it should be fine later. It doesn't need to be super soon, I don't think. I think we'll be able to cast Rain. I mean, we might end up dead, but I can always sack Watcher instead of Burglar Rat to Severed Strand. Next turn, we have the ability to play Deadly Visit and Severed Strand if we want. Oh, no, because I put the Notion Rain on top, so that may have been bad. But we'll see. If they want to deal us a bunch of damage this turn, like by giving 2 creatures unblockable, they can put us to 3. But then they're not adding to the board or anything. They're not even drawing cards. So we'll see what happens. So that was definitely not ideal. Assume it's a pretty easy block on House Guildmage. 2, 3, 4, 5 puts us to 2. Then we cast Visit on Passwall Adept, and they have 3 creatures and we die. Looks like we're dead. I should have topped the Severed Strands, huh? If I could go Watcher and then Severed Strands, I don't think we'd be dead. Well, for now, this is a pretty clear block, I think. They also didn't spend their 3 mana, so they're probably up to something. Okay, so we were just dead either way. I do blame the chair. All right, so I think I'm going to keep this. Similar to that other super close one. Stroke actually doesn't slow them down, but Disinformation Campaign is one of the best cards in our deck. So if we find a single swamp, we're good. We also have Whisper Agent and Radical Idea, so that's 11 good draws. So think this is a keep on the draw. Hey, island number 4, just what we were hoping for. Okay, so it looks like the opponent's discarding. For a blue and a black, there's not really negate or anything. The counters in this format are Disdainful Stroke, Sinister Sabotage, and Devious Cover-Up. So I think we want to play a 3-mana card, and Disinformation Campaign is always the best one to get out going first, because that means if we Notion Rain, we'll get to pick it back up. No, I didn't spew playing a land first and then drawing a tap land. We drew our Swamp this turn. So for now, we can use all our mana. I couldn't care less if they stroke that or not. Pretty easy turn. So Thief of Sanity is pretty much kill on sight, except we have Night Veil Predator. I mean, there's almost nothing that can kill Night Veil Predator here. So I think we can play Predator and not Deadly Visit Thief of Sanity. If we do dig up Ritual of Soot, then the Thief will die, and the Night Veil Predator should stop it. I'm not particularly scared of them having like a pump spell, because my creature has Death Touch, so I would still kill theirs. Yeah, the Hexproof's a big deal here. If this card didn't have Hexproof, I would definitely have played Deadly Visit on Thief, because they could just Unexplained Disappearance the Predator and then hit with the Thief. You can never let your opponents hit with Thief. That card is super scary. So we can't really attack because we need the Predator back to block the Thief. I don't think Wishcoin Crab right now is changing anything. So as long as we're not going to have to discard, I think I'd rather play Notion Rain. So let's figure that out. We have 7 cards. We haven't played a land yet. So if we Notion Rain, we go up 1 card. That puts us to 8. Disinformation Campaign goes into our hand. That puts us to 9. Then we play a land. That puts us to 8. So then we play the crab, not the campaign, or we would have to discard. So it looks like we'll probably start with Rain, but then play crab unless we find something else. Because I don't want to have to discard a spell. I don't want to throw any resources away with a good hand like this, right? So now we have 8. If I played campaign, we would still have 8 because it comes into play and then draws a card. So I think we'll just replay crab so we don't have to discard. And we finish the turn with 7 in hand. No spewed resources. There's no reason to kill the Thief and swing. Night Veil Predator is only hitting for 3. It's not like hitting with it is that strong of a thing or whatever. And the Night Veil Predator is shutting down the Thief of Sanity. If we draw second Vapors, we can double Vapors away the Thief almost for free and maybe other stuff. If we draw Ritual of Soot, the Thief's going to die to it. We could always kill it later when we're ready to start attacking, but there was no real reason to be doing it yet. All right, so this turn, we have 8 mana. We can play Campaign and Dowser. So let's start with Campaign and see what we get. Then, of course, we're going to hold the Predator back to stop the Thief. No reason to hold the Crab back. There's not really any reason to hold up Stroke here. I mean, we're not playing Constructed. Even if they cast, like, Ral, I'll just attack it. There's not, like, anything super scary. Like, there's not a need to keep up Stroke in this position. So I think right now I want to Unexplained Disappearance, though. We're not scared of any sweepers, because those would cost 4 or more, and we will leave Stroke up this turn. So what I want to do is bounce Campaign and Surveil, so I can dig to my Devious Cover-Up, or just, you know, dig through my deck and find my other good cards. That's a pretty easy top, because it's a nice card with Flash that we can play at the end of their turn. And then, of course, it's basically a free card because it'll gate the Disinformation Campaign. It'll return this to our hand, and then we'll just play it and draw another card. Okay, no shot on Earth I would ever counter that here. Disdainful Stroke stops bomb rares, sweepers, cards that could actually get them back in this game. Hammer Dropper, not going to do it. We have a Taste the Rainbow emote. It's for when I have 5 colors of cards after, like, you know, pack 1, like 5 colors of actual playables, and I'm not committed to any of them yet. So, yeah, we call that the Rainbow, because sometimes the way I draft, I end up with 5 different colors of cards after, like, 6 or 7 picks, and that's why we have our Rainbow emote. Yeah, there it is. Rachel made that. Well, this hand does nothing at the moment, except we can dump our whole hand, and then as long as we find Surveil, then we win. So this is a snap keep, and our hand is amazing, assuming we draw some Surveil cards, which we have like 10 of. This hand plays out pretty nicely. There's no advantage to leaving Stroke up on turn 2, because they can't play a 4-mana spell yet. So this turn now we can play the other Phantasm, and then we can get our tap land in play. Still haven't found anything, though. So now our hand kind of does nothing. Luckily, the opponent missed a land drop and isn't really doing anything either yet. I would rather have drawn any Surveil card in the deck, but it's not like that's a bad draw. Hey, that's a perfect draw. That should pretty much close out this game. Not only we get Surveil 2 to find more Surveil cards, the Disinformation Campaign goes back to our hand. That looks like the correct order, because next turn we can play the Campaign and then play the Dimir Informant. And I think this game is 100% over now. No ELD drafts tonight. Maybe again next week, but tonight we're just going to do best of 1 Guilds of Ravnica. Goodbye, lands. I'm checking to make sure I can deadly visit my own creature. Because if they don't play a creature, oh yes, I will be deadly visiting Dimir Informant here. These 2 Thoughtbound Phantasms currently can't attack, but if I kill my own Dimir Informant, yes, they can. Just going to refill my water. So this time, even though we're on the play with a 2-lander, it's a pretty easy keep. Radical Idea actually digs for 2 more cards, because if we have to jumpstart it, we will. Plus, we have Burglar Rats, Severed Strands, so we can actually cast, like, a lot of cards here. So if we didn't draw a land this turn, I would not have played Burglar Rat, because hitting land drop 3 turn 3 is more important than getting a 1/1 in play on turn 2. Since we did hit a land, now it becomes an interesting choice, because we know we already have land 3 next turn for Dimir Informant. That said, I still think we run a Radical Idea, because if there's a lot of things we'd rather do before Dimir Informating, potentially. Like, if we are able to find Notion Rain or Disinformation Campaign, I would rather play either of those next turn than a 1/4 that isn't currently blocking anything. And as I talked about, you want as much information as you can get before you surveil. So if we have other things like card drawing and we're not under any pressure, I'd rather see what my hand looks like if I draw lands or spells and surveil a turn or 2 later than surveil next turn. So I think the right play here is Radical Idea, not Burglar Rat, and then we'll get a new card off Idea, we'll get a new card for our turn, and then we'll evaluate after we see those 2 cards. Hello, Ardvatar. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you for tuning in and supporting the stream. I appreciate it. People have been playing a lot of selective snares tonight. Okay, so now we drew 3 lands, so we know we can just surveil away any lands, that we don't need more. So now I think I'm happy to put the Informant out, because any lands we see are just easy ships to the graveyard. Vapors, I think we're probably going to also ship. Yeah, Vapors doesn't look good against them at all. We're looking for Ritual of Soot. We're looking for Disinformation Campaign. We're looking for Devious Cover-Up. We're looking for Watcher. We're looking for Night Veil Predator. We are not looking for Vapors or Island. So if we want to play Dowser next turn, we want to get our tap land in play this turn. We're still in no hurry to Burglar Rats. They have 4 cards in hand. So I think this turn looks like Pass Wall Adept. And then we can just slide our Guildgate in play. And that's somewhat important, because next turn we might tap out for Dowser, and then after that we can pay 3 mana and make it unblockable if we don't draw our other Vapors or something that kills Poisoner. Or if they want to attack with Poisoner, I think I'm good with that. I don't really expect to need Dimir Informant as a good blocker against a blue-black deck. There's a good chance they have the -3/-0, though, and I don't want to let them play that. So this spot is interesting. If I knew they had nothing, I would snap block with Informant here, but they have this Thoughtbound Phantasm, and they could easily be holding Dazzling Light, -3/-0, Surveil 2. It's just a point of damage. I don't want to give them a profitable opportunity to play Dazzling Light. So I'm not blocking. It's not because I care about Informant. I will happily trade Informant for Poisoner. It's because I don't want to give them a profitable opportunity to play a Surveil card. Okay, I'm just going to slap down Dowser. If they have a counter, good beats. If not, good beats. It's just a random 4/5. It's not particularly important to me. It needs to get in play for it to be able to do work. Thank you for subscribing, Beer Token. Appreciate the support. Same as last turn. Again, if I knew they had nothing, I would snap trade Dimir Informant for Hired Poisoner, but I'm not going to give them the opportunity to play Dazzling Light profitably. Thank you, Dubs Gordon. Appreciate that subscription. Okay, so we have an extra land. There's nothing that we're in a hurry to Severed Strands here. So for starters, let's Radical Idea. Let's get rid of this swamp and see what we get. Again, I would just as happily trade the Dimir Informant. The reason I haven't been blocking is because I don't want to let them play Dazzling Light. They have a Phantasm. I know we can deal with it later with Strands, but also the 1 a turn is near meaningless. So for now, we'll play Rat and Barrier because we don't know the top card. And then we can evaluate from there. I think that's good enough to top. It's not one of our best draws. We're really hoping for Notion Rain, Disinformation Campaign, Night Veil Predator, Watcher in the Mist. But I don't think we want to be bottoming or binning a 3-2 flash here. Just going to slap that on top. They may put out another 1-1 or something. I mean, I'm going to Vapors away the Poisoner at some point. But for all we know, we'll end up in a spot where we're able to attack and kill 2 creatures with Vapors. The Rat's not going to die. We have Severed Strands. It's not going to die to Vapors. So for this turn, we now don't know the top card of our deck anymore. So we're probably going to want to cast Severed Strands and then either Vapors or Agent. I think Thoughtbound Phantasm and Watcher in the Mist. I think it's pretty close which one we kill. We have ground creatures, but a 5/5 is going to be tough. This Phantasm does die to Ritualist, and Watcher doesn't. So that's an argument for killing Watcher. They also do have to have another Surveil card to turn it on. So I think it's a pretty close choice. I also could just triple block the Phantasm with Whisper Agent, Dimir Informant, and Passwall Adept. If it's a 5/5, they'll get to kill the Adept and the Agent, but I don't care that much about that. So I think what I'm going to do here is Severed Strands, Watcher, sacking Rat, and just shift the turn to the opponent. Thank you for resubscribing, Sox Champ. Appreciate that. Thank you to everybody subscribing. I know I was away for a week for the MC, so a ton of people subscribed last night. Really, really appreciate everybody resubscribing. It's like a secret fear of every streamer that whenever you take a week off or something, everyone will be gone when you're back. I know it's not like actually going to be the case or whatever, but it's just like something that's always in the back of your mind. But I really do appreciate the support and everybody tuning right back in and subscribing and all that. I sacked the Rat because I have Vapors, and I'm going to probably play Vapors pretty soon because I want the Surveil too to dig to my good cards, and they have a Poisoner. Rat dies to Vapors, so that's the reason I sacked it there. That's a good question. No block for the exact same reason. I can't expect more value out of Vapors, and I want to cast Vapors because I don't know the top card of my deck now. So there's a lot of value now in casting Vapors. So what I'm going to do here is Passwall Adept so I can get in my 3 damage. And then I'll Vapors away the Poisoner, which I'm not excited about. But the reason I'm doing it is more for the Surveil than it is for killing the Poisoner. So we're definitely bidding Island. But the Disdainful Stroke is a tough choice. It's not one of our best draws, but it's a card we do want in our hand if this game goes long. But if they play a Surveil card, we have a 5/5 we have to deal with. And they might play a Surveil card this turn. So this is a really hard choice. I think I'm going to shift the Stroke. I mean, our library is loaded, right? We have, like, Night Veil Predator, Watcher in the Mist, Deadly Visit. We have Severed Strands. We have Disinformation Campaign. We have Notion Rain. We have Devious Cover-Up. Like, we have a lot of really good draws. So I don't want to take 5 here and then draw a Disdainful Stroke. I think we'll see. I'm going to take this 1 hit, and then I'll start chumping probably. But because we might draw Severed Strands or something this turn. But I don't think we want to draw Disdainful Stroke here. We also might draw Notion Rain or Campaign or other card drawing, and we've already used Radical Idea, so I think we should be playing lands if we draw them. Okay, so now I don't think I want to take another hit now that we're already down to 12, an actual medium life total. So I'm going to go ahead and chump block. I forgot Ritual of Soot. That's another pretty good draw. It's not amazing. It kills all the creatures we have right now, too. But it would deal with the 5/5. Leave them with just a 1/3. So hopefully we'll draw some of those good draws that I've been naming. So let's say we chump, and we block there, and we take 5, because we need to chump for next turn anyway. We're at 6. Next turn, we block the Phantasm. We're taking 7, but hopefully we'll draw at least a removal, if not something good. What happens if we draw Ritual of Soot? That makes us want to double chump this turn, keep our life total higher. But if we draw like a removal spell, well, no, if we draw removal, we're going to kill the 6/6 anyway, and we might draw Ritual of Soot. Oh, but we also could draw Severed Strands. Assuming I have a Severed Strands left, I can't double chump. Yeah, and we do. So yeah, that makes it not really a decision. Can't shut off Severed Strands. So block, block. Hopefully it's not too little, too late. So the only choice now, we have to block the 2 big ones. The only choice is which one do we block with Predator. Now you might be saying, of course you're going to block the bigger one, right? Not necessarily. We have Ritual of Soot in our deck. We have 16 cards, so we're about 6.5% to draw it. We also have Disinformation Campaign that cycles. We have Notion Rain, which might see 4 cards, and we're actually only going to 3, so we can still cast Notion Rain. Ritual of Soot might be our best way back into this game. I mean, we can't Notion Rain into Ritual of Soot because the Muse Drake will live and kill us, but I'm not really sure if we want to kill the 6/6 or kill the 4/5 that doesn't die to Ritual of Soot here. If we draw like Deadly Visit, we're killing the other one anyway. I mean, we're dying to the little swarm of creatures, but... I think Ritual of Soot might be our only out at this point. So I think we have to block like this. I mean, we have cantrips into it, but I'm not sure we can win this game aside from Ritual of Soot. Well, Severed Strands, 1 turn too late. Good games, good games. Yeah, so we never saw Soot once. That was somewhat unfortunate. 4 and 3, that deck was really good. Pretty disappointing. Let's get to another draft. Well, there's 2 cards we can consider here. If you take anything else, you're making a serious mistake. Find Finality is one of the best rares in the format. It's super flexible, and it's easy to play in a lot of decks. But green is the weakest color in this format. Murmuring Mystic is in blue, which is the best color in this format. I think it's the best uncommon in the set. It could easily just be considered a broken card if it was a rare or whatever. It is just like an incredible card that single-handedly wins games. It's tough to kill. It's a good blocker the turn you play it. So I think Find Finality is better, and I think it's the right choice unless you're trying to avoid green because it's the weakest color. But I wouldn't blame someone for taking Murmuring Mystic. If you take Deadly Visit or Beacon Bolt over Find Finality, you're going too far. But Murmuring Mystic is incredible too. But I also really like that Find Finality is splashable. Like if we draft a blue-black deck, we can just play this sweet sweeper. You can always play it for black-black and get back 2 dead creatures. And if we draw one of our couple green sources, then we can sweep the board. Find Finality is very flexible, easy to play in a lot of decks, very easy to splash. So I think Fine Finality is the right pick. Mystic in a not too far second place. So this is interesting. Necrotic Wound is quite good in Golgari Undergrowth. If you're working to have Death Touch creatures and things that put creatures in the graveyard, it becomes a pretty cheap surprise removal spell since it's a 1-mana instant and you can get people in combat. City Watch Sphinx is a pretty nice card also, though, if you're going to play a control deck. You can, even though it costs 6, it still synergizes pretty well in the same type of decks that Fine Finality does. I wouldn't really consider anything else in this pack. The commons are pretty bad. I think that Necrotic Wound is a card that is a bit underrated because if you go Dimir, you don't have a high enough creature count for this to be a good card. But if you go Golgari, you're looking to put creatures in the graveyard, and you're looking to play a high creature count. Hey, that's awesome. Welcome from Australia, Lachium. One of my favorite countries that I've been to outside of America. I have the fortune of being there twice for Pro Tours. Sphinx is okay and is worse than Watcher. I agree with all of that base, but Watcher is awesome, so it's not really a great measurement of a card of is it better or worse than Watcher. But I do take Watcher over Sphinx, yes. So I think we're going to go with Necrotic Wound here. But it looks like we kind of went the wrong way. There's no Golgari cards in this pack I would ever consider, but Thoughtbound Phantasm is fantastic. So, and if we play Dimir, Fine Finality is still a great card. We'll play a Green Sorcerer too, and you can always cast Find. And I'm definitely not taking Undercity Uprising over Thoughtbound Phantasm just because of these cards. If this pack had like a Rhizome Lurcher and a Thoughtbound Phantasm, it would be an interesting close pick. But the Golgari cards in this pack are not good. This is a really good Dimir card, so we're drafting it. There was a Mystic pack 1, but I went with Fine Finality. So now let's see. Rampaging Monument, not great, not horrible. There's plenty of multicolor cards in this format. It can definitely grow. I think the card might be a little underrated. Like, it does grow to a 4/4 and a 5/5, but it's not an exciting card. Otherwise, Pitiless Gorgon is pretty solid, especially if we're going to do like black, blue, splash green and not black, blue, splash red. It makes it a little easier to cast. It's good in Golgari. I don't want to take Severed Strands or Vapors this early over other like decent playables because they're both good cards, but they're both cards you only want a couple copies of, and we'll probably have access to them later. I think the Gorgon is just the safe pick here. The Gorgon keeps you open also because we're kind of waffling between Golgari and Dimir. Gorgon's fine in either deck. Okay, this is a pretty easy assassin. This card is excellent. It's a walking removal spell, which is exactly what you want to turn on Undergrowth. So this is just exactly what Golgari wants. It's just a good, efficient card that's actually just designed really well. It doesn't usually win the game or take over games, but it does exactly what Golgari wants. There's no cards in this pack that really matter. I don't particularly like this card, but if we get enough little enablers, like if we get 3 Burglar Rats or something, maybe I'll play it. There's no other Golgari or Dimir cards for our main deck. Nothing to consider. So now it's between Hired Poisoner and Generous Stray. Never want to get run over. I'll always take the first copy of Hired Poisoner pretty aggressively. No reason to think we're going to splash blue at the moment. We're certainly not splashing for Phantasm. We're not committed to this. We could still play Dimir and just splash Fine Finality. The only card we would lose is Ocran Assassin. At this point, we're basically just mono black. And we're going to play either black-blue or black-green, and we don't know which. But our cards work better in black-green. This card doesn't have to be splashed. This is more of a black-green card, and this is a black-green card. And we don't really have Surveil yet. So we're leaning Golgari. Dimir is still an option. Pretty much nothing else is. So do we want Circuitous Route? Our cards are not very expensive. A Fine Finality costs 6. I don't necessarily think Circuitous Route is offering us anything good. I think we might rather just have Crow Forgers here. This tends to be like a grindy, like control-ish deck, Golgari, where you're trying to make trades and you're taking damage. I think Forgers is actually just a stronger card. There's a late Lurcher. That's an awesome pickup for us. We're pretty committed to Golgari now. Between Ocarina Assassin, Lurcher, Forgers, we're kind of getting all the Golgari cards. Vicious Rumors isn't really playable, so I'll still take Cover Up in case we go to Mirror. But we're trying to go Golgari. Let's see how Undercity Uprising is. Doesn't work with Poisoner. Like, it dies and doesn't really help us. Doesn't work with Assassin or Gorgon particularly. It works with nothing we have at the moment. I'm going to grab the blocker. Always happy to pick up a Vapors. These cards don't matter. Never play Fog in your main deck unless it has Cycling. And let's go to pack 2. Okay, this is a pretty easy pick. Status Statue is excellent. Sometimes you make a really strong tempo play and you're able to kill a creature for 1 mana. Other times, it's just 4 mana, like bake into a pie. Instead of getting a food, you get to choose. You can also kill an enchantment or artifact. It's just a really nice removal spell. Mausoleum Secrets, I would consider in a deck like this. Again, we can tutor up Fine Finality, so we have a broken black card to get. And we are playing like a heavy creature deck, most of which have Death Touch, and we're going to try and trade things off. If it comes back, this is a card to think about, but I would never take it over Status Stature. We take Status Statue, and then if that comes back, it's on our radar. So this is an embarrassing pick. This deck does want Generous Stray. We want to have creatures that cycle and we can chump with, or we can sack to Severed Strands and things like that. We need to put creatures in our graveyard to turn on Lurchers and Forger, Necrotic Wound. Now, I don't want to second pick Generous Stray, but I'm going to take it here because, well, there's nothing in the pack, so. Whisper Agent's pretty good in this deck. Surveil can allow you to mill a creature and turn on your Undergrowth. It also just helps you hit land drops. Whisper Agent is just a super efficient card. This is my kind of Magic card. Whisper Agent doesn't win you the game, but it always trades about even and nets you a Surveil 1. That's a really small, subtle advantage that goes a long way in Limited. If you need lands, you surveil a spell away, dig to your lands. If you need spells, you might surveil a land away. It might give you a free creature in the yard towards Undergrowth. It's not a great card, but it's a really efficient card. So our deck looks like it's going to have a pretty good late game. So we might want stuff like Grappling Sundew. Otherwise, it's just Hired Poisoner number 2 here. We have 1 Vapors, so we don't love 1 Toughness creatures. If we pick up the 0/3 walls for 1 that sack a wall to draw a card, we can use those to sack the Sundew, and then sack the wall itself and turn on Undergrowth, dig to our good cards. I could see us playing this, especially if we pick up 1 or 2 of those. It's called Portcullis Vine. If we pick up 1 or 2 Portcullis Vines, I could definitely see us playing Grappling Sundew. All right, interesting pick between Giant and Lurcher. Giant's a finisher I really like to have 1 of in these kind of decks, but I don't think I can take it over Lurcher. Lurcher is just one of the staple cards of this deck. If you manage to make a couple of trades, or you Vapors and surveil away some creatures, this can be a 4-mana 4/4 on turn 4 pretty easily. In the late game, it's just a 4-mana 7/7. Rhizome Lurcher is kind of the staple common of Golgari in this format. Thank you, Kevana. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks for supporting the stream. All right. I'm just going to take Shieldmane in case we come up short 2-drops because we don't have many right now. I hope I don't play it, but there's no way I'm going to end up playing Dowser in this deck. 3rd Lurcher. I'll take as many of those as you want to give me. Keep the Lurchers coming. These cards don't really matter. We probably won't play Prey Upon in our deck full of small Death Touch creatures. I don't think these cards can possibly matter. Pretty sure that these cards do not matter. Let's get to pack 3. Well, we don't need more Lurchers, but I'll take as many as I can get. I mean, I would rather have like a Deadly Visit or something like that, or a Broken Rare uncommon, but this rare is good if you're 5-color, bad otherwise. This card is good. It's pretty easy to trade up a couple mana with it, and we're going to play a heavy creature deck, but I wouldn't take it over Rhizome Lurcher. I'm not interested in splashing for Disinformation Campaign. We have a few Surveil cards. We don't have a Surveil deck. We have a Whisper Agent and a Vapors. That's about it. So this is a pretty easy Rhizome Lurcher. It's not a great first pick, but it's not a horrible one. Again, I'm pretty unhappy with these picks, though. There's no card in this pack that I want to take second pick here. Hired Poisoner is a fine playable for our deck. Child of Night is a little better in this deck than it is in blue-black. If you trade it off, that Lifelinkers are near impossible to race early. So if you force your opponent to trade, then you can you're turning on Undergrowth, so there's upside there. Whereas in the blue-black deck, it doesn't really do anything for you if you force an early trade. In this deck, anytime you force an early trade, that has value. Poisoner's probably just a better card, though. Okay, we need the early drops. Again, I'm not happy with these picks. I was hoping to get uncommons, rares, deadly visits with my early picks, not medium creatures. These are the kind of cards, Hired Poisoner and Dissident. They're fine playables, but I'm hoping to take those 6th pick, not 1st and 2nd and 3rd pick. But there's no other Dimir cards. I'm not looking to splash Artful Takedown. I have no mana fixing, so we'll just take a 2-drop that we need. This pack is going horribly for us. Pack 2 went well, but this pack is going very poorly. And again, I'm just going to take a Beatles. I mean, you can put the counter elsewhere, chump with the 1/1 to turn on Undergrowth. Again, it's not great, but we need the early drops, and this pack has no good Golgari cards in it either. This pack has gone about as bad as a pack could ever go. Like, I don't want, like, any of these cards, really. They're just, like, moderate playables. They're not stuff I want to be taking early, and we've got no good cards this entire pack. Despite my opponent killing me with that haste Golgari thing last night, that card is still unplayable. You should still never put it in your deck. It is, and you know I don't say that often. I try and find uses for everything and try and explain when cards become better or worse. But that card is just so situational. Like, if you have 2 creatures in your yard, it's a 4-mana 2/2 haste. It is not that easy to get 2 creatures in your yard every time you want it. And a 4-mana 2/2 haste is a horrendous card. So Lurcher, if you get 2 creatures in your yard, is a 4-mana 4/4. That's a good card. A 4-mana 2/2 haste is abysmal. So that card is just horrendous. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're going to play 17 lands. I don't think there's anything in the sideboard except maybe another gate if we want it. Let's see what we're going to cut. Recluse isn't really offering us anything since we don't have the 4-mana fight that gives Death Touch. We want our creatures to trade. With a deck like this, we're not looking to stalemate the board. We're looking to trade all of our creatures off so that we can power up Undergrowth. So I think Recluse is pretty bad. Necrolisk, we didn't get there on that card. I'll play it if I have a lot of Burglar Rats, but otherwise I'm not. 3 Generous Strays just looks like way too many. Again, we don't really have sack synergies, so probably don't want Barrier of Bones. Yep, everything else looks fine. Pretty easy cuts there, I think. Do we want to play Prey Upon? Nope. Prey Upon is bad with little Death Touch creatures because your creatures die. It's good with, like, 4-mana 4/4s and stuff, and there's just not a lot of that in this format. Prey Upon was probably at an all-time worst in Guilds of Ravnica. Stray's fine. We're playing 2 of them. I just didn't want to play 3 because I don't want to draw 2 Strays. It's cool that it replaces itself, but if all you do is spend 3 mana over and over again to make 1/2s, you're probably not going to win. I'll check the lands. I don't think I'm on 18. I think when you move in a gate, it automatically moves out of basic, but I could be wrong. So now we have an interesting choice. We do want to play Beatles here and just trade, but putting counters on the Assassin is really good sometimes. If we can force them to block with 2 creatures, then we would kill both. But with the opponent on the play and playing like a 2/2 that's going to attack, I think it's unlikely that we're going to be in a position where we attack and they have to block with 2 creatures. So I think we're better off just putting out our 2/2 so we don't take damage and we can just trade with theirs when they're on the play. Thank you, Foxter. That was the draft layout. Now we'll switch back to the in-game layout, of course. Okay, so they didn't do anything. So for this turn, we have Assassin. The only question is, do we attack? I think we do. We're happy if we trade. If they take it, we're attacking first and dropping a 3-drop. They didn't put anything in play. So let's see, how's this going to go down? We can't +1/+0 because of Death Touch, so I mean, because -3, -0, and we have 2. So Death Touch doesn't help us. We could save our creature by giving it +1/+1, but we don't even want that. We're happy if creatures die. It's kind of weird when you're playing Golgari. You're like, oh yes, they killed my creature. That's good for me. Extra life for Crawl Forgers, extra Undergrowth to kill bigger things with Necrotic Wound. Even though this is kind of sad, we have 4 Lurchers. We have a good late game. I think I'm happy enough to just make a Hill Giant, a 4-mana 3/3 here. They have a 2/2 out. Okay, so if I attack and they double block, I can status statue the crab, and then I just eat the Beam Splitter Mage. So that's awesome. If they block with just the crab, I could kill it for 1 mana with this card, but I don't really want to do that, so that's not awesome. I might end up killing Capture Sphere if I find another way to pump the Assassin to free it up, and then I can kill, or I could just kill some great creature and get the Assassin in the graveyard. So Undergrowth has a lot of value in our deck, right? We have 3 more Lurchers. We have a lot of Undergrowth cards. So if I'm going to kill one of their creatures, I could... It's more efficient to spend 4 mana and kill it immediately, but let's say I'm not really pressuring them. I would rather use this to blow up the enchantment and then kill whatever creature I want with the Assassin, because that puts the Assassin in the graveyard and gives me extra Undergrowth. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but for right now, I think we'll just put out our 4/4 and chill. And then on future turns, we have both of those as an option. If they play something we need to kill now that we can't force to block the Assassin, like a good flyer, we can always just kill it. But if we get the opportunity, I would be more excited to kill the Capture Sphere and then attack with the Assassin and force them to block, because then I get the Assassin in my yard. And I have no Severed Strands, so Assassin sitting in play isn't helping me. Okay, and this is exactly what's going to happen. Ocran Assassin has to be blocked by all their creatures. So rather than status statue the Watcher, we'll status statue the Capture Sphere. Then we can attack with everything. Now we're still going to kill the Watcher, but we're also going to deal 7 damage, and we're going to get an extra creature in our graveyard. Sweet plays. Gotta love it. But that matters. Now this can kill a Beam Splitter Mage. The extra creature in the yard is very valuable when you're an Undergrowth deck. Nope, just magic. Why stream other games when you're a lifelong player of the very best game? Okay, so what do we want to do? If we Beetle the Forgers, we could attack. If they double block, Necrotic Wound gives -2/-2. We're not going to kill both the things they double block with, though, right? Maybe we will. If they block with, like, Watcher and Beam Splitter, we can wound the Beam Splitter and then eat the Watcher. That's kind of awesome. But if they block with Crab and Watcher, it's not great. It's not horrible. I mean, our Forgers will live and we'll kill a Watcher in the mist, but we won't kill both. On the other hand, if we Beetle the Lurcher and then we attack with the 2 4/4s, if they double block one of them with Crab and Beam Splitter, we can wound the Beam Splitter, but then the Crab just bounces with one of the 4/4s, so that's not exciting either. So nothing here is necessarily awesome for us. I think the Forger gives us more ability to blow them out and has more upside. Blue-red definitely could struggle to deal with 5/5. And if they make this block and they don't have anything, then it's actually awesome for us. Because now we can kill this Beam Splitter, and if they don't have something, if this last card in their hand is not a trick to play, we're just going to eat a Watcher in the Mist. Of course, if it's a Sure Strike, it's pretty bad for me. But We still hit the 2/2, so that's still going to die. Then the Shore Strike is going to eat our 5/5, and that's all that happens. So obviously I'm not super happy about how that worked out, but there's no way for me to put them on their last card being Shore Strike there. It was never represented in combat or anything like that this whole game. Hoping to draw Fine Finality. That's the best draw in our deck. It puts 2+1/+1 counters on the Lurcher, so it'll survive, and will Wrath and wipe their board. Otherwise, I mean, I don't know what our Undergrowth is looking like. We could draw like Lurcher. It would be a 5/5. We could draw Swamp. Thank you, Captain Vlad Tepes. Really appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting the stream. Hi, Mono Red. I mean, I've won tournaments. I'm in the Magic Hall of Fame. I'm not really looking to just have a long conversation about my resume. If you check out the Twitch page, I think I listed some of it. You can also just Google me. All right, come on, Fine Finality. We've been drawing so poorly. Well, we're dead to Flyers. Nothing we can do about that. Oh, thanks, Beast. That's good to know. I'm actually a lot better at getting second place in Magic tournaments than I am first place. I think I only hold one record in Magic. Does anybody know what that is? I obviously just hinted. Like one big premier record. Obviously, you can call anything a record. Yep, y'all know. Most GP second places. As far as premier goes, that's my record. I don't mind. I mean, the way I see it, look, I played the finals of Grand Prix a lot. I would like to have more firsts. But I'm not one of those people who sees second as worse than not top 8ing or second as worse than a top 4. You know what I mean? I've got 2 firsts. I've got like 9 seconds or something. Cool. I mean, so second place is a good finish. It's not as good as first, but it's still a great finish. All right, so this hand doesn't cast anything. It doesn't really even have great cards. Pretty easy mulligan. This hand is much better. I don't know what to put back. If I didn't have Fine Finality, I'd almost certainly put back a land. Thanks, Mystico. But since we have Fine Finality, I'd probably rather put back one of these weak creatures. The Sundew's a good blocker that can help us live to turn 6. I don't think we need to Rat them, even though Rat's a good card in our deck. Oh, no, I forgot to check my land count, but I will after this game. Good reminder. Oh, no, a variety of GPs. A lot of our team, me and Efro have kind of been crushing it in the team GPs with a variety of teammates. A variety of amazing teammates, but a variety of teammates. And then also, I got second in a bunch of standard GPs. Have I lost the finals of a limited GP? I don't even know if I got second in any limited GPs. Well, that aren't team. I'm not even sure. I have a bunch of like standard second places. I am definitely doing another draft after this, regardless of the time. Started late tonight. I'm not looking to make it a late night. Like I said, I've been super busy, not getting a lot of sleep, and just doing infinite stuff. But I will be doing one more whole draft and playing that one all the way through as well. Going to do 3 of these best of 1 ranked drafts tonight. This is the second. And regardless of how long this one takes and the next one takes, I'm going to just do exactly 3 drafts. So trades are good for us with Undergrowth. So we'll just keep attacking. Even if they play a pump spell and kill our creature, I'm still happy. Still makes my lurchers bigger later and things like that. I'm planning to GRN again. If the chat is super against it, we can talk about it. But I kind of felt like playing some GRN. Okay, so Dissident can attack because of its ability. And then we're just going to pump it because we don't really have anything else to do with our mana. We have the Sundew back to block the Patrol. I'm not super worried about them playing a trick and eating the Sundew. Like, who cares? Rather deal them damage. Thank you, ZU. Appreciate that subscription. I can't control that. I am a map hacker. Sorry. That is completely out of my control. What? It's a 2-person operation here. The way I see it, me and my chat get about equal say, Zephyr Fires. Like, obviously there's 1,000 of you and 1 of me, but it's me. So, like, we just discuss what to do together. And if 90% of my chat wants ELD, I would do ELD. I like ELD. If 90% of my chat wanted me to play Avacyn Restored, I wouldn't do it. Because, I mean, playing Avacyn Restored is something somebody would do if they wanted to get me to confess to something that I didn't do or give them information, because Avacyn Restored is miserable. But I like Eldraine. I just felt like doing some of this tonight because I've done a lot of Throne of Eldraine recently. Okay, so let's see. This isn't scary. If they make a 2/2, it's just going to die anyway. But we're a lot of mana away from pumping Dissident and having it live through finality. The opponent could easily put out more stuff, though. So I think what I'm going to do for now is just chill. If I attack with the Dissident, they get to attack back with Patrol and put counters on things. But right now, if they attack with multiple creatures, I can throw Sundew on Patrol, Dissident on either of these, and then the Dissident's big enough to eat one of these, even if it gets pumped. So this works out okay. The opponent's tapping our creatures so that they can get in an attack and use their Patrol. But ultimately, we still have Find Finality, but we're also stable on board next turn, so I'm not even sure if we're going to play it. We'll see what we draw. Like, right now, they can't attack unless they have more things to do, right? If they were to attack with all 4 creatures next turn, it would just be Sundew on Patrol, Dissident eating Guildmage, and we would take like 5 damage. There are things we could die to here, but honestly, with a hand that only has a land in it, we need to be risky. We need to go for as much value as we can get here, because our hand has nothing else in it. So this is some Magic strategy. Pretend my hand had like 2 good late game cards and Find Finality. I would have Find Finality on my last turn. Why? Because I don't need more value out of it. Since my hand is a land and a Find Finality, I'm not going to do it yet. I'm going to try and get them to overcommit more, or at least I'm going to wait in case I draw like more good cards to play after Find Finality. So the better your hand in a spot like this, the more greedy you want to, or the less greedy you want to be. If your hand has a bunch of like business for the late game, go ahead and play Find Finality last turn while the opponent was tapped out. If your hand does not, then you want to be more greedy and risk losing to other cards here to try and pull a take card out of their hand, for example. Okay, so that's a pretty interesting draw. I think I'll probably just wipe the board now. I would rather put the +2/+2 counters on this Vigor Sporeworm later, so I'm not 100%. But again, now we pulled a take card out of their hand, and we have a really good creature to play after this Find Finality. So I don't think we want to be greedy again. I think it was right last turn, but now I think I'm happy enough to sweep the board and not risk Celestia having some kind of like pump their team or just card like that that's awesome. Looks like I should have waited one more turn. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're fine, but... Whoa! Speaking of we're fine, wait a minute. So if I pump Assassin with Worm, I can kill any untapped creatures. And right now, they can't attack because their 2/2s would just be attacking into my 2/6. So it looks like we're going to wait a turn on Worm, and maybe we'll get another Wrath here. As long as they don't top deck something that interferes with this turn, we should be able to wipe their board again next turn. Hopefully they just either place some big creature that they drew or a land. Really? Oh, because of Assassin, they didn't want to have to block. Right. So they drew a Convoke creature. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do the Vigor Spore Worm this turn or not. We'll see. So this is interesting. I could play this +2/+2 on the Assassin and kill all 3 of these. But also I could just wait a turn, and then I can kill Trostani. So I think I'm still just going to chill and hope they don't top deck something. I'm not really under any pressure. My 2/6 stops the 5/5. Also the 2/2s, potentially. And even if I have to take a few points of damage, I'm still at 13 life. So I think I'm just going to chill. Ah! How do people do this to me? They can't just brick for 1 turn? Okay, so what do we want to do? Vigor Spore Worm, if we give +2/+2 to the Lurcher, it's a 6/6. Do they have a good block? Yeah, they could just double block. Can't attack with it otherwise because they have a 5/5. I do want to get the Worm in play, though. And if I trade the Lurcher for their Rosebane, then they can't kill the Worm because the Worm can't be double blocked. So I think the right play here is still to Worm the Lurcher and attack. The only way they can kill it in combat involves them losing their 5/5. And even though that's not a great trade, it clears the way for Vigor Spore Worm to keep attacking after this. That's true. We could draw Status Statue if we wait, but that's a 1-outer, and we're fine on board. So I don't think there's a reason to do that. Now we can attack with just Vigor Spore Worm. And again, if they trade Rosebane for it, that will help clear the way for our other creatures. And if they do not, then they're taking 6. They can't double block it because this creature literally cannot be blocked by more than 1 creature. And our sweeper's already in the yard. No reason really not to just dump our hand here. Hopefully they don't have a fine finality of their own. But it's a rare, and I'm not going to just put them on it. Though they do have a Golgari Guildgate, so it is something maybe to have in the back of our mind. Okay, so let's see what we want to do with this beetle. If we pump one of these 4/4s to a 5/5, does that change anything? Yeah, because right now a 2/3 and a 2/2 can double block a 4/4 profitably. What would they do against a 5/5? They would have to like triple block it and we'd kill 2 creatures. So there's a pretty significant difference between a 5/5 and a 4/4 right now. Hired Poisoner trading with anything is fine with me, but their creatures get smaller if Trostani dies. So I don't necessarily want to trade a 4/4 for like one of these 3 creatures. That's a pretty bad trade. So I think what I'm going to do is beetle up one of the 4/4s. Now a 5/5 has a pretty good attack. I'll trade it for 2 creatures. And I can also attack with Poisoner, because if I trade Poisoner for any one of these, that helps clear the way for the remaining 4/4s. Lifelink's not really a concern. I'd rather kill the bigger creature here. So we'll take out a 2/3 and a 2/2. And now on board, if they don't draw anything, they don't have blocks for the 4/4. So at least this helps clear the way for next turn. Okay, so nothing changed. They did nothing, we did nothing. I'll happily trade Poisoner for the 2/2 token here. It helps clear the way. Other than that, we obviously can't send a 1/1 into a 2/2 lifelink. So we'll send our same 2 creatures from or we'll send the 2 creatures we can profitably send and just ship back to the opponent. Nothing else we can do here. Yeah, so of note, they have a Golgari Guildgate. Now, there's a lot of potential reasons for that. They could just be splashing a status statue. They could be splashing Fine Finality. They could be splashing the Lich, like somebody in the chat just mentioned. Okay, well, first, let's play the Stray and see what we draw. Then we'll evaluate. All right, so we're going to attack with the Poisoner. If we traded it for any of their 3 creatures, I'd be happy with that. But what about Lurcher? The only way they can kill Lurcher is in a block involving Patrol. Do we want to trade Lurcher for Patrol? I think the answer is yes. We definitely don't need it back to block. We have the 2/6. So we'll send Lurcher and Poisoner. Even if it's a dead even trade, that's still a good trade for us. Celestia wants its creatures in play. Celestia tends to have things that pump their team. Celestia is a deck that's all about flooding the board and having creatures in play. Golgari wants its creatures in the graveyard because its keyword is Undergrowth. So, and I have plenty of Undergrowth cards left in this deck. We have Necrotic Wound. We have 3 more Rhizome Lurchers. So I want my creatures in the graveyard, and Celestia wants their creatures in play. So any chance we get to make a trade, we're generally going to be down for that. Speaking of, what do we want to do here? I mean, I don't care about taking 3 damage, so I'm guessing like something like this looks pretty good. They're going to have to block this 2/2 Death Touch with something else, so I don't want to trade this with the 3/3. I basically just got a free kill on that 3/3 because I traded a 1/1 body for it that would never have done anything. Now, granted, it was only a 2/2 pre-combat, so it wasn't horrible for them to attack because they turned it into a 3/3 and they gained 3 valuable points of life. But it would definitely be worse for me to not trade a Beetle for it and to save 3 points of damage. Like if I put Sundew on Patrol and Gorgon on it or something like that, I lose a Gorgon, which is a good attacker right now. So I think definitely double block that, take 3 when we're at 16. Makes perfect sense. I'm good tonight. How are you, Daft and Filthy? MTG Fuzzy, how you doing? And here you see how bad Prey Upon is. This is a removal spell that they've probably been holding for multiple turns, and they can't kill our 4/4. They can't kill Death Touch creatures. So they literally just preyed upon a Generous Stray that was doing nothing. Okay, so now let's take a look at this board. What do we want to beetle, if anything? Beetling the Lurcher doesn't change anything. They can just double block it all the same with the Bounty Agent and the Patrol. If they want to double block the Lurcher without using the Patrol, we get to kill Tristani, which shrinks all the rest of their creatures. We can beetle up Poisoner, but that doesn't really force any more blocks, right? They can still just block Lurcher. They only have to block one of our creatures regardless. So I don't really think there's much value in beetling pre-combat here. If we beetle this to a 2/2, it still trades with anything. If we beetle this to a 3/3, it still trades with anything. Yeah, I don't think beetle pre-combat changes anything. We're definitely in a position to attack. So I think all we do here is send our 3 creatures and let the opponent do what they want. We might beetle Sundew. We probably won't, but we can beetle post-combat. We also might just beetle. Like, if Tristani ends up, like, dying and Bounty Agent becomes a 2/2, Beetle being a 2/2 would matter. We also might hold Beetle if it's not going to do anything on board, and the +1/+1 isn't going to do anything. You're not required to cast your cards, right? So we'll see what happens here in combat. Okay, so both these cards are good, but I'm pretty sure I want to kill Tristani. That's the scarier one, I think. And then this is just a trade, and they take their 1. So now if we play Beetle and we put a counter on itself, that does nothing. A 1/1 body on this Beetle doesn't help us. It's not attacking. Sundew doesn't need to get bigger. You don't have to play your cards. We'll just hold the Beetle for a turn and see what's up. So for this turn, beetling Poisoner doesn't really change the clock, but it'll probably provoke them into a block that they might not make otherwise. But I don't think that actually benefits us. I think what we want to do now is attack with the Poisoner to put them to 4 and drop these 2 creatures, having the beetle itself, because they're going to have to block Lurcher next turn, and it's going to be a 10-10. So that's going to kill Patrol anyway. So I think the best thing we can do now is just to put out a 2-2, because they're not necessarily going to be able to block this beetle next turn unless they draw another creature. Their Patrol is going to have to block Lurcher, because Lurcher is now threatening lethal since it's a 10-10. Okay, so they did draw a blocker. So if we send everything, they're going to put Patrol on Beetle, Vine on Lurcher. So sending Beetle just lets them kill it for free. That's clearly not going to help us. But we can send the other 2, because a 10-10 has to be chump blocked by the Vine. And if they want to trade Patrol for Poisoner, that's a good trade for us. Now they're at 3, so we have to decide whether to play this Poisoner or not. If they draw a blocker, playing the Poisoner means it's going to be able to attack and provoke a block. If they brick, they're dead on board. If they draw Finality, we're going to have the Lurcher alive. They're still just going to have to chump it with the Patrol. So I think the Poisoner does make a difference in play. Another quality removal spell. Prey Upon is so bad in this format. Okay, so we're definitely going to send all 3 creatures. If we send just the Lurcher, they can chump it with the Witness. Well, I don't really want to trade Poisoner for Witness. If they make that trade, then they're chump blocking Lurcher with Patrol. So in reality, what's going on here is if we're not actually trading Poisoner for Witness, we're trading Poisoner for Patrol. Because if we attack with just Lurcher, they're going to block with just Witness. They don't lose Patrol. We don't lose Poisoner. If we send all 3 and they choose to put Witness on Poisoner, they have to put Patrol on Lurcher. So effectively, we lose a Poisoner, they lose a Patrol. They could switch their blocks, but that doesn't change anything. Either way, they're going to lose both their blockers because we have a 10-10 and 2 Death Touch creatures. And either way, we're going to lose a Poisoner. So the difference, if we send our Poisoner, is that we trade a Poisoner for a Patrol and a point of damage. That's a good deal. Yeah, those are really good. Kaboom. Deadly Visit is really good. Hypothesis is really good. That's a good idea, Man Leggings. We'll see. I mean, I obviously have to discuss anything that goes on my jersey for in-person tournaments with Fade to Karma and Mage Market, but I like that idea. Okay, so now we actually have to think whether to send Poisoner or not. If we send Lurcher, they're chump blocking it. If we send Poisoner and they trade with Poisoner, they don't have any blockers for Lurcher next turn, so that puts them on a quicker clock. So I think it is right. Even though Poisoner is a better card than this 1/1 lifelink token, we don't need it for defense. We have the Sundew, plus we're winning the race by a lot. So by forcing them to trade, what we do is we now turn Lurcher into the Abyss. If they draw like a 7/7 this turn, they would have to block Lurcher with it to not die. If we don't force that trade last turn, they could chump the Lurcher with their 1/1 token instead of some giant creature they draw. And then maybe the turn after that, they draw removal, and they go on to win the game with that big creature. Who knows? So by sending the Poisoner, we either get in a point of damage or we trade it for a 1/1 lifelink. But that's valuable in that spot because it clears the board and forces them to draw an answer this turn to the 10-10. All right, we don't have any swamps, but I'm not going to mold this hand on the play. It's a good hand. We have a 2-drop for turn 2 in Dissonant. Hopefully turn 3, we'll draw Swamp, play Assassin, but if not, we'll decide what to do with Beetle. Yeah, I missed the first round of Constructed on day 2. I got a match loss because I had to go back to my hotel and get my deck. That was kind of embarrassing for anybody who hasn't heard about this. So I sat down, I'm talking to my opponent, I go digging in my bag, the round's about to start, can't find my deck, left it in the hotel room, I'm loose, it's not a secret, good beats. Monka S? No, it's not Detsy. Detsy is Detsy and Baby Jesus. I don't know who Monka S is, but I bet they're scared. I think I went 4-3 with the Mirror deck. I think the deck was better than that, but I don't think my draws were good. Okay, so we're going to attack with both, and then play Stray. We do have a Golgari Guildgate, I think, so I think we want to play the Stray before the Forest. But we might as well have our mana up when we attack, so we can represent tricks. It's not like I expect them not to block the Dissident, but you never know. I like how this game's shaping up. We have Vapors in hand. They just played a 1 toughness creature. They got another one. For now, I'm going to attack with just Dissident, I think. If they block, I can pump. If they don't block, I might still pump. I don't really have... No, I'll play Assassin, probably. No, I want to play Vapors before I play Assassin. I might have to play this game pretty slow from here. I mean, they don't have an attack back. I've got the Strays. But can I do anything this turn? I mean, I could Assassin and Beetle it, but then they might just kill it. I'm showing them what I have. I don't think I want to do that. I think the right play here is just attack with Dissident. I'm going to pump it and ship the turn. That's good. That's a free kill. I mean, it was going to die to Vapors, but I wasn't going to do anything anyway. Okay, so let's see. Again, I can attack with Dissident. If they want to kill it, they have to triple block. That looks pretty good to me. And I mean, I'll almost be happy if it dies. And then we go back to them. They can hit me for like 1. Who cares? If they play a land and attack with the Dissident, I can double block with the 2 Strays. If they pump, I'll lose both, but then I can start playing 4/4s. So I can take their turn, and then I get creatures in my yard for Undergrowth. Okay, so given I do have 1 toughness creatures in my hand, I think this is about as greedy as I can be this game. I do want to cast Vapors now, I think. Attacking with the Generous Strays, if they block, I don't get anywhere, and I could use the blockers. I don't think I need Dissident back. I'm not going to have mana to pump it. So I'm going to attack with the Dissident now. If they blocked, I'd be ecstatic. I'd pump and eat the 3/4. When they take it, post-combat, we're not going to pump because I'm just going to cast this Vapors, kill the 2 Hawks. Since we drew another black source, I don't think we need any more swamps. So Swamp in the graveyard, Find Finality on top, of course, because it's the best card in our deck. And we're not playing Beetle yet because we want to beetle up this Assassin and kill an extra creature with it if possible. So like I said, I almost want these Strays in the yard. So I think I'm pretty happy to just make this double block. They're going to go ahead and pump. They're going to eat both my creatures. It looks pretty bad for me. Except at the end of the day, now I have 4/4s in hand I can cast. And I actually really need them to be 5/5s so that they don't die to Find Finality. So now I'm going to attack. And then post-combat, we'll play our little combo here that we have been sandbagging. I don't necessarily expect this to work, but I need to get 1 more creature in play. I mean, in the graveyard, so I can then start playing 5/5s that will live through Find Finality, potentially. And whereas this turn they can attack to avoid Assassin getting them, next turn I have, like, big creatures out, so they won't necessarily have that luxury. What I'm expecting is they'll attack this turn. I'm going to chump with the Beetle. This way these will be 5/5s that can stop their team and live through Find Finality. And then we'll clean up with Find Finality and Assassin and all of that in the future. So for now, we're chumping the bigger one because we actively need one more creature in the yard. Okay, they spent the removal on our assassin. That play is absolutely correct. They did a good job by them. But we can put out a 5/5. I'm not really scared they'll have removal. I even have Necrotic Wound up, so I'm definitely not going to play Find Finality yet. Let's let the board get more stacked, and then we can wipe their board and win the game with Find Finality. So let's see, we have up to 8 mana, so we can't save Dissident. Lurcher's already going to live, but we will get to keep the counters for later. This does make 4/4 flyers, so I might want to wait one more turn. If they use this, I don't care if they get a 4/4 flyer, it's still going to die to Find Finality. But if they play like Sworn Companions and make 2 1/1 lifelinks, those will be 2 more 4/4 flyers that I'll kill. So I think what we want to do is wait one more turn. What happens if I attack with the 5/5? If they double block, I have to spend a removal spell. I don't want to do that because I'm going to Find Finality anyway. So I think for now, I'm just going to chill. Just in case they have, like, Sworn Companions in hand or something, it's pretty important, since this gives -4/-4, that I'm able to take out the 2 more 4/4 flyers, potentially. So let's see. If we wound that Exiles, so they won't get their token here. If we Fatality, this will die. They'll get a 4/4 flyer. We can't wound it. Oh, no, we can wound it because this is going to go to the graveyard, the Dissident. So we have the option to wait if we want. And they may have a pump spell or something, and I can't risk this Conclave Guildmage living. So I think what we want to do here is not use Necrotic Wound. We can always just wound away the 4/4 Flying Angel that gets made when we cast Find Finality, if they don't have anything else. But let's say they give, like, +3/+3 or Might of the Masses to this Conclave Guildmage so that it lives through Find Finality. I need to kill it, or they can make a 4/4 every turn with this combo. So I'm not going to go ahead and Necrotic Wound end a turn anything here. That's a good draw. I won't be able to Necrotic Wound this turn, but if I put a Beetle counter onto the Dissident, I can then Find Finality, and the Dissident can live too. And the Beetle will die, so I'll still have 4 cards in the yard. Moving on. Not that I necessarily need that, but... Nah, I'll just eat post-stream.
Sure, you can eat it post-stream.
I'm not starving. I ate right before the stream.
Okay.
Thanks, babe.
Want iced tea?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll never turn down a non-sweet tea. Well, I wasn't really risking a pump spell because I have the Necrotic Wound. Hands. Let's see. So yeah, I don't think I'm that afraid now. We can just set up for the win, right? Counter here, because the 5/5s live through Find Finality anyway. If they don't have anything, this game is completely over. And I mean, the Dissident's a pretty strong creature in the late game. Remember, I've got all this mana to pump it. Can't attack because their 4/4 didn't get shrunk and my stuff did. But now they're on tapping with a 4/4, and I'm on tapping with 3 5/5s, one of which can turn into a 7/7. I mean, there's almost nothing they could have done to stop it, Hans. I mean, they could have pumped their guild mage or something. Then I'd have to wound it this turn and they'd get one more 4/4 flyer. But there's not really much they could have done there. So they actually have to chump block this dissident or they just die. They're at 12. So we're in really good shape. They're chump blocking the dissident, and they're going to block a 5/5 with a 6/6. The wound gives -X/-X. So even though we couldn't clear that pre... Oh, you know what? I could have actually dealt them a little more damage this turn. It doesn't matter. I didn't have lethal, and they're going to die next turn, and they have no cards in hand. But what I should have done there was necrotic wounded the 4/4 pre-combat, and then if I attacked with all three, they would have to block the dissident with the 6/6, and I could pump the dissident, so I would have dealt them an extra 5 damage. So that was the optimal play that turn. I mean, they were 0% to win, I think. That's why I just got a little hasty. But hey, you never know. They might draw March of the Multitudes and make a ton of 4/4 flyers or something. So the right play that turn, I should have necrotic wounded the 4/4 Flying Angel pre-combat, then attacked with the 3/5/5s. They were at exactly 12, so their 6/6 would have to block Dissident. Then I would pump Dissident. They would take 10 instead of 5. So I would have dealt an extra 5 damage, and it's the same result. Oh, haha, that does make sense, Hans, yeah. Well, because they might top deck something because they have Divine Visitation. That would be the only reason not to concede. Like I said, if they drew like Sworn Companions, I was still looking good, but they would have 3/4/4 flyers to combat my 3/5/5s with. And if they drew like March of the Multitudes, then they win the game. All right, so do we want to play this Poisoner? We might not. We have Vapors and Fine Finality, and it's not doing anything right now with a Hunted Witness in play. Our 2/2s starting next turn will shut down Hunted Witness. I think I'm just going to hold it for now. I don't really like the game sounds. I mean, if y'all want them, we can talk about it. I don't really like noise when I play when I play Magic. I don't know why everybody loves all that stuff. Like, when I play Magic, I prefer it to be like dead silent because I mean, I think about everything going on constantly and like picture the board in my head and change it around all the time and stuff. So like, it just seems like any sort of noise is just distractions that leads to worse playing. So Shieldmate over Dissident here because Dissident's better in the late game and they're both just 2/2s in the early game. Okay, we're taking a heavy hit here. Kind of wish the Poisoner was in play now, but it's all right. Plenty of life. Now we can dump out our 2 blockers and set up for next turn. Oh, I should attack with the Shieldmate because a trade is good for me, I think. Shouldn't have played the Poisoner first, of course, but not a big deal. Again, we're the Undergrowth deck. That turns on Lurchers. So any trade is a good trade, basically, when you're the Undergrowth deck. Like right now, I would trade Dissident for Witness, even though that trade doesn't look particularly good, because it means I'm getting an extra +1/+1 counter onto these Lurchers. I mean, the only times I would ever get intoxicated at all while playing Magic is like at the end of the night at home alone when I'm playing Magic for fun or something like that. Or I mean, you know, with friends playing casual for fun. But I would never drink and play like competitive Magic because you're just going to play worse. Okay, it looks like attack and play another 5/5 is a pretty easy turn. If they want to spend their turn tapping my 5/5 to hit me for 3, this is a race I'm pretty comfortable with. Again, we have Stray as a blocker. If they go for any sort of double block with the 3/3 and a 2 power, we're going to blow them out with this for 1 mana. I think that we're in a position to be attacking with both. It's pretty rare you get to put Boros on their back foot, but if you do, you're probably going to win the game. This deck is a great aggro deck, Boros, but not so good when it's blocking. I did. We moved back from DC to Florida. We now have a new apartment in Florida. Okay, and if this isn't game, I don't know what it is. I don't even have to pay 4 for it. They put exactly 5/5 on my 5/5, so let's just go +1/+1. Kill both their creatures for 1 mana. Life is good. So let's see. Do we want to block? They have first strike, so they're just going to eat our creature, but it will be another Undergrowth. Right now, if we give +4/+4 and Vigilant, or +3/3 and Vigilance to the Stray, they still only have to block 1 creature, so they're just going to, like, chump block one of these Lurchers with their 1/1 probably. They're not dead, but we'll also have the Stray back to block next turn. So the only real thing that we're doing if we block with the Stray here is saving 4 damage. Because Vigor Spore Warming for an extra 1 on Lurcher doesn't accomplish anything for us, because they're just going to chump it with a 1/1 lifelink. But Vigor Spore Worm on the Stray means we have an extra good attacker this turn, so I don't think we should be blocking. 9 is a pretty safe life total. They have 4 lands in play. There's not really any fear about going to 9 here. But now we have an extra good attacker. Now we attack with all 3. We get in an extra 4 points of damage. If we would have blocked with the Stray last turn, what are we going to Vigor Spore Worm? These 5/5s? They're just going to chump the one that we pump with their 1/1 lifelink. It's too greedy, Ixo. We're already really far ahead. If we pump the cat and attack, we force them to chump and go to like 2 life or something. We can play the assassin later. This just isn't a spot where we needed to wipe their board, honestly. Oh no, I'm not huge on alcohol. But I do drink. I'm not like straight edge by any stretch. But if anybody wants to buy me a drink at any tournaments, my drink of choice is a vanilla sweet cream cold brew, not alcohol. All right, my no, I generally would not main deck Sorcerer's Spyglass in Throne Draft. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We need some trades pretty badly. I think we just want to put down multiple 2/2s, right? We probably are going to play Beetle and Shieldmate this turn. So I feel like we might as well Beetle up the Stray. I don't really care about having like a 2/3 or a 2/2 right now. I just want to try and compel them to block. It costs like $4, Tech. I wasn't like trying to fish for free coffee here. It was kind of a joke. But I am going to pump one of the Beetles now because I do want more real creatures. Yeah, Shield Mage was better. I actually almost just misclicked the Beetle because I was reading the chat. This turn, I did everything I meant to. I attacked the 1/1 there because it makes the Lurcher 1 bigger. Last turn, I meant to play Beetle, pumping itself and Shieldmate, because it's better to hold the Beetle since you can use a +1/+1 counter later if that gives you a nice attack and changes the board. Good catch, Hans. Oh, I don't mind. Like I said, I'm not one of those super hyper competitive people. Like I don't mind making mistakes because I'm talking to the chat. Like that makes this super fun. as time goes on, as the years go by, hopefully I'll get to the point where I can play Magic almost as well while streaming as I do off stream. But for now, my big concern is always explaining things well, articulating thought processes, and discussing plays with y'all, not if I end up making the best play possible and win after that. I'm always trying to win, but I don't mind if I make mistakes because we're interacting. Okay, as far as now, I want trades. 4-4-4-4-2 is not that bad a trade, so I'm going to go ahead and attack with everything. Again, we're further pumping our Lurcher by making this trade. It's a little bit of a trade down, but it's not a big one. That is a mentor creature after all. I don't know what playing blind means in terms of Magic. Oh, well, I thought I was looking great, but now we might lose. I mean, they still have to deal with the 5/5 potentially. Like, if their hand is 3 lands, we're in a good position, but they just played one of the best cards in the format. This is a totally, totally broken card. If they have instants and sorceries in their hand, they are going to win this game. I mean, at the end of the day, to me, what makes Magic great is trying to win. I am a Spike, right? Like, I don't play Magic to pull off cool things and things like that. I play Magic to try and optimize, to try and make the best play I can at all times, and to try and make the draft pick that gives me the highest chance to win and the best deck I can, right? So it's like the Spike mindset. But that's the fun part, the strategy, the optimizing. The actual winning and losing is just a byproduct of that plus variance. So, like, to me, what matters is discussing the strategy and trying to find the best plays and the best picks. Whether I win or lose is just what happens after that. You know what I mean? That's just the byproduct. That's not the important part. It's the analysis to try and find the optimal play. That's what makes, like, to me, that's the fun part. Okay, so they shut down the 5/5, but they haven't played any instants or sorceries. If we attack with all 3 creatures, what happens? Muse Drake on 1, Niv Mizzet eats 1, and they take 2. That doesn't seem worth it. So we'll just add a 4/4 to the board and pass back to them. Oh yeah, Niv is very hard to beat. If we don't draw Fine Finality, or like, I don't even know how many outs we have for Niv Mizzet, Status Statue, and they start drawing some instants, we're going to lose this game. Luckily, they don't seem to be holding any instants or sorceries, so if that last card in their hand is a land, this is still a winnable game for us, but I'm not loving life, that's for sure. Okay, so that's a really interesting draw. So if we attack with everything, if they put Niv Mizzet on Forgers, we can Vapors away Niv Mizzet post-combat. Also, the Muse Drake will probably block one of these. They'll get a ping from Niv Mizzet, so they'll get to finish off one of ours, but we'll trade with the Drake. But if they don't put Niv Mizzet on Forgers, it's kind of rough for us. But I think we have to go for it. Because ultimately, at every turn that goes by, we're risking them drawing an instant or sorcery and drawing extra cards. So I think my best hope is that they don't draw anything when they draw a card when I play Vapors, and that I kill Niv Mizzet. If I kill Niv Mizzet, I've got a big life total advantage. My deck is full of Rhizome Lurchers that are going to be giant. They might win if they outdraw me. But if I draw, if I kill Niv Mizzet, I definitely stand a good chance to win this game. If Niv Mizzet stays out, every turn that goes by, I'm risking them just taking over the game. Also, I get to Surveil too, so I can hopefully find Fine Finality or something like that. So let's see if this is going to resolve. Hopefully it does. They get another card, but I'll get the Surveil too. Come on, kill Niv Mizzet. Die, Niv Mizzet, die. You're too good of a legendary dragon. Die. Awesome. Land in the yard. Of course, we'll top a good removal spell. All right, back to parity. They got 2 cards in hand. I'm drawing a removal. They got a removal in play, but my library is full of Rhizome Lurchers. Life could be worse. So are we going to wound that? It only costs 1 mana. I mean, we can see what we draw first, I think. So we're definitely going to play the Worm. The only question is, are we going to wound this Watcher? I don't really see a reason to do that. At least not now. Maybe they'll attack and leave up 1 blocker. We'll wound that and kill them this turn with Worm. Let's see what they have. Most likely they're holding removal, and this Worm's going to die. But we have plenty of life. They just topped some cards. I'd like to wait 1 turn, I think. All right, so I'm going to attack first because if they have bounce or something, I don't want to play the Stray pre-combat. I assume they're just going to Hypothesis or Command the Storm Vigor Spore Worm. It would be pretty shocking if they didn't play one of those 2 cards here or something like that. Well, Dream Eater, that's a good reason to hold Wound. They get the Surveil either way, but I think if the Dream Eater's not in play when the Surveil resolves, they don't get to bounce anything. So they might end up dying here if it works the way I think. It's a bigger flyer anyway, so I'm going to do it and find out rather than, like, worry about it. But they get the Surveil 4, but I don't think they get the bounce because the Dream Eater's gone. I'm not 100%. Like I said, I'm fine with the play either way because the Dream Eater's a bigger flyer than the Watcher. But I thought they might not get the bounce if it's not in play, but I was wrong. Okay, so anyways, now I'm going to play Stray over Worm because we can always Worm the Stray, and the worm, whatever we Worm is going to be giant. I know that they can Silent Dart it, but this game is not ending anytime soon. If I make them Silent Dart a Stray, that's pretty good for me. I wasn't sure how that would work. I thought if it wasn't in play, they wouldn't necessarily get the bounce. I know the Surveil trigger goes on the stack, but I thought it was like, since it says like if you do blah, 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 I thought like basically this card has to be in play for that part of it to happen. But obviously I was wrong, and I wasn't sure. If this was a tournament, I would have stopped and called a judge. But I just figured like I'd rather kill a 4-3 flyer than a 3-4 flyer anyway. It's a faster clock, so there's no reason in that spot to stop and call a judge. I'll just, you know, find out what happens. Still a good game. They have a lot of cards in hand. Hopefully not too much business. They surveilled a lot of lands to the graveyard. I don't like that. Well, unless they have a counter, that's a really good sign. If they're bouncing it and not killing it, they're not holding a removal. It wouldn't make any sense for them to do that unless they have a counter, if they have Command or Hypothesis, because they're just going to have to kill it anyway. So the play they just made tells us they are not holding Command the Storm or Hypothesis. Well, I'm wrong, but this play makes no sense. Why did they bounce it instead of Hypothesis-ing it and saving their bounce spell? Well, in theory, they shouldn't have been holding a Hypothesis and played Unexplained Disappearance. They just kind of spewed their bounce spell, basically, for no gain. So the play does communicate that to you, but sure, but what's their rush to Surveil 1? They can save their bounce spell to save Watcher from removal later or something like that. But anyways, they had the Hypothesis, so hopefully we'll draw something or we lose. We still have our Find Finality, right? We haven't used that. So that could be an out. We have 16 cards left in our deck. Plus, we might have some Generous Strays that cycle. No, we played both of those. So if they're not holding anything, we pretty much have to draw Fine Finality, or I think we lose. Not a bad effort for Stream Eater and Niv Mizzet, though. Yeah, too little, too late, even if it is an 11-11. Yeah, I mean, if by cool stream idea you mean like punishment if I behave badly or something, I agree. That would be interesting, but that doesn't really make a ton of sense, Element of Zero. If they bounce first, I'm just going to play it first, attack with it again next turn. They're going to have to Hypothesizzle it all the same. If I have Pump, I have to respond to Hypothesizzle. Oh, they wouldn't get the card draw is what you're saying. But they also wouldn't have to discard. So I guess it really depends on their hand. But I see what you're saying, actually, Element of Zero. If they really wanted to draw 2 there, and so like if I pump it, they bounce it in response. No, they still don't get the draw 2. Like if I go for because I'm gonna pass to them. If they bounce it, I'm just gonna replay it and attack next turn. So I don't know how they beat a pump spell by the play they made. If anything, they lose to a pump spell because of the play they made on the following turn. When they go to Hypothesizzle it next turn, I pump it in response, and they already used their Unexplained Disappearance. So I don't love this trade, but I think I'm going to make it. I want cards in my yard. I've got plenty of good blockers. Even though I don't have Lurcher in hand yet, I've got 4 of them. And I've got a deck full of Undergrowth cards. Like I said, there's 4 Lurchers. There's Necrotic Wound. I've got a Vigor Spore Worm in hand. Okay, for now, Beetle looks like it wants to be a 1-1 since I'm always going to be able to throw that in front of Banneret. So I don't see any reason to be missing damage. Let's just go ahead and pump Dissident. Get in for 3. Yeah, but taxing my mana for a turn has virtually no value. I'm empty-handed and drawing off the top of my deck and have 10 lands. I can't imagine why taxing my mana for a turn is something that they're concerned about. So though I do want creatures in the yard, I'm not going to chump just to save 3 right now, because the Beetle is now going to be able to attack. Well, the Beetle was going to attack. What I was going to do is hold the Dissident back to trade with the Banneret, because I can't stop the Banneret with Sundew right now, because they could just pump it. Since I drew Shieldmate, that changes everything. I'd rather keep the Dissident in play and put Shieldmate and Beetle in the yard. It's 3-3 either way, but getting 2 creatures in the yard is better than putting 1 creature in the yard, and Dissident has an in-play pump ability. So now that I drew Shieldmate, I'm going to attack with Dissident and play Shieldmate, with the plan of double blocking the Banneret if they attack. Had I not drawn Shieldmate, what I would have done was attacked with just Beetle, played Sundew, and then I would have blocked with Dissident on the Banneret if they attacked. And I'm perfectly happy with this trade. 2 creatures go to my yard, which makes the Lurcher giant if I draw a land. Plus I save damage. No decisions now. We can't expect any more creatures to go to the yard too soon. Let's just roll our 5/5 into play and see if they can deal with it. So I'm not saying their attack there was good, but the reason that it was acceptable is Maniacal Rage makes you unable to block, right? Right, the upside of waiting is they have the ability to mentor with that card, but the downside is it can't block. So if I kill their 2/3 and attack, they have no blockers or something. Yes, they shouldn't have played it pre-combat, but I was definitely going to double block anyway. I literally told y'all on my last turn that I was planning to double block. So yes, they shouldn't have played the patrol pre-combat, but sometimes, you know, you think you're not going to attack or something, and then you change your mind. I don't know. This is why you always think in batches. For anyone not familiar with the concept, you're basically supposed to plan out as much as you can, as often as you can, and then you, like, do all of that unless, like, something happens that changes your plan. So that concept is generally called thinking in batches, and it means that. It means, like, you know, they should have figured out whether they wanted to attack with Banneret or not pre-combat, because if they're going to, then they don't tap out for patrol first. What probably happened there was they thought they weren't going to, or they didn't think about it, and then they played patrol and realized, oh, wait, Banneret can't block, so I'm going to go ahead and attack because it was Maniacal Raged. That would be my guess as to what happened. All right, for now, I'll just put out Pitiless Gorgon to trade with Darkblade Agent. Like, they probably weren't going to trade originally, thinking they could mentor later, but then they realized, because of Maniacal Rage, oh, wait, I can't even block with this creature. What if my opponent has a removal for patrol? I'm just going to take a ton of damage, and I'm getting crushed in this race. It's better for me to just attack, since the creature can't block. They're not wrong that it was probably right for them to attack, but you want to think about all of that pre-combat. This way, you don't have to tap out for patrol and then realize it. You realize it pre-combat when you're sculpting your whole turn, and then you go ahead and attack with your mana up. In that case, it didn't cost them anything because I was going to double block. I almost wanted my creatures to die. I just want them to die profitably. But I was happy to double block, and if they have tricks, they can kill my small creatures and make my lurcher bigger. Okay, speaking of, what do we want to do now? We do want to force trades. This turn, Rat and Beetle does look pretty good for using all our mana. So, yeah, Beetle on Shieldmate and an attack with both looks pretty good to me, actually. We can send the Gorgon, too. If they don't trade off this agent, I still have Burglar Rats and Beetle. I can chump it if they play a Surveil card pre-combat. And inside combat, the only cards they can play with Surveil, like Dazzling Light or something, don't do anything besides Surveil. So if they play like a pre-combat Dimir Informant, I'll just chump with one of the 1/1s to stop them from getting a card. If they don't play a pre-combat, then I can just take the hit for 2. So we can definitely send the Gorgon there, because the Gorgon's a good trade. Remember, anytime we're getting an around even trade, that's good for us. All right, what we don't want, though, is Shieldmate for Poisoner when we have Vapors in hand. But we can't necessarily Vapors, or we're killing all our creatures right now. So I think for the moment we need to chill. Let's start with a Generous Stray and see what we get. All right, that doesn't really change anything. So for this turn, we just got to hang out. Yeah, I don't really like chill. I never play this in these blue-black decks. So this is super interesting. Etrata is a very good card because it's a 4-mana 3/5 anyway, but it's not super scary. I mean, it can kill one of our creatures, but it shuffles itself back in, so it's effectively killing itself too. That doesn't mean we don't want to static statue it. Maybe we do. I don't really know.
There you go.
Thanks, babe.
Don't worry, I got my own chat.
We have a lot of options right now. Han says hi. This is really interesting. We have a ton of options. I don't know what the right play is. Like, I could just statue Etrata so that it doesn't get shuffled back in, but I could also just let them kill, like, Assassin with it, and then it's gone anyway. Really not sure what to do. I think I'm just going to play Stray and see what I get. Okay, so Etrada's going to get shuffled back into their deck, and they're going to exile one of my creatures. No big deal. Probably right for them to do it. Blue-black's pretty good at digging through their deck, but it's obviously not a big deal. What is a big deal is that I don't have a land to discard. Both of these cards are pretty good. Guess I have to discard Vapors here. So we definitely have choices now. I could status statue the Poisoner and get aggressive, but honestly, they're still at 17, and I only have a 3/3 in play. That doesn't seem great. I think what I want to do is Vigor Spore Worm, one of the 1/1s, and then I can attack with that creature, but it's only going to make it a 2/2. But it will be able to attack then. And then also the 2 1/2s and the 3/3. But I'm really not dealing them much damage or accomplishing anything. But I kind of want to get the Vigor Spore Worm in play. Oh, you know what I should do? I'm just going to send the Shieldmate, because they're probably going to trade the Poisoner for it, and then they won't have a blocker for the Vigor Spore Worm. So I think what we want to do here is just send the Shieldmate and miss Vigor Spore Worm for one, because now, even though we miss out on Vigor Spore Worm's ability, we kill the Death Touch creature, and this can't be double blocked, so now we force them to have removal, or they're in chump block mode or taking 6 a turn. I wanted the Poisoner for Shieldmate trade, now that I top deck Vigor Spore Worm. Yeah, I wasn't that worried about them bouncing the campaign last turn. They weren't going to be able to like surveil and replay it. That would be highly unlikely. So if they bounce it, I don't have to discard yet. I discard when they replay it. Sure, they'll get to draw an extra card, but I'd still get to cast my status statue. Obviously, I couldn't put a Burglar Rat in their hand randomly. There would be, like, no reason to do that. But I wasn't really scared of them playing, like, Demir Informant and putting Disinformation Campaign back in their hand. Because then the following turn, I would know that they could Disinformation Campaign me. And if I drew, like, a land, I could hold it. And if not, I could just cast Status Statue. I'm pretty sure everything I did this game was right. I mean, some things didn't work out perfectly. But we now have 2 good threats in play, and we got them to trade the 1/1 Death Touch for the 3/3, and that 1/1 Death Touch could have stopped either of these cards. I assume they're going to have either takedown this turn, so they're going to kill the Vigor Spore Worm, but hopefully they won't find an answer to the 6/6. Oh, I've made a lot of mistakes tonight, MTG. I definitely didn't say that. But here's the thing. Anytime something doesn't work out well, like the opponent plays a Burglar Rat and makes me discard Status Statue, everybody goes, oh, that's just being results-oriented. It's the middle of a game. I have no reason to put Burglar Rats in their hand. And, like, if you look at the interaction against Disinformation Campaign, what we did there was positive. Like, I don't need to Status Statue the campaign that turn. Like, if they play, like, something with Surveil and pick it back up, I untap with a Vigor Spore Worm in play. I get to attack them, and then I still get to play my Status Statue. Who cares if they draw 1 card towards the end of a late game, you know, when they're under pressure? What's up, Calc? How you doing? I haven't seen you around too much. Anybody not aware? C. Calcano? Is this the real Christian Calcano? Because if so, you're getting VIP status immediately. One of my favorite Magic players of all time. What's up, Calc? Very cool. I'll be in Rivals next year, too, if that's what you're talking about. I'm not sure if you're talking about the Twitch Rivals tournament they just announced, or if you're talking about the Rivals League. But definitely understand getting crushed this year at Magic. That's been my experience also. All right, so I think we send all 3 creatures. Dowser doesn't die to Find Finality anyway. We already used Status Statue. If they want to take a bunch more damage to eat a Generous Stray, they're more than welcome. I doubt they're going to do that. I expect Dowser to trade with Worm and we'll just get in a point of damage. Obviously, this game isn't looking good now that they were able to answer the Lurcher and the Worm, but it's just going to come down to our ability to top deck. Our deck is loaded for the late game. We have 3 more Rhizome Lurchers. We have Fine Finality. So it's just going to come down to if we draw those cards. Dissident's actually a pretty good draw. It's effectively a 4/4 at this point. Golgari's fine in this format. It's not one of the stronger guilds. You definitely got to get some of the uncommons and rares. But if you get reasons to go Golgari, I think it's perfectly fine. Boo. So if I attack here with all 3, they could, like, double block the Dissident. I'd still trade it for Pass Wall Adept. That's not a good trade, but I do get in 2 damage. Otherwise, it's what? Etrata on, like, eats a Stray, and then Pass Wall bounces with a Stray, and they take 4. I like that. I can't block Etrata anyway, so I think I might as well attack here. Etrata and Dissident just bounce if they block, but I have nothing else to spend my mana on. And if they want to eat a Stray here, I'm basically trading Dissident for Adept, which I think is a good trade. I'm sorry, I'm trading Stray for Adept, which is a good trade. So I think that play is right. I probably should have played this land, because if they make me discard it, that's worse than having it in play since I have a Dissident. But this also could allow me to hold a trick or something and not be afraid of getting campaigned later. So that can go either way, but it was probably right to play the land, to be honest. See, Benes not only makes mistakes, he makes mistakes almost every game, and he admits them. Mistakes are just not based on, like, results-oriented thinking. They're based on, like, actually what's going on. I'm going to need to draw pretty well, but like I said, my deck is loaded, so we just got to hope we top deck some Lurchers. If the opponent, like, doesn't, like, they're drawing extra cards, Surveil Campaign is great, but if they're not holding much and we top deck some 10/10s, it's definitely a winnable game. We're certainly an underdog, but we have an 18-card library. We've got 3 Lurchers and a Fine Finality in there. So that's 4 pretty strong draws out of 18. Although Notion Rain is a great card for them to have. I'll say this. If they dig up Etrata and they kill me with hit counters, that'll be kind of sweet. In the entire 3 months we drafted this format, I never either won or lost due to Etrata's 3 hit counters. So it would be kind of cool just to see it happen. Hey, that's the best reason, man, Leggings. Hey, there's Etrata. We got to let them do it. We have to let them do it. Yeah, I've never seen this. Never did it. Nobody's ever done it against me. If you're going to go out, this is a good way to go. I did get punished for not statuing the Etrata. I might have won this game had I done that. I don't think it was right, but, like, it would have worked out better for me for sure. We'll see. Hopefully they're going to Etrata this Generous Stray and give me my 3rd hit counter. This will also be my 3rd loss, which means we're going to do 1 more draft tonight. So get ready for a fresh draft after this game.
Good guy, Ben, letting those one have a sweet win.
I just want to see it.
I mean, well, fair enough.
Yeah. No animation, just a head explosion. Come on, Watsy, you could do better than that. I agree. But Calc, I'm glad you're here. So let's do another draft. Let's discuss some draft picks. I don't know if you're going to get me to draft like 17 1-drops or not, but I definitely love your insights. So let's dive into the last draft of the night. And let's kick it off and take a look at this pack. What do we got here? So Bounty Agent is the least rare probably of all time. There's virtually no legendary creatures in this format, so it's a 2-mana 2/2 Vigilance, which is a fine playable, but this feels like a medium filler common and not a rare. Inspiring Unicorn's great in Celestia, kind of medium in Boros. Price of Fame is excellent. It's one of the best uncommons in the set. It's basically the best of all the murder bacon to pie cycles you could ever have. I mean, so I'm not sure whether murder and M20 or bacon to pie and Throne of Eldraine. I'm not sure which of those is better, right? Would you rather pay 3 mana instant kill a creature or 4 mana instant kill a creature and get a food? Because food is a resource, right? In constructed, you'd obviously rather save a mana. But in limited, you're not looking to murder anything on turn 3 anyway. So by the time they have their big creatures out, their best creatures, their bomb rares, you'd rather get a food token than save a mana. But of course, sometimes you double spell by a card costing exactly 3 and not 4. Sometimes you're stuck on 3 lands. My point is, I think it's really close between murder and bacon to a pie, right? Price of Fame, instead of cost the same amount as bacon to a pie, but instead of a food token, you get Surveil 2. That's ridiculous. Surveil and Scry are basically the same. Surveil 2 is pretty close to draw a card. This card is just so much better than bacon to a pie, and think about how good bacon to a pie is. Join Shields is like kind of okay in some Celestia decks, not great. Healer's Hawk is a really nice white common. Either Takedown is one of the best commons in the set, but it's a blue-black gold removal spell. And it's basically, if you compare, Artful Takedown, I always call it Aether. So, so we're not going to force Golgari, but I am going to take price. I'm with you, Calc. So if you just compare Artful Takedown and Price of Fame, they both cost 4. This one gives you, in addition to killing a creature, Surveil 2. This one gives you tap a creature. This should put into perspective how good Price of Fame really is. Artful Takedown is a really nice removal spell, one of the best commons in the set, and you're upgrading tap a creature into Surveil 2, which is a really big upgrade, and this only costs 1 color of mana, and this costs 2. Price of Fame is excellent. All right, so Calc wants us to go Golgari. I don't really see any Golgari cards in this pack. I mean, Poisoner. Siege Worm's not great in Golgari. Usually you make your big creatures via Lurchers by trading off stuff, not by keeping them in play. There's not really any good Dimir cards in this pack either, though. We started with a black card, which means we're looking for Dimir or Golgari. But the best Dimir card in this pack is Hired Poisoner or Muse Drake. The best Golgari card is Hired Poisoner. There are good cards in this pack, though. Crackling Drake is excellent in Izzet. Luminous Bonds is fine removal for any Boros or Celestia deck. The Glaive can be good if you do like a 3-color green deck with a lot of gates. I don't necessarily think that makes sense as a follow-up to Price of Fame, though, compared to Crackling Drake. You can always splash Price into an Izzet deck. Costs a single black to cast. Surveil, and it's an instant, so it works with Drake. I mean, we might just go back to drafting Golgari or Dimir and just drop the Drake. But I think the Drake has the most upside, because Luminous Bonds doesn't go with Price of Fame in this format anyway. This is a gilded format, and Black-White is not a guild. So I think what makes the most sense here is to take the Drake, just because it has a lot of upside, and then we can see where the draft goes from there. Well, now we've got a choice on our hands. We have many cards we could take out of this pack. It gets really interesting now. So there's Command the Storm with Drake, and we can splash Price of Fame. There's Notion Rain, a very good Dimir card to go with Price of Fame. There's Rhizome Lurcher, a good Golgari card to go with Price of Fame. Hey, what's up, Legend? What do you think? So this is an interesting pick. I think you could very easily justify Command, Lurcher, or Notion Rain. What do you think, Calc? What do you think, Legend? What does everybody in the chat think? I mean, there's no perfect card for us to take. The easiest way for us to use all our cards is with Command the Storm, because if we play Izzet, we can just very easily splash Price of Fame. But you don't really want to be 3 colors. And I mean, Command the Storm is probably worse than Notion Rain. Not by a lot. I don't really know what to do here. Well, it seems like almost everybody's saying to take Command, so I guess Command it is. It is the best chance we have to use all of these cards. And also, we did get past Crackling Drake. So, I mean, maybe we're going to see Is It from the bots, hopefully. We could also play like a Grixis Control. Because, I mean, now it's interesting because Banneret's a really good red aggressive card. But it's not that good in a Spells Is It deck. You're still going to play it. It can block. You can pump it on defense and trade it up a little. But it's not a great card in a defensive deck. It's a great card in a Boros deck. If you're drafting a Boros aggro deck, Goblin Banneret is first pickable. If you're drafting an Is It like deck with Spells and Crackling Drake, Goblin Banneret is filler. Notion Rain is excellent in these kind of control decks. I think that given all of our cards would love to be in the same Grixis control deck, and you want a bunch of spells with Crackling Drake, I think Notion Rain just makes a lot more sense than Goblin Banneret here. I mean, don't get me wrong. Is It Aggro is a good deck too. And, like, you could draft Command and Crackling Drake. Maybe we table the Sonic Assault. So maybe we should look at Is It Aggro? Yeah, Banneret is quite good in Is It Aggro. I beat you to it by a few seconds, Based. See, I get to just say it and you have to type it. So if we think it at the same time, that means I beat you in getting it out every single time. But you're 100% right. What Base said is what Base just typed is exactly what I just said. Is It Aggro is also a good archetype. So whereas Banneret doesn't look great with what we have now, we could try and draft cheap Is It creatures and Sonic Assaults and play Banneret. So I think this is actually a really interesting pick again. The first couple weren't super interesting. It was definitely Price of Fame and then definitely Crackling Drake. But now I think you could take Notion Rain or Banneret here. I think it's pretty close. Still think we probably want to go for Grixis Control with these cards, though. You remember how the problem with our 3 and 4 color control decks last night where we didn't get good removal? Well, we already have Price of Fame and Command the Storm 4 picks into the draft. Sorcery, instant, search for an instant and sorcery. We are doing it all the way control. Grixis Control it is. Look, since it's the last draft of the night, if I draft Is It Aggro, the games are going to be too quick, right? Y'all want me to play a control deck so we play long games and this takes forever, right? Keep me on as long as you can. That usually seems like it's your goal. All right, so what do we want here? Centipede, it depends. I mean, we don't necessarily know if we're going to have a splash or what our splash will look like. I mean, if we get enough gates, we might just play straight 3 at this point. Yeah, I could use Corey Burkhart's help for sure, the Grixis Master. So I don't think this pick matters a ton. I don't think we're that likely to play any of these cards. But blue, if you play Grixis, is going to be your central color in this format because blue-black and blue-red are the 2 guilds. So I'm going to grab the Adept because if we end up with a lot of blue sources, it might be an early blocker that we want. So I want Devious Cover-Ups, but I'm going to take Dimir Guildgate. If we're looking to draft straight 3 potentially, we need to prioritize gates really highly. So I'm hoping to pick up 2 Devious Cover-Ups throughout this draft, but I'm never going to take anything that isn't good, high-quality removal or better over gates if I'm going to draft Grixis, a 3-color deck. Speaking of, there's a really nice pickup for us. Gateway Plaza making all 3 kinds of mana, so helping us solidify this mana base into something that might be functional. I don't think these cards are going to matter, but we could still play blue-red aggro or something. And Vidalcan Mesmerist, we're never going to play this card in Grixis Control. But if we play a blue-red aggro deck, then we will. Then it's a good card. Muse Drake also sort of helps these kind of decks smooth their draws. Grixis Control, that is, 3 colors. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. Well, yeah, Mesmerist plus Invert is pretty sweet. That's a cheap way to kill creatures. This card is interesting. So we're going to have a lot of expensive instants and sorceries. So it's kind of a really big, really cheap creature. Takedown is definitely, like, better. Also, there's City Watch Sphinx, which is a nice closer, but we're pretty good at closing. We already have a 6-mana card here that's pretty powerful. I think we would play City Watch, but I don't think we want to draft it. I think that this is between a Erotic Cyclops and Artful Takedown, and I think it's pretty close. Freudian slip. It's Erratic Cyclops. Oh, I'm pretty sure I said erotic. All right, so we're going to take Artful Takedown. This way I don't risk mispronouncing the name of this card again. So, Gruesome Menagerie. Thank you for subscribing, J Turbo Banana. What do you mean why we can't have nice things? Okay. Gruesome Menagerie, do we have things to bring back? If you bring back 3 good things, this card is excellent, but we're not looking for a lot of creatures, and definitely not a lot of small creatures, so I don't think that's a card we're interested in. Piston Fist Cyclops is pretty good if it's 2 of your 3 colors. We'd have to draw 2 basic swamps to be unable to cast it. That's not that likely, and we're drafting a lot of spells, a lot of card drawing, a lot of surveil. So Piston Fist Cyclops is kind of at its best in this Grixis control deck. So I think we want Piston Fist Cyclops here. Gateway Plaza, I'll play 2, but I don't want to take it aggressively. We already have 1. I think we just want the Cyclops. If we table the Plaza, we table the Plaza, but you don't want to be too aggressive with Gateway Plazas. The cost on this is much higher than the cost on these. All right, now let's get some cheap removal, slow down a Boros deck, let us get to our powerful late game. Dead weight here is like a no-brainer. We might play another Notion Rain, but we really need to slow down aggressive decks when we have a powerful 3-color control deck. So we're definitely going to take dead weight. Again, Darkblade Agent and Notion Rain are cards we would play, but Artful Takedown is substantially better. I'll pick up another Gateway Plaza if I get a chance, but I'm not going to take Gateway Plaza over Artful Takedown. I guess keep the Artful Takedowns coming. I mean, I don't need Enhanced Surveillance. I don't have a ton of Surveil. I might play it if I feel like I can't close, but I'll take all the great removal I can get. There's nothing here that I think has virtually any shot to make our main, but because we are drafting gates, I'm going to grab this Guild Gate. That already gives us 2 green sources. If we open Find Finality or something, you never know. I'm obviously not looking to splash green frivolously. Like, if there was, like, a good green-black Golgari on common, I would never splash it in this deck. But what if we open Find Finality? Find Finality is a total bomb in a control deck, right? So I think it makes sense to pick up the gate when it's over nothing, just in case. Gonna grab Wall and Miss now. Good early blocker. This is an easy as a Guild Gate. This is a card we need very badly if we're gonna do the 3-color thing. I guess we could just play Dimir. What do we lose? We lose the Drake and Command the Storm. Well, at this point, there's not any good Dimir cards here, so we don't really have to choose. So I'm going to grab the gate, and we'll keep our mind on the fact that we could play Grixis or we could play Dimir. Both Grixis and Dimir are on the table. Izzet is not on the table at this point. We have 3 Artful Takedowns. Yeah, Locket looks good. Card drawing, and it fixes your mana. This is the kind of deck that definitely wants a Locket. I guess we should grab 1 Severed Strands. We have a Muse Drake and a Wall of Mist. I don't know if we're going to play that card, but there is a chance. I don't think these cards matter. I'll take the second Gateway Plaza to fix the mana. These cards don't matter. So we're definitely going to play blue and black. What we don't know yet is whether we're also going to play red or not. We definitely are going to play Dimir, but we might play Grixis or we might play Dimir. Yeah, Chamber Sentry looks pretty good with these 2 Gateway Plazas, huh? Chamber Sentry is a recursive win condition That means you'll never deck unless they can exile it. We already have 2 Gateway Plazas. We can stick like that Golgari Guildgate in or something if we want to. That's a pretty strong pickup for our deck. And it means that we don't have to worry nearly as much about decking. And we have endless good removal. The only other card we would consider would be Discovery Dispersal. It's a good card. It smooths your mana. It's easy to cast. In the late game, you can Dispersal. But I think Chamber Sentry is exactly what we want to open. This gives us the ability to close games and not worry about decking. And we already were looking to play 2 Gateway Plazas anyway. All right, if you're going to play an ultimate control deck with a bunch of instant speed removal, Sinister Sabotage is an excellent card. It's not an exciting second pick, but it's a good card for our deck. So now we have to start making some interesting choices. If you look at how good our removal is, I'm not sure whether we want Hypothesizzle or is it Guildgate here. I know that Hypothesizzle is a much better card, but we have 3 Artful Takedowns, Price of Fame, Command the Storm, Chamber Sentry, Deadweight, Invert. I think we might just want the Blue-Red Guildgate. And this card actually costs like a bunch of mana. I mean, what are we even discarding to Hypothesizzle? We could discard Chamber Sentry and then buy it back. That's pretty cool. I mean, I don't think we need Vivid Revival. I mean, it's a broken card in a deck like this, and if we wheel it, maybe we'll consider it. But we really just need to fix our mana, because we're going to have so much late game regardless. Our whole deck is like, this card is like a 4/4 flyer that draws a card. These are all almost unconditional good removal spells. This draws 2 and surveils 2. This surveils 2. This searches out 2 good cards. I think Is it Guildgate is just what we need. We're in pack 3. We want to do the 5-color thing or the 3-color thing plus the Gateway Plazas because we got that Chamber Sentry. I think we have to take something like Is it Guildgate pretty aggressively now. All right, this pack is horrible. We don't want any of these cards. None of these are even remotely playable in our deck. I'll just grab a Golgari Guildgate. Now we can grab an actual Guildgate that we want. Dimir Guildgate, help fix our mana. That's a nice pickup. We don't have any Vapors yet, right? So that's actually a really important pickup. This is a deck that I want Radical Idea in. It's going to help us. We can jumpstart away a card we can't cast. It can help us dig to our splash colors and stuff like that. But we have to get our first Vapors. We have a really powerful deck. We should look pretty good in any control mirror. But we're going to get rushed by Boros aggro like it's nobody's business. So the first Vapors is just super important for this. Second Vapor sounds good too. Like I said, this is a big control deck with a great late game and card drawing and removal. My biggest concern is somebody going wide, making a bunch of 1/1 tokens, or a really aggressive Boros deck. So I'm doing the second Vapors. Muse Drake over nothing, we'll probably play it. Surveillance over nothing, we probably won't play it, but I'll think about it. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. And that's the end of this draft portion. So let's go to deck building and take a look at what we got. So this is probably going to be an 18-land deck. We want to make our land drops forever. It normally suggests 17, as it has here. We do have 2 Gateway Plazas, but that means we have to draw both of them to recur Chamber Sentry. So I think we just toss in a Guildgate. I'll fix the colored sources later, but I'm pretty sure we're going to play 1 Golgari Guildgate, even with no green cards. Then let's take a look at our spells. Oh, it booted out a basic, though, so we still need 2 more spells. How's Enhanced Surveillance in our deck? Notion Rain, Double Vapors, Sabotage. We actually ended up with a pretty good amount of Surveil. Price of Fame. Plus, we might need to shuffle our library in and not deck. So I think we're going to put that in. And then I guess just a Passwell Adept. We have a Severed Strands, and we don't have a lot of early blockers. Now, let's do the mana. Red should be our lightest of our 3 real colors. We do have a Crackling Drake, but whatever. That's a great card in the late game. And other than that, we didn't get much red pack 3. We have Command the Storm and Crackling Drake and like Invert. That's it. So I don't think we need many mountains. Before we play any mountains, we have 2 4 red sources. And we're going to draw a lot of cards. We'll just play Crackling Drake in the late game. Let's assume we wouldn't need more than 2 mountains. Then as far as blue and black, those are our main colors. We really want to have like at least 8 of each. We're currently on 3, 5, 7 blue. So let's go ahead and, no wait, I didn't count these. We're currently on 2, 4, 6, 9 blue. So we're good on that. We're currently on 4, 5, 7, 9 black. So we're good on that. Okay, so our mana is going to be pretty good. I think the gate is worth including for Chamber Sentry. So we're going to draw a lot of cards and dig through our deck quite well. But in order to make a green and a white, we would have to draw both Gateway Plazas. Whereas now we'll just draw 2 of these 3. So most likely by the time we have like 10 cards left in our deck, we'll be able to activate Chamber Sentry for 5 and bring it back from our graveyard. But if we don't play the Golgari Guildgate, anytime one of these Gateway Plazas is in like our bottom 3, then we just never can bring back our Sentry. Thanks, Calc. Thanks for your help. So I think our mana is good, except for having a lot of tap lands. But I don't think having a lot of tap lands is a big deal, because we're going to play an 18-land deck, and our spells aren't even that expensive. We're currently on 9 black, 9 blue. But I think we'd honestly rather just have more black and blue than additional red. We're on 6 red. We see a lot of cards, and our red cards are 1 Crackling Drake, Command the Storm, Invert Advent, and Chamber Sentry, potentially. So I think we're just going to add another Swamp and Island, or at least 1. There's probably 17 lands here. 4, 7, 9, 10. No, there's only 16? Yeah, so let's just add 1 more Swamp and Island, and our mana will be effectively 10-10. That looks quite nice. So now we have effectively 10 blue, 10 black, 6 red. We have a pretty light red splash, so as long as we draw a blue and a black right away, we should be able to do enough stuff. Is there anything from the sideboard we want? Dazzling Light is good if you have a creature deck and you're forcing your opponent to block. We don't have many creatures. Like, imagine you have Dazzling Light and Artful Takedown in hand. Dazzling Light does nothing except gain 3 life. Imagine you're attacking with a 3/3, they block with a 3/3, and you Dazzling Light. Now you killed their 3/3 for 1 mana. So Dazzling Light is not good in decks like this. It is good with Death Touch, yeah, but we don't really have that. Yeah, I think this looks right to me. Maybe we want the Veiled Shade because we're going to have our mana up a lot and we're playing 18 lands. I could definitely see the Veiled Shade in this deck over like a Passwall Adept. I count Gateway Plaza as a source for everything. I mean, it taps at any kind of mana. It's just super slow. Like, I wouldn't necessarily count Gateway Plaza as a source for like a 1 mana card on turn 1, obviously. But in terms of ability to have blue, black, and red mana, I mean, it produces all of them. I think we do want Veiled Shade in this deck, though. I think I'm going to put that in. I still want 18 lands because a lot of our lands come into play tapped, and I want to be able to cast things. I think we'll just cut like an Adept. We're looking to play long games with this deck, virtually every game. So I think Veiled Shade should work out as a nice mana sink. We have 10 black sources. Oh, you mean creatures. I don't have a ton, but again, I really like having the 1 life gain spell floating around in decks like this. Okay, I'm not going to mull. We're on the draw. We have 10 black sources. Just got to hope we get there. In the meantime, we have a blue 2-drop. We're 1 land away from something that draws another card. So I would definitely never even think about mulling this. I don't want too many excess tap lands, Daron. Remember, I've got a lot, including double Gateway Plaza. So I wanted to put in 1 more source. This way I only have to draw 2 of the 3. But I didn't want to go further than that. Chamber Sentry Recursion needs to happen before I have like 1 or 2 cards left in my deck. But it's not like it's like that important part of the deck. It's just a sweet thing if I can do it. I think the Locket is pretty good. I mean, I can always sack it to draw 2 cards. And it's going to ramp me up to, like, Inverted Vent quicker, up to my 5s quicker. I mean, it's not great, but it is something useful to put out. I don't know that a second Passwell Adept is a particularly useful card in a lot of spots. All right, I'm not going to block here. We have Chamber Sentry for 3, and then we could ping that and just kill it for 1 mana. Passwell Adept is currently stopping a 2/2. I agree, Daron. It's just we have a lot of tap lands. Gateway Plazas are really slow. I think I have like 2 Izzet Guildgate, 2 Dimir Guildgate, 2 Gateway Plaza. So the 1 Golgari Guildgate goes a long way because it means we only have to draw 2 of 3 instead of 2 of 2. But I don't think I wanted to stretch it further. I mean, it's a close call. I'm just explaining the reasoning. I'm not saying I'm definitely right or something. That's the kind of thing where it's like really hard to calculate, you know? So I don't think I want to block with Chamber Sentry. I'm not really under that much pressure. If they use a trick to take out Passwell Adept, that's a good exchange for me. So I'm just going to make only this block here. This way I get to untap with the Sentry, and then it's active. So for this turn, I think I need to leave Chamber Sentry mana up so I can go block ping. And so I'm not going to play Muse Drake yet. See what they want to do. If they attacked with everything, I can put Chamber Sentry in front of Beetle, and that's theoretically a free kill. Pelt Collector is kind of an interesting one. I can block with the Sentry and then ping the Pelt Collector in combat, so they won't get more counters. But I am kind of worried about taking a ton of damage, and there is a chance that they're going to play another creature here anyway. I think what I want to do is just ping the Glowspore in response, maybe? Nah, I'm not going to worry about Pelt Collector growing. I'll just kill it later with Command the Storm or something. I'm going to try and keep my life total up here, so I'm just going to let the Pelt Collector out and let it grow. So now I think I can block the Shade. If they pump it, I just ping it for 2 in response. And then Chamber Sentry can kill Glowspore next turn. That seems correct to me. And then I take, what, 4? What is my other options? I could, like, ping that, and then I take 4 if they pump it, but they still have Shade. Seems right to me. So we ping it in response to the pump here. So we keep our Chamber Sentry around with 1 counter. Then it can trade with Glowspore. So if they attack with Poisoner and Pelt Collector, we have an option if we want to double block Pelt Collector, and that would actually work out pretty well for us. If they attack with everything, now we have decisions to make. We don't want to take too much damage. There's no free kills. We can go, like, block sack, so we're not necessarily going to take a lot of damage. We could put, like, Muse Drake on Beetle, Chamber Sentry on Pelt Collector, and then ping off Glowspore. Pelt Collector grows to 3, but it doesn't gain Trample until it grows to 4, right? So that looks pretty good. They're not killing their own creatures in response, so it's not like we're going to die. And this way we only take 1 damage. I don't think we can do better than this. What's with everybody playing Golgari Raiders today? The card is not good. It's been good both times I've played against it today, but I promise you, it is not good. Okay, so if we command the Raiders, the Pelt Collector grows to a 5/5 anyway. So I think this turn is command Pelt Collector, block Beetle, takes 6. And then we have Severed Strands potentially for Raiders, but we still need to draw more business, of course. Hey, Pelt Collector's a constructed card for a reason, right? This has been in multiple green aggro decks in Standard. The reason I didn't do it on my turn is because if they have a pump spell, we're pretty much just going to lose anyway, I think. So I wasn't really sweating it. If they have nothing, this is still a pretty good game. Because, I mean, we can take out the 5/5 and get 3 life back. We're losing on board, but we probably have a much more powerful deck than them. So assuming we draw, like, some card drawing or Surveil removal spell or just anything decent, this is a pretty close game. Obviously, if we just flood out, we're going to lose. But no real choices now. Oh, except we should attack first. No reason to miss a point, even if it's unlikely to matter. And then we'll Severed Strands away the Raiders. Dead weight up that 2/2. We've got double Vapors in the deck. I mean, plenty of good draws in there. I'm not saying that we're a favorite, because of course we're in top deck mode and they're up on board. But there's plenty of good draws in our deck here. We could draw Notion Rain. We could draw Crackling Drake. We could draw Invert Advent. We could draw one of 2 Memphitic Vapors. Lots of good draws in this deck. No more, no more. Well, now we don't have time. Hopefully we draw at least a removal, if not one of those good draws. Boo. No, I mean, we could Surveillance back in, like, 5 spells or whatever, but that's only going to increase our chances at drawing something this turn by, like, 10% or whatever. And, like, I think ultimately, there's just more value in having that card in case you Surveil, right? Like, if I draw Memphitic Vapors there, I'm at 5 life, and I'm facing a 4/4, so I get to Surveil 4 instead of 2. That's a pretty big game. Plus, decking can always be an issue with a deck like this. The reason I played the land was because we might draw card drawing. And what if I Notion Rain into, like, a spell I really want to cast and a land? And I need both lands, the one that was currently in my hand and the one off the Notion Rain in play. If you have no card drawing and no activated abilities in play, you can pretty much always hold 1 land. But when you're playing card drawing, you don't necessarily want to hold your last land, because you might draw a card drawing spell, and then you have 1 extra land in play to use that turn if you play all your lands as you draw them. And we don't have any Jumpstart, I don't think. I wanted to pick up a Radical Idea because it's a control deck, but I don't think I ever got the opportunity to. Hey, Strength of 10 Tigers, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate the good 7 months of support. No reason to start taking damage. I'm going to play Wall of Mist here. We do want to get our tap land in play, but ultimately I need to hide behind this wall a little bit anyway. Now, more complicated, what do we want to discard? I think Severed Strands, but we do have, like, plenty of stuff to sack to it, including a Chamber Sentry that'll be on 1 after we do some pinging. I mean, I could discard, like, the Swamp, and then I have the Muse Drake to draw a card and the Sabotage to find land for. The Swamp is the greedy discard. The Severed Strands is the non-greedy discard. Discarding anything but Severed Strands or Swamp here, I think, would be wrong. I think you should be deciding between Swamp and Severed Strands. I've always been greedy. It's an 18-land deck, and if I don't draw one in the next 2 turns, I've got Sabotage to try and surveil into it. Thank you, 11T Billion. Appreciate that subscription. I guess I should just be Chamber Centering for 3. Not much reason to hold up Sabotage this early in the game against opponent. Didn't I make X3 there? Does it really choose blue, blue, black over blue, red, black if you choose 3 with X? That was definitely a little strange. I mean, my hand is super loaded and this game is going very well, so hopefully it won't cost us. If I had to learn that lesson, this is a good time to do it, because this game is going extremely well. So we have the ability to shoot off a 1 toughness creature pretty profitably, so I'm not sure if we want to block with Muse Drake here or not. It saves 3 damage, but that's not a huge concern against blue-black. And I think it's probably right to block. This is a good trade. It saves 3 damage. We'll find some value on Chamber Sentry sooner or later. Oh, I definitely wouldn't deadweight. The reason to take it would be because I can kill it with just one of these Chamber Sentry counters. But I don't really care about this Muse Drake. There's no reason to believe I need it in play for value. This Chamber Sentry was a 3/3. It would have been attacking like every turn. I mean, it's only been like 2 turns, but it would be attacking. Okay, for now, though, I think I can send the Chamber Sentry. If they block with the Snitch, I'm happy to deadweight it. If they double block, I'll have to, like, take down the Snitch, which isn't great, but I'll get a free kill on the Rat. Oh, wait, but I need to ping off the Bats, so never mind. So I guess right now, I'm just going to put out another threat and ping the Bats. I don't expect them to play anything here that I'm going to regret dropping shields. If they play, like, Deadly Visit, I don't have any good targets, really. If they play Watcher, I can just kill it with Takedown. I do have 2 Vapors, right? The opponent's not messing around here with these 1 toughness creatures. But I'm not scared. We can pump the Veiled Shade 3 times, in which case it's still going to eat one of these Mesmerists, and Wall of Mist will blank another one. So we're in a stalemate right now, and there's no reason to kill anything in a stalemate when we have double Vapors in our deck that will just, like, wipe their board. So we're going to make them do something else, and if they do something else, then we'll decide whether to take down or sabotage or ping something. But for right now, if they want to attack, it's Shade on Mesmerist, Wall of Mist on Mesmerist, pump the Shade 3 times, and they can use a removal if they have one on our Shade. Who cares? We're not really taking any damage. And then we'll untap and see what happens. So that's a card we have to deal with, but we have Deadweight. So no need to spend our counterspell on something we can answer. Thief of Sanity is kill on sight. I like to make the joke that it's the turn 3 win, because if you play Thief and they don't kill it, and then you're able to attack with it, you win the game. If this card starts hitting the opponent, like, literally the game is over. Now, of course, it dies most of the time. It's just a 2/2. It's pretty easy to kill. But if it does hit you a single time, it's a massive advantage. Okay, so now I can only pump the Shade twice. So if they double shrink it with the Mesmerist, I'm not going to be able to kill anything. So what happens if they attack with everything? If they double shrink the Shade, they're not shrinking the Sentry. So I can spend 2 mana pumping Shade and still have Sabotage up. So I can put the Sentry on like a Mesmerist. I can put the Wall and the Shade on like Snitch and Mesmerist. I'm taking like 1 damage at max. So we can go ahead and let them attack. Here, with them attacking with both Mesmerists, we don't even need to kill any of them right now. I'm just going to make this block. I'll explain in a second why I'm not Chamber Sentrying. So we don't want to use this Chamber Sentry to kill a 1 toughness creature unless there's substantial value. We can already sack it to Severed Strands to kill like a Watcher in the Mist or some big creature. Plus, even though they don't have any in play right now, we have double Memphitic Vapors, and they might play a 2 toughness creature, and then we can go ping your 2 toughness creature, and then play Vapors and kill the 2 toughness creature along with all the 1s. So we're happy to sit around in a stalemate right now and see what the opponent is up to. This is what our deck is built to do. I'm holding the 1 land in case they have Burglar Rat or Disinformation. Well, I would counter Disinformation Campaign, but I definitely don't want to have to counter like a Burglar Rat. So that's why I decided to hold the 1 land. Certainly not going to counter that. They're more than welcome to Surveil too. I mean, I'm just not going to counter that. The counter spell is too valuable. I might Severed Strands or Artful Takedown it, but Sinister Sabotage can counter like Disinformation Campaign or some incredible bomb. I'm not going to counter Muse Drake, even though Muse Drake is good right now. So, do we want to kill anything here into turn? I don't think so. Okay, that's pretty nice. So think I'm just going to Severed Strands the Muse Drake away. I now have Price of Fame as unconditional removal to kill something better. I know that this seems like a little bit frivolous, but ultimately, that's a damage a turn indefinitely, and I have 4 removal spells and a counter in hand. I also might get to the point where I start attacking with the Shade. As soon as I draw like another creature that has body, I can start turning the Shade. This opponent is not scared of Vapors. Not that I'm holding it at the moment, but I think it's worth Price of Faming because the Surveil 2 means I get to see a lot of cards to try and find the Vapors. So the current plan now is to Price of Fame Whispering Snitch, I think. Since they're already tapped out and this is pre-combat, I can see if I can dig to my Vapors. That doesn't do it, but I'll still draw a takedown. It's not a great draw, but it's worth the draw step. 0-5 on 2-1, 2 toughness creature on 1-1, take our 2 damage. Now I need land 7 in play so I can play takedown and still have Sabotage up. Yeah, I did Price specifically because of Surveil. Okay, so now we want to take down pre-combat. We're going to kill the flyer, and we'll just tap one of the unblockable creatures and save a little damage. So we'll tap one of the Mesmerists, -2, -4 to the flyer, since we can't block it. Unfortunate, because ultimately, if I found Vapors, the 3-1 would just die for free. But I'm not going to put a takedown in the graveyard instead of my hand there. Oh, that's land 4 towards Chamber Sentry, so we have to play that one. Now if we draw Golgari Guildgate or Gateway Plaza, then we can buy back our Chamber Sentry and win the game with that. Thank you, Dark Pack. Appreciate that subscription. So I'm actually going to kill Passwall Adept here. It's the scariest creature in play, plus it doesn't die to Vapors, which we have 2 of. So, of course, we'd like to save 2 damage, so we'll tap one of the Mesmerists. But -2/-4 is to the Passwall Adept. I could have done that on my turn and saved 2 damage, but I didn't, because then I'd have to drop shields pre-combat. I was a lot more concerned about them possibly playing something good that I'd want to Sinister Sabotage than I am about taking 2 more points of damage against a blue-black deck from 14 to 12. Okay, that land doesn't do anything for us, so we'll hold it as discard protection. I don't think we're going to win the race starting to attack with the Veiled Shade and taking 3 back. Right now, we're back to a stalemate, so let's just chill again. We've got those 2 Vapors to wipe their board. Otherwise, we have lots of other good draws, like Notion Rain, Crackling Drake, and Invert Advent. That card I don't even have to counter, right? I can just block it with Veiled Shade or Wall of Mist. That card doesn't really break the stalemate open. I also could draw Golgari, Guildgate, or Gateway Plaza. Those are good draws too, because I'm only 1 source away from Chamber Sentry. So the deck is totally loaded right now. So I'll sit in a stalemate, and I'll preserve this Sinister Sabotage to the best of my ability. Because I have so many good draws. I have a 17-card library with Crackling Drake, Notion Rain, Gateway Plaza, Golgari Guildgate, Invert Advent. Well, Wall of Mist can just block Dowser indefinitely. I don't have to kill Dowser. I just have to keep the stalemate going. Whoa! Anonymous Gifter gifted out 10 subs. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. I don't know who you are because you're anonymous, but thank you for your generosity and your support of my stream. It's really, really appreciated. That time I said Wall of Mist, not Wall of Milf. The other time I did say erotic, not erratic. All right, we don't need any more red sources. I'm just going to hold the Guildgate, play the land, continue to chill. Thank you, Dubricus. Appreciate that subscription. That's another card that changes nothing. No reason to kill it. Maybe I'll end up takedowning it, but I'm not going to counter it. Counter is for something that I can't deal with takedown or on board. For example, if they Devious Cover Up, I would Sinister Sabotage that so they don't get to shuffle in a bunch of good stuff. Disdainful Stroke, no problem. No need to counter that. Don't worry, we're not trying to have any kids. That would take away from time we have for gaming. So there'll be no milfing here. Just, we like to keep as much of our time free as possible to play Magic. Sweet. Notion Rain should blow this game open. We definitely don't need those lands, so let's just ship those right to the yard. Somehow I haven't actually found any of the lands I want. I think we could use more mana in play, though. So I'm going to go ahead and play 1 land and hold 1 land. Not only do we not have that many more lands left to draw, but Golgari Guildgate or Gateway Plaza are just excellent draws for us. They allow us to buy back Chamber Sentry. So this is not really, like, all of the good cards we want to draw are hiding. But we're under no pressure, so this doesn't really matter. We've got more removal, and this card's expensive. I'm just going to go ahead and trade it for a 4/5, which is about the best thing it can kill. And there's one of the lands I did want to draw. Now, Now we have our 5 colors of mana. Blue, red, black, green, white. Chamber Sentry's coming back to our hand. So if we buy back Chamber Sentry right now, we can play it right now, but we can only play it as a 3/3. Is that worth it, or should we buy it back end of turn and play it as a 5/5? Well, since we drew Vapors, I think I'm pretty happy to just Vapors right now. Clear away 3 of their 5 creatures, and then end of their turn, I can just buy back Chamber Sentry. Don't think we're going to need Vapors number 2. These look like acceptable draws. we might want the Locket in play for after we enhance Surveillance. I'll take the Cyclops next turn and the Locket after that. I no longer really need rat protection right now. If they make me discard, I'll just buy back the Sentry and discard it. We're not under any pressure, so I'm going to go ahead and put my lands in play. Because before, we were never going to use 20 lands in one turn, but now with Chamber Sentry, we can use a lot of mana. Oh, manual tap to cast it. I was like, it can't mess up the bringing it back. It's just not going to work if it doesn't realize the mana right. But on the front end, absolutely manual tap. Thank you, chat. I mean, I could attack with the Shade, but honestly, why? What I probably should do, though, is play the Cyclops, because next turn, I think that we're going to be doing a lot of attacking. If they don't do anything meaningful, end of their turn, I'll probably cast Artful Takedown. Do I even care about that? Like, I understand they're decking, but they're also just dying. My board is massive. This card just doesn't do anything now. No. Dennis the Menace is too old school. Magic players aren't old enough to even get that reference. Nice use to the emote based. I don't know how many cards I have left, but I have Enhanced Surveillance, so I can shuffle my whole graveyard into my library. So it doesn't actually matter. Let's go and tap kill the Dark Blades because they surveilled, so those things are actually kind of annoying at the moment. Good stuff. This is why you draft Control. So you get to play a 20-minute game where you're winning the whole time, and you just get to sit there and play lands and prolong the game. Feels good. Maybe not for the opponent, but hey, they have the option to concede at any point if they want to. Not my fault if they keep playing.
Do you know if you throw out one of the chairs?
From the apartment?
Yeah.
No, why would I ever throw out a chair?
No, I literally can't find one of them, and you know, it's not a big apartment, so I'm kind of confused. Okay.
Oh yeah, Bag Zoo. We're old. If you watched Dennis the Menace when you were a kid, you're old. I remember when they started playing Nirvana on the classic rock station, and I was like, I had these CDs in middle school. What is going on here? Easy block. If they have Sinister Strike, cool. That's what my wall is in here to do. So Vapors can definitely do more against a Boros deck than kill just a Blade Instructor. So this is a close call, whether we want to hold on to it or not. They will get to pump Stalwart, which makes it a scarier creature. But we have like 2 removal spells to kill it anyway. Not 100%. I think that Gateway Plaza is pretty slow. So maybe this turn we want to play Gateway Plaza. Give them 1 more turn to drop out 1 toughness creatures. Then next turn we have Vapors and Guildgate to play. It's a little risky. I know that casting Vapors here looks good, but I think I like risky. We're playing against an aggro deck. We don't want to play our sweeper too aggressively, and we really got to get this land in play. It's so slow. Hey, what's up, Voxy? How you doing? So unfortunately, that's not a 1 toughness creature. But again, they're going to mentor onto it, but we're just going to end up killing it anyway. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, I don't even know what's happening anymore. I guess that now they're going to be able to pump their Blade Instructor, so that's bad. Now we no longer have the ability to Vapors. We're actually still fine kind of on board, though. We can't play Golgari Guildgate now this turn, but we can take down and block. So, I mean, if they don't have anything else, we're still okay. And by anything else, I don't mean like, oh, if they cast another creature. I mean if they don't have the right trick to blow us out or something like that. I mean, I don't love it, but I can't do anything about it. I mean, remember, the Stalwart goes back to being a 2/2. It's not like it sits around as a 4/4. The take card is gone. So which one do we want to kill? Probably Blade Instructor. I think we're certainly going to target these 2 creatures, and we'll just take 2 damage. I think we tap the Legionnaire, and we -2/-4 the Blade Instructor. It's possible that it's better to kill the Legionnaire and just tap the Blade Instructor. That's what the debate was between. We're definitely not targeting Sunhome Stalwart there with either part of our full takedown, but the question was which one did we want to kill and which one did we want to leave in play. So this is pretty interesting. We can Chamber Sentry for 4. It's awesome if we on-tap with it. How much damage are we taking? I mean, we have a 4/4, so they have to, like, tap that to hit us with everything. I mean, we can block Banneret, and then they double pump and they trade. Otherwise, we're taking a really hard hit from Banneret, though. Not really sure what to do now. I could also, like, Vapors and play, like, Chamber Sentry as a 1/1 or something just to have a chump blocker. No, that doesn't seem good. Could also Price. This is a pretty sweet game. I could play a 1/1 Chamber Sentry to block Banneret, potentially. Oh, no, they're just going to mentor onto the Banneret with Stalwart, so that's not going to work. Well, let me put my land in play, since we're going to do that no matter what. And then I'm not really sure what to do now. Thank you for subscribing, God Awful Truth. This is pretty interesting. I think I just play a 4/4. I mean, if they spend... This time it's my fault, because even though it was the auto-tapper, I just did this last game. But anyways, I think it's right to play a 4/4 here, because if they wanted to tap it, then I wouldn't take that much damage. And if they attack with everything, like I can eat a Stalwart, now I'm kind of scarred. That mattered a lot, because now they can pump Banneret, mentor onto the Stalwart, and then I can't block the Stalwart with Chamber Sentry. But before, if they had attacked with everything, I would have taken a lot of damage, but I would have had good blocks. Well, that might have been the one card that can save us. So this is super close now. Let's say I Vapors, Deadweight, and Ping. I still die by virtually Xaxes. What am I doing? This is so interesting now. I can block Ping. None of these creatures are legendary, right? So let's say I like Vapors, Deadweight, and pass with Chamber Sentry up to their 2 creatures. I'm not dead. No, I am dead because I'm 1 mana short. I couldn't sweep the board, I don't think. Chamber Sentry doesn't spread its pinging. Maybe I could. No. Ping, Vapors, and Deadweight. But how do I get rid of the 4th creature? So I don't think I could have swept the board. Okay, well, I'm dead now, but super interesting game. If I had one more land, I was fine there on the last turn. Right. That's why I needed one more land. I have to, like, Vapors, Deadweight, and then be able to, like, ping off, Yeah, the deck is better than 1-2, but y'all gotta remember, these are best of ones. So, I mean, like, we've played 3 games. We just lost a super close game, and we lost, the other game we lost was super close. You remember that game against Golgari? It was excellent. I actually think this deck has an okay Boros matchup. We got double Vapors late and Deadweight, and our mana ended up pretty good. Obviously, we have to get some tap lands in play, which can be rough. But, I mean, like, you saw how close that game was. Time for a run. So we have only 1 blue or red, so we can't cast Cyclops. But I see no reason to Deadweight a Shieldmate when we have a 1-3. That was why I needed 1 more mana, because I have to ping for 2 in combat, Neverata. Really think about how it all lines up. That's why I said I needed exactly 1 more mana. Because if I ping in combat, if they get to attack with the Stalwart and put the counter on the Banneret, then they have 2 2-power attackers. So I can't let them attack with the Stalwart. But I also can't let them on tap with the... I can't not kill the Legionnaire, and I can't let them on tap with the 2-2 tapper. Yeah, it was 1 mana short. That's what I figured out at, like, towards the end of the game. Okay, so we don't have lands, but I'm pretty happy to Deadweight the Shieldmate now, because when we Vapors, then the Shieldmate will die and the Beetle. But in the meantime, I don't really want to kill their creatures because they're Golgari, so there's no reason to put more cards in their graveyard for them. All right, what does this do? +1/+0 and life and menace. So as long as I can play Musedrake, then that doesn't do anything, because I can double block either of these 1/1s, and I don't care if they tap it to gain life. At the moment, though, I can't do anything. So my choice is Vapors to find more lands or pass the turn. I really don't want to Vapors away 2 1/1s that don't do anything, but I also really want to find lands, so I'm not 100% sure what to do right now. I think it's worth playing the Vapors just to dig for lands. We're an 18-land deck, and Surveil 2 means we have a pretty good shot to find them. Locket's pretty slow. I think I'm going to be greedy and bin it. So if I knew they weren't holding any Lurchers, I would have definitely made this play. I'm just scared of putting a bunch of 1/1s in Golgari's graveyard this early in the game. What I'm not scared of is them spending their turn giving this menace. So there's definitely no reason to kill it right now if we can put out something that can block it, and Piston Fist Cyclops can do that. Well, I would only be taking 4 turn for menace until I put out a single blocker, right? If I draw land 4 for Musedrake, I can double block either of the 1/1s. Right, and they're not adding to the board. They're tapping out every turn. But my hand is pretty loaded. I'm still pretty far from Crackling Drake, but, I mean, almost every land in my deck is going to produce blue or red. I mean, there's only, like, what, another 2 swamps or something? So when I play Muse Drake and draw cards, there's a good chance Crackling Drake is going to come down sometime pretty soon. So for now, we have the choice between Muse Drake and Notion Rain. I think it makes sense just to get out extra blockers. This helps us hit our land drops, draws cards too. Plus, it costs more mana. That's a sweet draw. Two spells so far in the yard, but we already have another 3 in hand. Crackling Drake is going to be awesome. More Prey Upon doing great work. They want to kill my 4/3, so they can attack with their 4/3, but since it's Prey Upon and it's the removal spell that doesn't kill anything, instead they're going to go ahead and target a 1/3, which isn't wrong because Prey Upon doesn't kill anything, but man, is that card bad in this format. So I'm playing the Crackling Drake here. It's still going to draw another card. And also, next turn, I can play like Notion Rain and Takedown potentially. So it can grow very big very quickly. And I'm on an even board right now. I'm not saying like what they have in hand, if the Drake's going to live or die. I have no idea. But ultimately, I might as well get my threats out first and then play my card drawing later if we're already on an even board. Unless, of course, you think they have another fight spell, in which case maybe you want to get one more spell in your graveyard first. So all their creatures have Death Touch this turn. That's why they're attacking. But I'm pretty happy to trade Cyclops for Swarm Guildmage and Pass Wallet Up for Wild Ceratok. So maybe they have a 1 green pump spell like Might of the Masses. But again, I have to work through that anyway. So I'm not really sure why they're making this attack. I mean, they probably want creatures in their graveyard, so maybe they have like a Zoni or something like that. I don't really know. So let's try and dig and find like another Vapors or Sinister Sabotage, because I kind of feel like for them to make that aggressive of an attack, there's got to be like a big reason like that. So I'm going to, now that I'm looking so good, I'm just going to play really conservatively here and not even cast the Wall of Mist, because I want to have Sinister Sabotage up, because I'm kind of scared that they have actual Zoni or something like that. Because, I mean, why did they just do that otherwise? But we can Artful take down that, so we don't have to counter it. Just go ahead and -2, -4. Tap the child. So we have 7 mana, but we only have 3 blue. So we can't cast Surveillance, Wall of Mist, and leave Sabotage up. So we can cast Surveillance later. We'll just cast Wall of Mist. Who cares if they gain another 2 life? We're not taking damage. And now we have Sabotage for any potential broken stuff in their hand, if I'm right and they're holding it. And otherwise, we have Removal for any big creatures they play. So we're in complete control. This is exactly where we want to be. That's a big creature, but there's no need to counter that. We'll just Price of Fame it. I would like it much better if it was 1 smaller, but so I could command it, but it's not. Get rid of lands we don't need. So we have all 5 mana, but we're 1 land short of playing Chamber Sentry and having Sabotage up. We can always buy it back later. It's not important that we play it as a 5/5. We can buy it back end of their turn. So I'm going to play it for 4. This way I can leave Sabotage up. See, I'm not always greedy, y'all. When there's actual logic in playing conservatively, like in a spot like this, where we're in a great position, I'm not greedy at all. I want to have my Sabotage up in case they have some broken card that my removal doesn't deal with. They're more than welcome to deadly visit my Chamber Sentry. I already have all 5 kinds of mana, right? Green, white, red, blue, black. I'll just buy it back end of their next turn. And this whole time, I never have to drop shields in case they actually do have a Zoni in their deck or something else broken that my removal spells don't deal with. Well said, Hans. A+. That card doesn't matter. They just deadly visited away a card. It's just going to come back into their next turn. What they just did does not matter. I'll tell you another card that doesn't matter. That Child of Night. I'm pretty surprised they topped that at this point. Unless they were just holding it. Oh yeah, that's why as a control deck like this, we wanted Chamber Sentry so badly. We now have basically complete inevitability. There's very few things they could possibly do to break this game open, and I won't be Sinister Sabotaging unless they do one of them. Is that worth countering? It does have hexproof. Chamber Sentry as a 5/5 can block it. That's a pretty scary card. I might need to Sinister Sabotage that. I can always deal with the Azoni with Vapors later if they have that in their deck. 7/5 hexproof, I think I need to counter that. There's not much I would have countered. I definitely wouldn't counter a 7/6 even, but a hexproof one, I think I got to do it. I topped Vapors as backup for the Mythic Azoni I keep talking about. I'm not going to Vapors just to kill some Child of Nights. I can just ping those off with Chamber Sentry. The opponent's at 30. I'm not killing them anytime soon anyway. We're going to be grinding out a victory. We are not in any rush here. I mean, this game is over. Yeah, I mean, Azoni is totally sick. It'll make them like a million creatures, but we have the Vapors, so we're safe now. Oh, you know what card could kill us? The Troll that does damage equal to creatures in the yard. Lotlith or whatever it's called. It's not Lotlith, but let's count their graveyard. 1, 2, 3, only creatures. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that we don't want to take more damage. Lotlith Giant. You got to start thinking about how you can lose when you're in this good of a position. Lotlith Giant for 13 would be one of the ways we could lose. So we want to get the Sinister Sabotage back in our hand. Or we want to Severed Strand something and gain a bunch of life to keep ourselves out of Lotlith Giant range. For now, we don't have a counter anyway, so I think I'm just going to ping them for 2 and buy back a Sentry so I can play it as a 5/5. That's a much quicker clock. And if they play any creature, frankly, of any kind, I'll Severed Strands it and sack the wall for 5 life. I can't actually Severed Strands my own creature for life. This says destroy target creature and opponent controls. So let's make sure we tap right. Black, red, green, blue, white. We are good. Probably need a manual tap here. Blue, red, black, green, white. Lesson learned, always manual tap if you're playing Chamber Sentry. So yeah, Lotlith Giant, incredible card for closing against control, but they have 9 creatures in your yard and we're still at 13. So we're pretty safe. And if they play any creatures, I will make sure to Severed Strands, gaining 5 life to keep myself even further out of range. For now, though, I don't see any reason to keep mana up. We don't have a counter in our hand anymore. So let's just deal them the most damage we can. So like I said, we don't have to Severed Strands it, but I don't want to, like, risk dying accidentally. So what I think I'm going to do here is Severed Strands, and then I'm going to enhance Surveillance, so I can shuffle back in Sinister Sabotage and Severed Strands, so I have the ability to gain more life, potentially. I don't think there's anything with haste that we really need to be afraid of here, right? I mean, there's small haste creatures, but I don't think there's anything really threatening. There is the one that I keep making fun of, but it's way short of lethal. It's going to be like an 11/11, and we just gain 5 more life. We're at 18. So I'm going to shuffle my graveyard back in, because Severed Strands and Sinister Sabotage are 2 of my best draws. I promise you, you really need to be incredible at Undergrowth to play Golgari Raiders. I know it's been okay when my opponents have had it in the late game against me, but remember, every time that's in your hand on turn 4, it's unplayable on turn 4. It's unplayable on turn 5. Unless your deck is all creatures and ways to surveil and like multiple Glowspore Shamans, please do not put that card in your deck. Golgari's not even that aggressive of a deck. Like, haste is always a good thing, but Golgari's usually going to win on power level, not on speed. So what's the line for wins with this deck? We're currently 2-2, so any game loss eliminates us, but I think the deck is great. The 2 games we won weren't close. The 2 games we lost by inches, and the opponents had tons. I mean, I agree pre-draft I would average 5 wins with this, but you think I'm still going to average 5 wins here, based? I like your confidence. That card is super scary. I don't want to let them draw extra cards, so I think it's worth deadweighting it. They're not going to be able to increase its power, so ultimately now, if they surveil, it doesn't matter because it's a 0/1 with no power. But if I play like Veiled Shade, if I knew they couldn't surveil, I would definitely play Veiled Shade and just take 2 damage. But ultimately, if they surveil and draw extra cards, that's really bad. If you've been watching my stream for the past 6 months to a year, you know all I do is try and draw extra cards with Audacious Thief and Gateway Sneak and stop my opponents from doing so on site. Cards are the most valuable resource in Magic. Life is the least valuable unless it's your last point of life, in which case then it becomes a lot more valuable. So I wouldn't really care if they countered or killed Shade. I'm not playing Shade here because I'm worried they're going to have a counterspell. I'm not playing Shade here because I want to have my Sinister Sabotage up in case they have something good to do. I've got land drops to make, so I'm perfectly happy to just wait a couple turns, and then I can play the Shade with Sabotage up. I don't have to drop shields. I'm not super high on Enhanced Surveillance either. If I have a lot of cheap removal and I can just have like a couple of cover-ups, I'd rather rely on those. But if you play this format and you do not have multiple devious cover-ups, you will deck yourself. Like the blue Dimir decks with Surveil, you dig through your deck sometimes. So if you have a deck like this one, you should absolutely put Surveillance in it. Now, if you have 2 or 3 devious cover-ups and a bunch of cheap removal, don't put Surveillance in that deck. You already have your cover-ups to prevent yourself from decking. It's a bit extreme, Hans. I didn't say only the last point matters. I said cards are more valuable than life, except the last point. All right, so I don't want to trade a removal spell for a 1 toughness creature when I have double Vapors in my deck. I definitely don't want to trade a Veiled Shade for a 1 toughness creature. So this turn, let's get Gateway Plaza in play. And we'll chill out. Sooner or later, we'll draw one of those Vapors or Chamber Sentry, and then we'll kill the Poisoner for free. So there's Chamber Sentry. We don't have 5 yet, but we have 2 of our 3 off-color lands. So all we have to do is draw any red source, red-blue gate, or a mountain, and then we have 5. For now, we can Chamber Sentry for 4, and then we still have Sinister Sabotage up. So let's go ahead and do that. Red, blue, black, green. If they counter this with something that would put it in the graveyard, I'll let that resolve. But if they devious cover up it, I got a Sinister Sabotage because I don't want this Chamber Sentry to get exiled. So they have cover up, so I'm going to go ahead and counter that. We don't need an island. A mountain is useful because it gives us the 5th color for Chamber Sentry, but an island does nothing for us. It looks like they have Disdainful Stroke, because if they had Sinister Sabotage, they would have countered my Sabotage. But if they have Disdainful Stroke, they were deciding whether to Disdainful Stroke Chamber Sentry or not, because they know I'm only 1 land source away from recurring it anyway. So I could easily see them hold on to Disdainful Stroke to try and win another counter war or counter some powerful removal spell later. So I'm not sure by any means, but my read right now is that they have Disdainful Stroke in hand. Yeah, I'm not happy about Disinformation Campaign resolving. I mean, if we will draw a red source sooner or later. I mean, we have plenty of them. And then we should be able to win with Chamber Sentry unless they have another cover-up or something to exile it. For now, I probably want to kill the Spy Bug before it grows. I definitely want to kill the Poisoner so I can start attacking with the Shade, but I think I want to kill the Spy Bug first. So let's start with Muse Drake. See if they want to Disdainful Stroke it if they're holding it. Don't know if they are or aren't. I just feel like they might be. Wall of Mist looks like a good card to hold to discard to campaign. So there's not much that surveils for this cost. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and try and kill Spy Bug now. If they play like Dazzling Light or something, the card is gone. I'll be pretty unhappy, but I could always Chamber Sentry the Spy Bug again later. It's not like a big deal if I take some damage. This is a control mirror. I don't think either of us are super concerned about life totals at this point. Ultimately, damage is how you probably win, but it's more about fighting over the resources in play, and life totals are kind of an afterthought. So I didn't want to spew a point. The only instant speed surveil there is Dazzling Light, which is not a card we know if would even be in their deck, or let alone we have any reason to put in their hand. I'm not saying that it would be unreasonable, but I don't also care that much if the bug lives. I'm holding 2 removal spells, and I still have Chamber Sentry in play with 3 counters on it to kill it next turn. Meanwhile, this game is a very close game. They have Disinformation Campaign going. I don't want to spew resources. These pings could be valuable. Y'all are right, that does exist too. But again, I think these pings are pretty valuable. I didn't really have much of a reason to put those cards in my opponent's hand the way the game played. And this is a really close game. This isn't the kind of game like some of those other games where I'm like, I'm going to win no matter what. I'll take any chance unless they play something broken. They have Disinformation Campaign going. So this, to me, feels like a very close game where I don't want to spew resources playing around things for no reason. It's a pretty strange play. So why are they dead-weighting Muse Drake instead of Veiled Shade? What does that tell us? They could have Ritual of Soot, which kills 3 or less casting costs, but wouldn't kill Muse Drake. They could have Vapors, but I mean, they might have double Vapors, and then they could think they're going to kill the Shade, but no, I'm just going to probably pump it. I just have to make sure I don't tap out. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm not worried about losing the Chamber Sentry, so I'm going to ping off the Poisoner for sure. And then I'll probably, if they take the Shade, I'll probably make sure I have 2 open so that they can't kill it with double Vapors. If they chump block it, then obviously there's no reason to pump it now anyway. Okay, they took it. So, yeah, I kind of am going to leave some mana up here. I need to hold the Swamp because they might have Surveil cards. So I think what I'm going to do is pump it to 4, and then I'll pass the turn. This way I don't lose Shade to double Vapors. Yeah, I mean, look, they might not have it, but I'm missing 1 point of damage. And, I mean, they're going to play Vapors. They're going to play Surveil cards. They've never had an opportunity to use it. I don't know what they're up to. To me, it smells like double Vapors. All right, so let's start with Muse Drake, see if we can find that red source. Black, blue, green, white. So let's see what happens. Okay, so we need that in play. Now there's not really any reason to hold up mana. I mean, they're not going to play 2 more Vapors. So we can hit them for 4. And now we have all our mana in play to start buying back Chamber Sentry. They still have 5 cards, including Disinformation Campaign. So this is still a very good game. You can't save Veiled Shade from Deadweight. It just dies end of turn anyway. I will take a land, though. Okay, so they have Devious Cover-Up mana up, so I don't think I really want to play Chamber Sentry into that right now. So I'm going to attack for 1. If they kill it and drop shields, then of course we'll buy back Sentry and play it. If they still have Cover-Up mana up, then I'm probably not going to do that. I could kill it in response so I don't get the surveil and the campaign, but it's probably not worth it. It's still a threat, it's still pinging them, and we are trying to get them in range for Sentry. Also, campaign is way less scary because we could always discard Sentry to it. Oh, I have no problem with playing Sentry for 2 or 3 or whatever. The 5 is important for buying it back, but attacking them for 3 or 4 a turn instead of 5 a turn is perfectly fine. But I'm interested in Sentry protecting me from campaign a decent amount here. I've got 17 in my deck. They have 12. And every time they play campaign, they draw a card. So I don't want to let the Sentry get exiled, and I don't want to discard this removal. I might mostly be thinking about decking them at this point. So for now, I'm just going to pass again. If they don't have Devious Cover-Up mana up, then I will certainly play the Sentry. But I'm not going to play it into that. They can Devious Cover Up their own spell, but then the shields are down, and then I can resolve something. So, I mean, if you make your opponent Devious Cover Up their own spell, and you're playing a control deck also, that's probably not a bad situation for you, right? Yeah, I'm not opposed to discarding the removal, but like I said, I don't think it's really the right thing to do at the moment. All right, so I want Surveillance to resolve pretty badly. So now I have an interesting spot. I have 2 things that I really want to resolve, Sentry and Surveillance. They can only do 1 counter, so I have to make a decision. If I play the Surveillance and they counter it, I can buy back the Sentry and play it, but I can't even do that right now anyway. So I think I'll wait 1 turn either way. Evaluate on my next turn after I've spent the 5 buying back Sentry. Yeah, I'm not sure which I want to resolve more. I mean, they're both amazing right now. Sentry is definitely, like, better as far as winning the game, but they might have another way to exile it. There aren't a ton, but there are some. I have 15 in my deck. They have 10. Of course, that's fine. Can turn into nothing meaningful. Some small creatures. I'll kill it end of turn. It's even legendary, so I can pay 2 and try and kill it, right? All right, so end of turn. I guess we should start with Price of Fame, maybe? I don't actually need Surveil right now. Maybe I should just Command the Storm. I have mad excess mana, and you never know if they're going to play something big, and I'm going to want to Price of Fame it. Also, Price of Fame might just be more valuable later. Let's make sure I still have the right 5 up for Sentry, though, before I cast anything. Green, white, blue, black, red. Oh, am I 1 short? No, I have exactly enough. Blue, red, green, black, white. So we can tap like that for Command the Storm. Slap that down on Lazov. And then we still have blue, red, green, black, white to get back Sentry. There's that stroke I thought they had way earlier in the game, right? Okay, and then we'll get back our Sentry. So now we have decisions, though, like I said. They probably have cover-up. I can obviously just kill Lazov here pretty easily. I could start with that, because if they cover that up, then I can play Surveillance and Sentry if I have enough mana. That would require 11. I have 10, right? Yeah, so maybe I want to use Price here for 2. This way, if that gets countered, then I can resolve my 2 awesome spells. So yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Let's start with Price. See if they're going to cover that up or not. Our counter's already gone. Sabotage is in the yard. We can get it back in with surveillance if we resolve surveillance. So there's the cover-up we knew they were holding. They're shuffling in, what? Stroke, Assassin's Trophy, cover-up, and takedown. So that's all fine. Now we can resolve surveillance, which will shuffle in our entire graveyard, and we can resolve sentry for 5. Them on tapping with Lazev this turn doesn't matter. They can turn it into like a Darkblade agent or something like okay. Black, red, green, blue, white. This is an amazing game of Magic. Anybody who doesn't like control mirrors, I don't even know what to tell you. So I think it's a pretty easy discard of Vapors here. I mean, we don't care about killing Burglar Rats. I still remember that game we played, Calcano, a few years back, where I was playing Mardu and you were playing Jund, and you played so well and gave yourself the ability to top deck like a lightning bolt on the last turn to be able to win in a game where I had so many more resources than you. Because Mardu had like a very big advantage against Jund. I remember that was when I was like, wow, like that was one of the games I played against somebody where I was like the most impressed. It was like a grindy mid-range control-ish mirror, and I just had way better stuff for it, and you just gave yourself the ability to be able to hit like a 3-outer over the last turn or two to win. Do you remember that, Calc? That was like very impressive the way you played that game. Okay, so what are we doing now? We don't really care about the spells we have in play, so I probably take down, tap the rat, and try and kill Lazav, get in a hit for 5. They don't have anything with 5 toughness to copy, right? Okay, so I'm going to start there. Tap the rat, kill the Lazav if this resolves. Obviously, we don't know what they drew this turn. They might have drawn the stroke or the cover-up. They might not. There's no way for us to know. All right, so if they didn't counter anything, then let's try and get in a hit for 5. If they kill it, we can always buy it back. Yeah, that's a little rough. I mean, they have to have top decked their cover up here in like 1 card. I mean, they might have, the way they just played this turn. We have surveillance now, so this is tricky. If you assume they only have 1 cover up, maybe we should be trying to deck them, because we can shuffle our sabotage back in. I mean, I can always play this. If this gets countered, who cares? Yeah, I think they probably have it from how they played. I should be trying to deck them now that I resolved surveillance. So, I mean, it was right to take down Lazav. It's a good enough creature. But if they make the play they made where they let me take down the Lazav and then bounce Chamber Sentry, I think we want to try and deck them from here. Like I said, if we start making them cover up their own spells, I mean, we have Sinister Sabotage in our graveyard. We have Enhanced Surveillance in play. It's not a scary situation. It looks like they only have 3 up now, though, so we're good to rerun our Sentry this turn, I think, unless they have something surprising. It's not a big concern if we can't play it for 5. We might be able to. I don't think so. I think we're going to be able to play it for, like, 4. But with only 3 mana up, they might counter it, but they can't exile it, and that's what matters. Blue, red, white. They drew the stroke, which is totally cool. We just killed a disdainful stroke. That card is recursive. All good. Yeah, this is still that same game. One of the best games ever. I still have no idea who's going to win. Depends on what spells they have left. Right, so I think we can pop lock it. I mean, the decking first thing, we have the surveillance, so that's not super relevant anymore. So let's start by popping the locket and see what we find. If we decide to try and deck them, it means we're not playing things into their cover-up until we get our sabotage. But we're not concerned at all about drawing a couple of cards and decking one turn before them, because we're going to shuffle our whole graveyard back in whenever we want. Yes, our win con, our primary win con, I mean, we don't actually know what's going to happen, but plan A is getting our sabotage back into our hand to then be able to counter their cover-up. Well said, Zinger. Hopefully they don't have their own enhanced surveillance. I don't know if we can beat that. I mean, I guess it's possible the same way. For now, just going to buy back and discard Sentry rather than lands, I think. I could always buy back Sentry again on my turn and then play it, assuming they don't have cover-up up. They do have their own surveillance. Oh, wow. I mean, I've got Sentry online. The party continues. This game may never end. I mean, I will deck at some point, and I'll concede if I can't win. But remember, if I get Sinister Sabotage for their cover-up, I can then beat them with Sentry Recursion. So there is still a way to win this game here. I'm not saying I'm going to win, but there is definitely a way to win the game like that. All right, they're going to kill that. We need to take down... Go ahead and kill their only real creature. Tap, I guess, doesn't matter which. I don't have to imagine it, Legend. This was MC6 last weekend, every single game of Standard. For anybody who hasn't played any Oko mirrors in Standard, well, the games are good some of the time, but they take forever. I forgot about the auto tapper. I'm sorry. Because the enhanced surveillance gets exiled, so we're both going to reshuffle everything in, but then the enhanced surveillances are gone. So I think before blocks, now I'll go -2, -4. If that resolves, I can probably block. If they kill in response, I take some damage frown, but I think this is probably the right way to do it. Because if I block and they counter this, I'm going to lose my sentry. I don't really want to do that, so. -2, -4, tap like the 1/4, I guess. I don't know. Okay. I could kill them with Crackling Drake. If I sneak a Crackling Drake in play, that's got to have like 100 power at this point. No, because I can shuffle everything back in anyway. Like, a land is not actually a good draw for me here, I don't think. So, I think, what do I want to do? Just play it and, like, sack it and kill the 4/5 now? I'm at 9. So if they attack with everything, since I can't stop the flyer, I actually have to chump. Are they really going to sneak this in with damage? Ouch. Yeah, Strand with Sentry helps a lot because we're gaining 4. So we go to 13. We take 6 and we're at 7. So unless they play another creature this turn, they're not actually threatening lethal next turn. Plus we get a draw step too. This game is awesome. I still have no idea if I'm going to win or lose. Assuming the last card in their hand is a land. I mean, our library has like Crackling Drake in it. Removal spells. Memphitic Vapors. So I want Crackling Drake first, I think. I guess I might want Notion Rain first into Crackling Drake. And invert. And then I can pass while adept it for lethal, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Alright. I'm not getting rid of any of those. I know that. Oops. Oh, that's fine. I still have 4, right? Blue, black, red, yeah. So let's pay manually because we have to. Will I win or lose? The greatest game of Magic ever played. What do y'all think? Who's going to win this game, chat? Is this genuinely the greatest game of Magic ever played? I'm not actually kidding. This might be the best game of Magic I've played in my entire life. All right, so let's start with blue-black. Three cards left in our deck. All right, we're drawing 2 of them if it resolves, so we're not losing yet. I want the Passwall Adept for next turn. That does give them the opportunity to draw a counter, but not an additional removal. Oh, I'm going to draw a card off Crackling Drake. So I can't... Wow, so I have to shuffle my graveyard in before I can attack. Before I can attack once with the Drake. I mean, it'll rebuild. It's not like my stuff is getting gone for good or something, but... Okay, so I'm going to draw all of these. So then it doesn't super matter. I guess these 2 first, so I can play them now. Makes sense. Yeah, leaving Notion Rain on top was a mistake. I should have topped Crackling Drake and put Notion Rain second. Albeit they had the counter anyway right now, so yeah. That said, they're out of cards, out of hand, so it's not necessarily looking bad. This is a good card to get in play. We have 6 mana, so we can't shoot them and buy it back this turn. I want to draw Invent Advert next turn, so I don't want to sack Surveillance. So I guess I'll just get in 2 points of damage. Okay, so now we want to Surveillance and then cast this, I assume. We can get our Sabotage. We don't want to give them any more draw steps, I don't think. So I guess we start by just doing that. And then let's hope they didn't top deck, cover up, or stroke this turn, right? But I mean, any time we wait is just giving them draw steps. So please resolve. How do they do it? Okay, so do we... If we shoot them for the 2 to kill it, and then we buy it back, we can only play it as a 2/2. So this turn, we need 7 mana. We just have to hope they don't top deck again this turn. I mean, they have a 25-card library. It's not that likely they're going to find Devious Cover-Up here. They have 1 cover-up and 25 cards. So we need 2 mana to shoot to kill it, 5 to buy it back. So we have no mana left to pass while Adept. So this turn, we just got to pass the turn, I think. Not super ecstatic about that draw. I needed them to brick just this 1 turn, and I think we'd almost win. We're still, like, looking okay, but that was probably their best draw on their deck, aside from cover-up. Because if they find cover-up for Sentry here, that's kind of a problem. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're getting somewhat low anyway. And then maybe we can kill them with Passwall Adept. But given they were empty-handed, I thought it was right to go for it. Okay, well, they are empty-handed again. So if we shoot them for 4, and then they brick next turn, we win the game. Sorry, we can only shoot them for 3 right now, right? And buy it back? No, we have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, yeah. But let's make sure we leave mana right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we can buy it back, replay it, and if they just brick, we win. I'm just going to play this for 5. It's going to be right to do that pretty much no matter what, and I don't want the auto tapper to get me, but I don't want to have to manually tap for everything for the rest of the turn. So let's start by doing that. Obviously, if this was a Pro Tour, I would have played the Locket first and cracked it first. But again, I don't want to have to manually tap for everything, so. So we don't even want to cast Notion Rain right now, I don't think. So let's just go ahead and not miss a point of damage. They're not threatening lethal. If they brick, we win. Draw a land or a counter, or just don't draw a removal or card draw in this 1 turn. Come on, 626. I want to win the greatest game of Magic I've played in my entire life. So, oh yeah, they're going to get to Get Back campaign. I mean, they still have to get there, but 626 never bricks. Never. But I mean, if they have to get a removal, and then I can just buy back Sentry and play it again, so... I don't even know which of these to discard. They're going to hit me for 1 down to 4. It's pretty close. Because I'm not going to 2, and this sees a lot of cards, and I can dig up Sabotage, Crackling Drake. I can dig up great cards here. Obviously, I can't block. Got to make them have it. Well, they're dead. We won the greatest game of Magic. I challenge anybody to find a game of Magic better than this. The greatest game of Magic ever played. I have declared it so. Anybody who can bring out a better game of Magic, by all means. But as of right now, I officially decree it the greatest game of Magic ever played. Yes, this game will be going on YouTube under the title Greatest Game of Magic Ever Played. Oh yeah, that was awesome. And a couple turns, like, we didn't know who was going to win that game on, like, the next to last turn of the game. Like, that's when a game is great, right? Like, if a game takes forever, but it's effectively over, I mean, it's not a good game. But we had important strategic decisions on the next to last turn, and on the last turn of that game, we had no idea who was going to win. Yeah, this is fine on the play. All our lands come into play tap, but we're on the play, so we can turn 1 Gilgate, turn 2 Plaza. Hopefully we'll draw 1 on-tap land, or they won't have a super fast deck. Whoa, an anonymous gifter. Thank you for gifting out 20 subs, celebrating the hour-long game. Appreciate it. Cool, and we drew land 3 here, turn 3. We can Notion Rain and not discard because we're on the play. We can't cast Piston Fist Cyclops, though, so it's probably better to just put out our Plaza, because then next turn we have the ability to put the Cyclops out before Notion Raining, and we can still play Deadweight and Cyclops if we want to. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Obviously, I don't know who you are because that's the point of it being anonymous, but I do appreciate the support. Well, what's better, Shark 2 Crab or money? So Muse Drake over Notion Rain because it gets a body in play that can start attacking. Hey, what's up, 626? That was amazing. I declared that the greatest game of Magic I've played in my entire life, and I started playing Magic before half the chat was even born. 1994. All right, so I think we start with Notion Rain. We're not super scared of that 1/3/4 taking a hit from it. See what we dig up. So I don't know the literal date I started playing Magic. I never heard of Magic when I was in elementary school in earlier in 94. And then when I started middle school in the fall of 1994, I started playing like pretty quickly. But so I don't literally know whether I started like, you know, September 3rd or, you know, September 17th or October 4th. Like, I just know I started fall of 94 with 100% certainty because I remember playing right away in 6th grade. Like, the friends I made were playing, like, everybody was playing. It was popular in my 6th grade. And in 5th grade in my elementary school, I had never heard of Magic. Okay, so if we're going to take down, we might want to do it now for 2 points of damage, but I think we're better off just casting Inverted Vent. We go get our counter spell, and then we can kind of map out the game from there. I mean, I wasn't very old. I turned 11 October of 1994. I make a lot of old jokes now because I'm 36 and I've been around forever, but it's not like I started playing Magic when I was 20. I started playing Magic when I was like 10, right before my 11th birthday or right around my 11th birthday. So I think we want the counter. We don't need one of these removal spells. We already have a takedown and a command. And then, of course, that means we want set Vapors. It's the only sorcery in there, so pretty easy. I'm probably going to end up Vaporsing this board. So I think Severed Strands here looks pretty good. Just take out the Fine Broker. And then we can chill for now. It's interesting. They know we have 1 Vapors. They don't know we have 2. So we'll see what they add to the board. If they play anything really good, we'll counter it. But we're not looking to counter things right now. We're looking to develop our board position and then double Vapors with Sabotage open, ideally. They're definitely not going to play any 1 toughness creatures because they know we're holding Vapors. But they don't know we're holding double Vapors. So they might play a 2-2, which would be nice. Definitely don't want to sack Locket. We want the lands. So now we have 4-9. So now we can do the double Vapors, and we still have Sinister Sabotage up in case they have anything really good. We don't need any lands, so let's get rid of those. We should be in complete control from here. We'll definitely take both of those, especially the Drake. And now if they play any like Azoni type card, we have Sabotage. If they play creatures, we can just kill them. That just doesn't scare us. So we have 4, 8, 9 mana. But we don't want to have to trade Crackling Drake for that. So we should start with the Muse Drake this turn. And I'm actually not going to play the Passwall Adept. The reason is, if they play a decent-sized creature, I'll kill it end of turn. But I want to be able to play Crackling Drake and then still have Sabotage up. If I play Passwall Adept and they play a decent-sized creature, I can't counter it. I mean, I could, but I don't want to counter it with Sabotage. And I won't have removal mana up. This is the opposite of the greatest game ever played. This game, we're just in complete control. I mean, there might be a set of draws they could have, but it would be pretty shocking if they won this game. We do need 1 more island in play so that we can have Sabotage online when we play Crackling Drake. Oh, we actually have enough mana to play the Shade and still have Sabotage up. Sounds good to me. Good night, McLovin. Yeah, I'll sack Locket when I get a chance, but I've been wanting to leave Sabotage up and use a lot of mana, so I don't think sacking Locket really made a lot of sense so far this game. So that's a 5/5. We do not have takedown mana up. Why does everybody play this card now? So if I trade Drake, I can get it back with Surveillance. I still have Chamber Sentry to win with. I mean, I know Crackling Drake can close a game pretty quickly, but we're in control against a non-blue deck. I don't think it makes sense to counter that. I mean, Veilshade can even close the game, so I don't mind trading Crackling Drake off here. I'm not, like, super ecstatic about it, but it's totally fine. We're a control deck. We don't lose this way. We'll draw more cards, shuffle things back in. I mean, this is not how we lose games. We don't want to Sinister Sabotage anything besides, like, a Zoni or something that we can't necessarily deal with. I guess I have near infinite mana. I should probably crack this now. I should have cracked it before playing the Adept, but I was going to crack it end of turn. But then I realized I just have 1,000 mana in play. But unlike against our opponent last time who had 2 devious cover-ups, we're playing against Black-Green. So even if their deck has a lot of good threats, we can always just shuffle things back in. Now, I do have to counter an 8/8 now because they managed to run me out of removal somehow. But can't put that in the yard. That's the most important card in our entire deck. So we still have Chamber Sentry. Did we draw our Notion Rain yet? I think we did. Yeah, I Notion Rained early in this game. So we'll see. Hopefully they're out of threats. Oh, there's a Zoni. So now we can lose. I mean, we have double Vapors, but we played them. So I think I just have to, shuffle in the Vapors. I don't actually want to shuffle in the Takedown. So I think what we want to do now is use Surveillance to shuffle in the 2 Vapors. And then we can take down the Azoni before they get the tokens, so they can't sack things and draw cards. And then hopefully we'll top deck a Vapors or card drawing into Vapors or something. If we draw a land, we're dead. But if we draw any spell, unless they're holding more threats or removal, then we're not dead on board and we have another turn to draw Vapors. Not really any help, but it gives us that extra draw step potentially. 2 Vapors in there, plus some card drawing. Oh, killing in response gets them an extra bug. That was bad. Oh, no, but otherwise they get to draw a card, so it's a tough spot. It did leave me dead on board if I bricked. But if I Vapors, I don't care about the extra bug. I have to Vapors or I'm going to lose. Having an extra turn to Vapors is relevant, but letting them draw an extra card is also relevant. Not really sure what's right or wrong there. But good point. I didn't even think about that, so. If they draw a card, they have 2 tokens less? Oh, yeah, because they're sacking a token. But they're still going to swarm me to death if I don't Vapors. Well, this game was pretty good, too. I thought I couldn't really lose this game. They ran me out of removal spells, so that I ended up sabotaging an 8/8, and then they had the Azoni for the win. So, I mean, good magic. I don't know if I punted this game or not. What Hans in the chat are talking about now, I did mess up. I didn't even think about it. I'm not actually sure which play was right, but I didn't even think about it. If I don't kill it in response, they get 1 less token, but then they get the ability to sack a token to draw a card, and I still have to Vapors. They have 6 creatures to my 1, but I get 2 turns to draw it instead of 1, but then they get another card. So, I mean, that's the decision that we're currently discussing. I don't actually know which play is optimal, but certainly it's worth thinking about. Well, yeah, I don't know what happened to my whole hand there. I mean, when I was holding the counter, I literally had Crackling Drake, like 2 direct removal, Locket, like, and Sinister Sabotage in hand. Like, I feel like if this was an in-person game, I'd accuse my opponent of drawing 3 cards a turn, like, or something. Like, I don't know how they ran me out of card drawing and counters and threats there, the way that game played. It was very strange. I mean, obviously, they just drew a lot of good threats, and I drew a lot of land after that or whatever, but I just, like, it's pretty hard to envision losing a game when when you have a Locket, a Crackling Drake, a Sinister Sabotage, and, like, 2 direct removal, and your opponent has no board and, like, 2 or 3 cards in hand, and they're playing black-green.